41, Chapter 42. He had not expected to see her. Her! Of all places it had to be here and this very second. Why? She should not be here. She did belong here among the thieves, the drunkards, the labourers, the women of questionable virtue, and various other low lives who haunted the cheap taverns of Aberon. No, she belonged among the high-born ladies of Glabatorix's court, where the floors were smooth marble, and the air was perfumed with sweet scents, where maids and footmen and butlers and kitchen drudges and cooks and merchants and seamstresses saw to every need and want that a lady may have. She belonged there. That was where he had left her. Back there, not here and not now. In the shadowy corner where he had taken up residence, Murtagh cursed his bad luck. True, he was hidden behind a carefully crafted magical disguise, but what did that matter? She was quick of mind and instinct. She would see beyond it, he was sure, or at least that was what one part of him was saying. Yet why, he wondered, was she here? Her future had been secured with her betrothal to a wealthy, well-respected lord right before he had run away. Unless, whispered a small voice, those skills that made her so attractive to the young lords are being put to use as a spy. A grimace flitted across Murtagh's face. It would not surprise him if she became like his mother, an assassin and spy of the highest caliber. She was that type. Should he leave? Should he vanish into the shadows of Aberon and hope to escape detection? Or should he stay and pretend nothing was wrong as he pretended to drink his tankard of murky ale? The choice was made for him when she turned and caught his gaze with her own bright green eyes, which flicked around his personage, taking in every detail of his dress and visible weapons. A small smirk twisted her red lips up, and then she began to make her way to him. She threaded her way around the tables and noisy men as if they were gracefully dancing couples on a ballroom floor. For a second Murtagh considered bolting for the door, but quickly discarded that idea as cowardly. Instead, one hand slipped to the hilt of his sword as he lounged back against his chair. He was grateful for the thick hood of his cloak and the long years that had taught him how to stay relaxed and at ease when he was far from it. He did not know what to say to her. His mind pulled a blank on this one. She slipped into the seat across from him, her green eyes never leaving his shadowy face. On closer inspection, he could see the changes in her. Her clothes were no longer fine silk, but hardy cotton and wool. Her hands were no longer delicately soft with immaculate nails. Dark circles traced under her verdant green eyes, and her skin was no longer alabaster white. Even the once shining red-gold hair was now dull from travel and grime. "Mind if I join you?" she asked. Her voice, he noted, was the same even now, even here. "No," he said, thickening the word with the distinctive accent of Surda as best he could, but suspecting it would not succeed. "Long time no see," she said, a smirk growing on her face. "I did not expect to see you here, my lord." Murtagh was silent. Disguises had to be forgotten now, and he would have to confront her as much as he hated to. It was a terrible risk, and he almost wondered if, the second she left, that Galbatorix would descend on him to whisk him back to Eurobene. Meeting her green eyes, he inclined his head slightly. "My surprise was no less than yours, fair lady." A small laugh escaped her. Her eyes glittered with laughter, and in that second he was transported back to a gleaming ballroom in Eurobene. Yet looking at her now, her beauty seemed cheap to him, and her charm had lost its appeal. He had never been truly serious about pursuing her, but he had enjoyed her company whenever they could escape watchful eyes and listening ears. Now he would rather be enjoying the company of Zoe, who was, by far, the more beautiful of the two, not that he was biased at all. She raised one hand and gestured at him. Interesting disguise. He shrugged. It has served its purpose. "I would not have known it was you if it was not for the sword." Murtagh suppressed a grimace. He was loath to part with the sword, and yet, as had just been proven, the weapon was too distinctive if one knew what it looked like. Few fought with a sword like it, and she would remember it after seeing him spar with Tornak. She had even handled it once. "Why are you here?" he asked. "You know why," she said quietly. Her fingers twitched slightly as if nervous. "Escaping a husband?" he asked skeptically. "Serving the king." "Be specific, Vivian." Her eyes darkened slightly, whether with anger or memories he was not sure. "You are right on both counts, Lord. I serve the king to escape my husband." "Interesting," he said shortly. "There is quite a price on you," she said candidly. "What? An eye for the prize," he responded coldly. "You used to call me a friend," she snapped at him. He wondered distantly if entering an argument with her was the wisest of actions. Too late now, he thought. If they argued, and this meeting had already done a great deal of damage. He could not stop the faint, bitter chuckle that escaped him. Friend, you threaten me, Vivian. Friends do not threaten to hand each other to the king. That made her silent for a good long while, during which Murtagh had to listen to a drunken song about a cow, a moon, and a fiddle. Finally she spoke. I would never give you to the King Murtagh, but there are those who would. You must be careful. He did not soften his outward attitude to her, for he did not know if her words were true. He did not know if they were spoken with true feeling or not, or if she was merely luring him into a false sense of security from which she could easily betray him. What will you do now? He asked. Forget I ever met you. How can you do that? He inquired. I am given a certain amount of autonomy, she said, glancing around quickly, as if checking for eavesdropping ears. I do not have to say anything about this meeting or who I met. Even if he saw your face in my mind, you truly are hidden well with that mask. I will protect you. Murtagh dipped his head in thanks. I owe you then. No, she said quietly. You helped me and never asked for anything from me. I can do this for you. Murtagh stared at her in surprise. He had thought she had forgotten the days he had helped her escape the tedious sewing and lady activities for a busy city or training field. Had she remembered the afternoons they had spent together laughing? Had she remembered the brief moments of freedom from restrictive rules? Still, said the young man quietly as he rose from his chair, I must thank you. He did not want to leave without thanking, and yet he wanted this meeting to be done. He wanted its debts cleared away, and to wipe his slate with her in an effort to protect his fragile new life. The girl nodded and rose like him. We cannot meet again. Her voice took on a warning tone, and her green eyes darkened with seriousness. She gripped his forearm tightly with surprising and hidden strength, her knuckles whitening as she forced him to meet her gaze. In that second, she reminded him of his mother. The same tint of sadness mixed with resignation to fate that had shadowed her every smile and laugh, even when Selina was with him. A pang of regret pierced his heart to think of this girl becoming like his mother, of her losing her easy laugh, her sense of fun that had been one of the few things he had found any joy in during those other years. But he knew it all too well. She would lose it all very soon. That was the way of things, and they both knew what her current job entailed. She would die young. She would die alone and friendless. She would be a shadowy assassin and spy who never tasted freedom or love or joy or true happiness because of the darkness that haunted her every memory, deed, and thought. No, he agreed quietly. We won't meet again, Lady Vivian. He wondered if she saw his regret and his pity. He wondered if she understood just what she had chosen by joining the Black Hand, or if it had been an impulsive decision made without considering the consequences. Or maybe, like him, she had never really had a choice, and any chance at freedom was only an illusion that disappeared before he could use it. She nodded her head, and then stepped away from him, letting go of his arm as she did so before turning and making her way away from him just as he made his way away from her. He left her in that tavern and stepped out onto the shadowy street. The shadows between the lit lanterns were thick, and it was easy for him to slip into them and away from the light as he made his way towards the upper city where the castle was and where Bram would be waiting up to hear his latest report. It felt strange to walk away from her. He had never thought to see her again, and yet here she was. Once more he left her, and this time he hoped for the last time. She was a symbol of those days, a reminder, and he wanted to leave all reminders behind. Once more he entered the life he had lived before a rider, a dragon, a storyteller, and a princess from another world spun it upside down. Once more he turned away from it and returned to this new life, where the deeds he had completed mattered more than the truth of his parentage. A life he had never thought to live and still did not believe was nothing more than an elaborate dream he would wake from. As he slipped past the guards who turned a blind eye to him, he hoped that he would never meet her again. He hoped Vivian would be buried in the sands of time and that she would keep the secret of their meeting until her dying day. He would not tell Bram of this meeting. No, he would speak of the gossip he had picked up on his wanderings and the other bits of useful information that they were using to piece together an understanding of the Black Hand's workings. Already they had found a few spies, not anyone who knew anything, but it had reinvigorated Murtagh and the few spellcasters who assisted him when he needed a little magic. The man he had found sneaking out of the castle a few days, no, over a week now, had not known much, but he had known enough to set the ball in motion once again, to start the tricky business of hunting these slippery characters down. He could only hope that he would not meet her again, and that this night would be forgotten. Eragon staggered slightly under the weight of the saddle as his new teacher set it in his arms. The new saddle was a work of art in its own way, with the same general shape as Brahms, with a row of buckles to secure his legs and another set designed for his arms. Each buckle was tooted, and so was the sculpted leather seat. Oramis helped Eragon relieve Saphira of her current saddle. Saphira, you will go with Gleeder today, and I will work with Eragon here. The blue dragon nodded in understanding. Heaving his golden bulk off the ground, Gleeder soared off to the north, Saphira close behind. The bright early morning sun reflected off their scales in such dazzling displays that Eragon found it difficult to look at them. Oramis did not give him any time to ponder Saphira's departure and what that meant for him. The elf marched him to a square of hard-packed dirt beneath a willow tree at the far side of the clearing. Standing opposite him, Oramis said, "What I am about to show you is called the Rimga, or the dance of snake and crane. The Rimga is a series of exercises that will help you develop the skills you require for combat." Nodding, Eragon followed Oramis's example. He said nothing of the occasional twinges of pain from his back, and as the session continued, even those aches and pains eased as his muscles warmed. The poses were difficult, of course, but not so difficult that he was unable to accomplish them. He was not so naive to think that his back was healed, but he suspected that basic stretches like this were actually good for it, and until the difficulty increased, he would not feel his old injury. That gave him more confidence and helped him relax into them more as he had not done before. This confidence allowed him to flow more, and as the nerves and tension left, the poses came more easily. As Eragon followed Oramis's instructions, he could not help but compare the old rider with his previous instruction from Brahm. Oramis was far more patient and calm than Brahm had ever been, but they both shared the same unyielding determination to see him complete each task to their satisfaction. His father had little patience for mistakes or complaining, and had made that abundantly clear with his lectures and glares. Oramis made it clear with his firm words and the faint aura of power that clung to him. After quickly washing the sweat from his body in the cold water of the nearby stream, Eragon followed Oramis deep into Du Weldenvarden. Walking behind his new teacher through the silent forest made the young rider uncomfortable. Zarok had been left in Oramis's hut, and without it, Eragon felt uncomfortable. This also amused him, ever so slightly, considering how foreign the sword had felt for so long when he had first received it. Yet, after wielding it in battle, he wished for it by his side, if only to feel the comforting weight. The blue sky was hidden by thick branches, and while he maintained a slight connection with Saphira that allowed him to listen to her lessons with Gleeder, he still felt vulnerable. The trees grew close together in this part of the forest, and the moss was so thick that he sometimes sunk up to his ankles in it, something, he observed, that the light-footed elf did not. In fact, Oramis did not so rustle a single leaf, or leave a faint footprint on the soft ground. Once more, the differences between elf and human were striking to him, and he could not help but think how useful these skills would be when he had hunted for his family so long ago. Oramis stopped and pointed to a white stump with a flat, polished top 3 yards across that rested in the center of a small open clearing where a shaft of unbroken sunlight fell across it. "Sit here," said Oramis, and quick to obey, Eragon did as he was told. "Cross your legs and close your eyes." The world went dark around him, and he instantly heightened his mind in an effort to keep track of what was around him at the very least. From his right, Oramis whispered, "Open your mind and listen. Listen to the world around you, from the trees to the ants to the worms in the ground. Listen until you can hear them all and can understand them. Then come and find me." The forest suddenly went quiet, and Eragon was left feeling rather foolish as he sat there, on a stump in the middle of a forest. Stretching his mind out around him, Eragon found the familiar buzz of many minds and consciousness. It was a little like looking out over a black night and seeing the lights of a large and prosperous city. Many, over 3/4 in fact, were the minds of insects. something that intrigued Eragon, for he had never realized just how many species of insects there were in a single, small clearing. The longer he sat there, the more he considered just why he was there, as, it seemed to him, a logical way to confront the task set before him. Perhaps Oramis wished him to be able to concentrate on nothing so that he could sense all. It was an interesting concept that Eragon could think of many uses for, from the battlefield to just observing the natural world. The only problem was how vulnerable he felt just opening his mind to the world around him. He hated the feeling of just losing control, of being swept away by the moment and into all the disparate minds around him. In fact, it frightened him more than he liked to admit, and it went against all the instincts that battle had honed. He had worked on isolating himself, on defending himself from the entire world. To be a part of everything, and yet nothing, required, he decided, a balance between his own mind and all the ones he touched. If he lost that balance, he would panic, but if he could achieve it, then he would be able to touch everything and not just one cluster. He could be caught by one thing and study it for hours, he quickly realized, if he did not try to broaden his view field and yet remain unattached to all around him. So, feeling like a very bad student, but not able to do as he had been asked completely, he sunk deeper into his mind without lowering his shields and tried to observe the world from that perspective. It was like a hard glass wall around his mind that allowed him to see all the flickering lights of living things, from the plants to the insects, without feeling unprotected. Saphira was also a part of this observing. She was currently being lectured on wind drafts by Glida, and Eragon listened to the lecture without lowering his attention from his own surroundings, finding it interesting and wanting to know that she was well. Slowly, so slowly, he found it easier to sit quietly and not maintain the rock-hard barriers he had erected before Farthen-Dur. He slowed his thoughts and intake of air as he did his best to let go of any stray thoughts or emotions that would cloud his mind. His mind was empty and disconnected from everything around him. Slowly, he began to reach past his glass walls and touch the minds around him lightly, but still touch. For a few seconds, he was able to exist in that nowhere place of seeing and listening. He sensed the worries of the animals gathering food as they tried to care for their young while protecting themselves. He sensed the slow patience of the trees as they stretched their roots deep into the ground, and observed, in their own way, the world around them with a wisdom crafted from endless watching. From the busy nest of ants not far from his stump doing battle against a spider, the hard-working bumblebees flitting from flower to flower, the mouse deep in her burrow with her new babies, the squirrels hopping from branch to branch, and all the other living things around him that glowed with vitality and purpose. Nothing in this clearing, he realized, was without purpose or desire. Everything was working together in a complicated mix of winning, and then losing, and then fighting again for the simple goal of living. However, a few seconds was all he could manage before things overwhelmed him and he slipped back behind his barriers. Yet, he decided, it was better than nothing, and he had come close to accomplishing what Oramis wanted. Perhaps later he would ask Zoe about it. He was certain she would be able to help him, or at least listen to him, as he tried to vocalize exactly what he had to do while sitting on this quiet stump. Eragon opened his eyes and sighed before rising from the stump. The sun told him it was close to noon, and that, by his estimate, he had spent 2 hours just observing this world from the shadowy darkness of his mind. It had been an interesting exercise in mental flexibility, and he had no doubt he would repeat it until it was mastered. Before leaving the small clearing, Eragon paused and looked around at it. It was a peaceful place, a quiet place on the outside, but as these 2 hours had showed him, the clearing was a bustling place. A little world of its own that he had intruded upon with both his body and his mind. The young rider found Oramis sitting in his small cottage at the table. Spread out in front of him were scrolls, and the rider seemed to be writing, for he had a brightly colored feather quill in one hand and an open part of ink in front of him, along with a sheet of thick, creamy-colored paper. Already he had covered half of the page with his bold yet flowing script. "You have returned," said the elf, glancing at him quickly. "Yes," said Eragon as he took the empty seat. The scrolls in front of him were beautiful pieces of art in their own right, with flowering vines, scrollwork, and animals decorating their borders. Each letter was perfectly formed and created for easy reading. "What did you learn?" asked Oramis as he scratched away with his quill. "I am not sure," said Eragon honestly, and he explained what he had seen and accomplished for a few seconds. He ended with his observation of the clearing. "If I learn nothing else, it is that there is a great deal I cannot see, but can with my mind." I realized how oblivious I was to the little things in this world. Oramis nodded. "You will do it every day, until you can see without looking, feel without touching, and be apart, or being independent." The elf set his quill down. "However, it was a good attempt on your part, and I congratulate you on even accomplishing a few seconds of such a state of mind. Even elves have a hard time achieving it, and humans rarely do. Your observations are also interesting. I am sure you will deepen them as you continue with this task." Eragon nodded and turned his attention back to the scrolls before him. His fingers itched to pick them up and examine them. He wanted to read what secrets and tales they contained with those inky letters and trailing borders. Since learning to read in both the common tongue and ancient language, he had found himself in a new world, this one created with ink, paper, and the imagination of authors. His eagerness did not go unnoticed by Oramis, who chuckled slightly. "A reader you must be, Eragon, for only a reader would look as you do now." Eragon ducked his head in embarrassment. "A healthy respect for books has been cultivated within me by Zoe and Brahm. I now enjoy losing myself in their words." Oramis smiled slightly and gestured at the many scrolls that lined the walls of his cottage. "As do I, but now it is time for another part of your education. You have shown me that you have a very solid understanding of the language we currently speak, but if you wish to be a strong spell weaver, then you must increase your mastery over it. Mastery over the ancient language will allow you to refine your spells and the conversations you have with members of my race." With that, the elf began to educate Eragon in the niceties of writing in the ancient language. As he did, the elf introduced him to new words, the finer points of grammar that Brahm had not told him of, and many other such things that would increase Eragon's control on over both the language and his magic. He had a good grasp already, and that had allowed him to converse in it exclusively since arriving in Elismera, but he discovered his knowledge was just a foundation. His ability to write in it, for example, was not as developed, and Oramis set him to remedying it, as well as his pronunciation of complex words. For, as Oramis pointed out, a slurred word could result in a far different spell than the one Eragon had in mind. The quiet work was relaxing, and Eragon found himself enjoying the chance to practice such skills like he had not been able to since those early days with Zoe and Brahm. The way words fit together and worked was a tricky business, and Oramis a demanding instructor. Every mistake, no matter how small, was caught and rectified, then repeated until he could accomplish the task without hesitation. As he worked, he was distantly aware of Saphira, still working with Glida, and the lessons she received from him, though he found it difficultly to concentrate on both his own work and her activities. He had never had to do it before, and yet, remembering a distant reminder of Brahm's given before he left Farthendur, he did his best. Brahm had explained a little that he had to maintain contact with Saphira at all times, and that, if he had been trained before the fall, it would have been expected from the very first day. Again, like that morning, the task of keeping his own focus in two different areas taxed him, and yet the necessity of it for battle or simple communication outweighed his desire to take the easier path and just focus on his own world like he had done for most of their relationship. It frightened him a little to think of how all this training, all his work, was going towards keeping both him and Saphira alive in battle. He was training so he would be a formidable rider, not only on the political or diplomatic field, but the battlefield. Everything he did had a purpose, and it might be what kept him alive in the coming events. Those coming dark days hung above him as he worked in the warm little cottage so far removed from the real world. The distant warning of would he be able to fight was a dark cloud which pursued him since he had first experienced the weight of Durza's curse. He tried not to think on it too hard. Finally, as the sun dipped to the horizon, Oramis held out a hand, and Eragon stopped scratching away with his quill. "That is enough," said the rider. "You have completed your work for today. Iragan leaned back in his chair and stretched his stiff, tired muscles. His hand had cramped many a time, and he did his best to work out the lingering pain and stiffness as he sat quietly for a few seconds before rising and walking to the door. He could feel Saphira getting closer and knew it would be a matter of minutes before she swooped down accompanied by Glida. Sure enough, she did, and landed as gracefully as a dragon can ever land, with a little bit of earth shaking and great buffets of wings. "Little one," she greeted warmly, her eyes seeping over him to confirm that what she had felt and heard from him that day was true. Since his injury at the hands of Durza, Saphira had become even more attentive to him, and the new reality that was Iragan had to be careful of how much he did and what he did. He careful watching had disappeared, however, the previous day for obvious reasons, and it had even been difficult for the young rider to communicate with her, something that had both troubled and hurt him. "Saphira," he greeted, "your lessons sounded interesting." "They were," she confirmed, "as were yours." "Yes," he said, "though the road of learning is a long one." She snorted with amusement, and then their conversation was interrupted by Oramis, who had stopped to greet Glida in turn. "What is the correct conjugation of subjective verbs, Saphira?" asked the elf as he fixed his silver gaze on the blue dragoness. It was such a surprising question that Saphira did not know what to say for a few seconds before quickly seizing on the bits of information she had gleaned from Iragan's lessons, that afternoon like a sailor, grasping for a life float as his ship sunk. Her answer was maybe not as complete as it might have been, but it was an answer, and it did include the 3 iron-hard rules that Iragan had memorized that day. Just as Oramis had turned to Saphira, Glida turned to Iragan. "What," asked the dragon, "is the correct way of negotiating updrafts without being carried too far skyward?" Iragan considered what he had heard of Saphira's lessons before answering as best he could. He had not heard all of her lesson, but he had enough to do a passable job. This questioning continued for the next few minutes until Oramis said, "While I am pleased that you are able to answer, I do want you both to increase your connection while maintaining focus on your own tasks." "Yes, Ebrithil," echoed both rider and dragon, their two voices melding a strange mixture of human and dragon. Farewells were exchanged then. A pile of scrolls chosen by Oramis for Iragan's continued learning were deposited in the young rider's arms, and then both Iragan and Saphira flew back to their treehouse. As they flew, the two relaxed every barrier between their two minds and let the connection expand until they were indistinguishable from each other. Beneath them, the emerald green of the forest spread out. Finally, Iragan asked, "The lessons with Glida went well?" "Yes," Saphira said in response. "I find it easier now that the surprise and wonder of seeing another dragon has eased a little. He is a most excellent instructor." "I am glad," said Iragan quietly, and then, unable to hold it back, he continued, "I missed having you by my side yesterday." He almost wanted to take his words back, but at the same he did not. He would need her, and she needed him just as much. The experience of being ignored by his partner of heart and mind had hurt him more than he had thought it would. His gentle accusation, while given as gently as he could, did not go unnoticed nor unremarked upon. "I am sorry," she said with a wave of remorse, "and while I know you understand and felt what I felt, it was wrong of me to leave you with the sole responsibility of our story, nor offer any other support when you needed it as much as I did. In my joy and relief, I forgot my responsibilities to Zoe, and to you as joined rider and dragon. Let us leave it behind," said Iragan firmly. "To see you happy and free of that burden was a welcome thing, Saphira, and I do not regret it in the slightest. But from now on, we will act as one." "Yes," she said firmly and without a trace of hesitation. "No matter what." He smiled. He did not need the ancient language to know that she meant her words or that she would not be there no matter what occurred around them again. Sending her a wave of warm gratitude and love, the two began to descend to their treehouse that was located near the center of the forest city. The treehouse had once belonged to Vrail and now to Iragan, where, for the next few months, he would live and study. It seemed so strange to be in the same apartments as the famed leader of his order. He found the idea of sleeping in the same bed, looking out the same portal, and using the same desk not only rather awe-inspiring, but also rather chilling. Vrail was dead. Now Iragan took his place, and looked to defeat a man that not even the elf rider of old could defeat. Will you hunt today? He asked Sapphira as he deposited the scrolls on the bed. No, said the dragon. I will not. Eragon nodded and opened the door that led to the twirling staircase which led from the top of the flet to the ground far below. Two things, to his surprise, were waiting for him. One was a tray of food, all beautifully arrayed with a warm spinach pie, cheese, bread, tea, and some delicate-looking white cookies. The second thing was even more welcome than food. Zoe. She had her hand raised, just about to knock, and when she saw him, she smiled widely before launching forward and embracing him tightly. He laughed and hugged her back. Hello, Zoe, he said, as he slipped back into common from the formal elvish language. It was a comfort in a way to speak the language he had known since birth with another human. Among all the strange and new things around him, this was one constant, and he welcomed it. Eragon, she said as she drew back. She opened her eyes wide in mock surprise. You are still alive. Of course, he said with a small laugh. I am not as hopeless as you might believe. Zoe arched an eyebrow and placed her hands on her hips. I am sure that is because of Sapphira. She keeps you from running around like a chicken without its head. Sapphira chuckled from behind him at the words, a familiar line from Zoe when she wished to tease him like a sister might tease a brother. Will you come in? He asked hopefully. Not if you have homework to do, she said with a small smirk. Studying a sacred time and cannot be interrupted by the likes of me. I have some scrolls to read, but trying to adopt a pleading expression, he continued. Please spend a little time with Sapphira, and I, puppy dog eyes, have no hold over me, she said with an amused laugh as she stepped inside. Eragon lifted the tray and brought inside before closing the door while Zoe walked over to Sapphira, who she greeted warmly. It was then, to Eragon's surprise, that he realized Zoe was not dressed in the familiar clothes she normally wore, and as she stood in a shaft of fading sunlight, he realized he had never seen her wearing a dress, nor had he ever seen her with her hair completely unfettered by bands or braids. Suddenly, she was not the girl he knew, and it struck him as strange that different clothes could change someone he called friend so much. For Zoe was wearing a blue dress with golden scroll work on the hem and elbow-length sleeves, which were created from some sort of sheer blue fabric. A thin braided belt of gold went around her waist, and her dark hair tumbled loose down her back. She still carried her bow, quiver, and horn, but that was the only part of her that he recognized. There was no sword at her hip, no padded leather clothing covering her slim form, and her hands were immaculate with not a trace of grime. Suddenly she was a woman, and he was totally unable to think of anything to say, something which Sapphira found endlessly amusing. What? She asked with an amused smile. You look like a girl, said Eragon without thinking. Zoe sent him a withering glare. You mean you just noticed? She snapped acidly. After all this time, and you just managed to realize that I am a girl. Her voice rose slightly, and he found himself quailing at the look on her face. A look that he was not sure was true and justifiable outrage, or just mock outrage. He chose to play it safe. Well, no, stuttered Eragon, as he desperately tried to pull himself from the hole he had just dug. Sapphira, meanwhile, was laughing in her own dragon-like way from the safety of her cushioned nest. I don't mean it like that, I just mean that you look nice. Really nice, actually, in a good way, of course. Zoe obviously did not fall for it. I am allowed to wear a dress once in a while, Eragon. Her glare faded, and she shook her head at him. And here I thought we had actually taught you how to be eloquent and use flattery to your advantage. Smirking at him, she said the next word slowly, and with more than a little teasing laughter. Arbroman 6 Suesli not. Then, as only Zoe could, she flipped the subject around and gestured at the scrolls piled on his bed. How has it been? Grateful for the change of subject and his apparent forgiveness, he set the tray down on the small table next to the bed and shrugged. Good, I suppose. He told her of his experiences that day, and she listened quietly from the seat she had taken next to Sapphira's front leg. It sounds like it is going well then, she said with a smile. You cannot learn everything all at once, Eragon. It takes time. The meditation takes time and discipline to complete successfully for any length of time. I know, he said. Wanting to change the subject, he asked, How has it been for you? She sighed heavily. I met with Islanzardi, Oramis, Arya, and an elf lord by the name of Deathder last night. They wished to confirm that I was truly on this side of the war and not caught halfway one way or even worse on the opposite. What did you say? What could I say? She said quietly. I did not tell them that I knew the future. I hinted at it but never outright said it to them. I told them a little of my past, but nothing of Earth or what I did there. Zoe rubbed one of Saphira's scales for a moment before continuing. I had to give them a little or else they would never trust me with anything important. So I told them enough to keep them happy, at least for now. They know of my title and position in the way of things, but precious little else of my past. She shrugged, and Aragon sensed that it was a topic she did not want to elaborate on. Not that he blamed her. Her past and her future were so hopelessly complicated that he had given up on trying to know everything about her and stuck with the little he knew about her from their travels and experiences. One moment she said she was from one world, and one world was bad enough. The next she said she was from another, and then it just got too complicated for him to follow. He wanted to keep his world carefully ordered and not think about a couple billion more just out of reach and sight. Nor did he want to think that he was also related to their fate, and that if he failed, then he doomed them and their inhabitants. Looking at the tray, he asked, "Want to have something to eat?" "Depends on what you are offering," she said with a small smile. "If it has kale in it, then no." "Kale?" asked Aragon, confused by the word. It was another one of those moments when Zoe slipped back into her other world words, or as she called them, Englishisms, and left him wishing for a dictionary. "Yup," said Zoe, rising and walking over to examine the tray. "It is a little like spinach, but infinitely worse tasting and far too green." She was silent for a moment as she inspected the food. "No kale. I'm safe, but there are some very tasty-looking cookies." She picked up a piece of bread and raised an eyebrow at the look of surprised amusement on Aragon's face. "What?" she asked innocently. "A girl is allowed to picky." Her emphasis on girl made the young rider blush slightly as he also took a piece of bread and chose to keep silent rather than risk annoying his friend any more than he had already. "Want to show me your reading?" asked Zoe as she settled on the bed close to the 5 or so scrolls. "Only if you want," said Aragon, though he was looking forward to reading them, and he was sure that Zoe was itching to get her hands on some, as she called it, fodder for the imagination. With that, the two of them, along with Saphira, spent until dark examining and discussing the 5 pieces of reading. By the time Zoe rose to leave, Aragon felt he was only just get started, and he half wished they could continue the conversation which ranged from elvish customs to the history of the Bloodering Kingdom. "I shall see you tomorrow," said his friend with a wink. "Yes," said Aragon as he rose to stand beside her. Zoe looked to Saphira and the two, speaking only to each other and excluding Aragon as they exchanged their farewells. It was just as Zoe was leaving the room that she turned and met Aragon's gaze. "Aragon," she said with a small smile. "If you need a sparring partner, then let me know. You should start to practice again." "What?" he asked, unable to keep the nerves from his voice, remembering as he did so the last few times he had tried to wield the red sword. "You will not know your limits if you never test them." "But," began Aragon, but Zoe raised an eyebrow, and he stopped himself aware that it sounded an awful like he was whining and complaining about something that whining complaining would not change. "I would be glad to spar with you again," he rephrased. Zoe nodded and rested a hand lightly on his shoulder in a sisterly way. "Have a little hope, Aragon. There is always a solution even if it is not obvious. You have not suffered another attack for quite a long time." "You are right," he said heavily. "One way or another I must overcome this." She smiled sadly and embraced him as a sister might embrace a younger sibling who needed comfort. "I will see you tomorrow as well as Oramis." "Oramis?" asked Aragon, distracted from his dark thoughts by this surprising revelation. "I would have thought you would avoid him and everyone else in general in favor of protecting your past." She shook her head. "I explained enough that I am comfortable discussing certain, not everything, but some things. He asked me to come to the Craigs of Telnar to tell him of my homeland. I think he is just curious to learn more about a world of men that is so different and yet similar." It seemed such a small request to ask that I could not refuse. "I see," said Aragon. "I wish I could be there." He smiled slightly. "I have heard next to nothing about your home." She laughed lightly. "I will tell you about it one day soon. Suffice to say that tomorrow I have a social engagement, and I know Arya was hoping to show both you and Saphira around Ellismere." "She what?" asked Eragon, surprised. "Yes," said Zoe. "I saw her briefly this morning, and she expressed a wish to show you some of the wonders hidden in this city before you left. It will be good for the pair of you, and I will be there as well." Eragon nodded and wondered, secretly, at the notion that Arya would want to spend time with him and Saphira in such a way even if Zoe was accompanying them. However, if she did offer to show them around, he would not refuse. He did not feel comfortable exploring on his own lest he do or say something wrong, and it would be a welcome break from the relentless training he was embarking on. "All right then," said Zoe with a cheerful smile. "I really should be going." "Good night, Zoe," said Eragon as she slipped out the door. Zoe sent him a smile in return and then vanished down the stairs. The young rider walked to the open teardrop window and looked out to the dark treetops and starry night sky. "Our first day of training," he said to Saphira. "But not our last, little one," she said with a hint of amusement. Turning, he ignored the bed and instead slipped underneath her blue wing, comforted by her presence and warmth. "Hello. Yes, another chapter. Hope it is not too dull. I guess it must seem rather fillerish, and I am sorry about that. I actually just needed to get writing again because, after the last chapter, it felt like I had reached a bit of a peak, and I was not sure how to continue. Anyways, I think I have overcome my block, and I also found some time to write. Yippee! I promise more action, and of course more Zoe in the next one as well as some run-on. Some replies to my amazing and incredible reviewers. Booklover0608. I wrote 10 different flashbacks, and those were the best ones I felt I had. I do agree. I think the next flashbacks will have a different meaning and center to them. I don't want to become repetitive and boring with my characters because that is no fun for readers or authors. Thank you for your review. S-Raid 9779. Thank you for sticking with this story. It has been quite a work in progress. I am glad you liked the last chapter, which was definitely the hardest one of all to write. I think that one could be rewritten 1,000 times in many different ways, and everyone has their own way of looking at it. Once again, thank you. Elemental Dragon Slayer. Wow, thank you for that review. I hope that you enjoy the next part of the story. Carminax Buranax. Thank you for pointing out that mistake. Yikes, I will have to go back and fix it. I hope that you enjoy the story and that, because I am terrified of it, that you feel that Zoe stays out of Merisu land. Thank you for your advice. Mickey Glover's Everything One. Yes, the names are very similar, and it is on purpose. Zoe's past is a mix of a number of different stories, including the Chronicles of Prydain and the Narnia books. I came up with it long before this fic, and on a spur-of-the-moment whim, decided to put it in here. I thought it would help make this story original. After all, everyone may already know Eragon's story, but they don't know Zoe's. Thank you for your reviews, and I hope you enjoy this chapter. Kit Kat, thank you. I really had so many ideas of how to write that chapter. It was that kind of moment in the story when there were too many ideas, and I did not want to mess up. I am so happy you liked it, and I hope this one measures up, though it is a bit of a filler. 14 Athomas, thank you. I am glad that you enjoyed the Zoe/Oramis scene. It was such a challenge, but definitely worth it. Once more, thank you for all your suggestions and encouraging reviews. Leopardsky, do you know you are the first person to actually comment on that? I am glad someone picked up that little bit of flashback into Zoe's past and previous relationships. However, just for the record, I plan on Murtagh getting a far better ending than what he did get. The poor guy really just had it rough from start to finish. Thank you for the reviews, and I hope you like this chapter. Chris, I have thought about bringing someone in from Zoe's world. It might happen, I am not totally sure at this point. If it does, it would probably be after the Battle of the Burning Plains, but that is not set in stone. As for Auric, he will still play a major and important role. Never fear, he just didn't get to go to do Weldenvarden, but he will be at the Battle of the Burning Plains Act. As for Zoe's true name, that is a good idea, and she might actually have to do it. My author senses are excited. Thank you for your review suggestions, and just taking the time to read this story. 42. Dreams and Elvish Smiths. Hello there, reader. Nice to see you again. Hope everything has been going well for you, nothing too crazy, too unexpected, too silly or ridiculous to throw a ringer in your carefully laid life? Or do you have a carefully planned out life? I think everyone likes a little structure, but if that structure smothers you, it can be hard not to rebel and tear it all apart. Sometimes tearing it all away lets us see the world and explore things we never thought to explore, and sometimes it frightens us, and we start wishing we could go back to the rules and routine of our old life. Someone who was very wise and experienced once told me that the key to happiness was adaptability. With my short years of life, I have come to think that they are both right and wrong. Have to adapt and change to the world around us, or else we will always be angry that nothing works out the way we want. But this is the catch. You have to have something out in front of you. Some sort of dream of goal, right out there that you are pursuing. You can adapt and change that goal, but you are never without purpose or dreams. Sometimes we need to be stubborn, angry, and determined to reach that goal, but like that person said, we still have to be adaptable. It is such a fine line to walk sometimes. Make any sense? This is my little life chat. It must be something about this forest making me say these things to you. I feel timeless here, as if I am on a hidden island and everything is flowing around me, including time. It is hard to keep track of everything, which is why I like having you around. You make me remember my purpose and keep me going. You want action, drama, romance, and epic battle scenes in which the fate of worlds is fought for. You want mystery, betrayal, and suspense. Fair enough, after all, that is what you signed up for, why you stopped and took a look at my little adventure. You don't want to be lectured. You don't have time to read a 5-paragraph description of the bright blue flowering vine that trails up my bedroom window. You look at your watch, tap it, and start giving me that look that says, well, hurry up. I do not have all day. Action. You do not want to read a story where everyone is falling in and out of love every 5 seconds. You don't want some people to die or suffer, and yet you still want tragedy, sacrifice, inspiring courage, and plenty of action. Sorry, I just had to remind you that it is a tall order you have set before me. I am only human after all, and for the record, these are the things I do not do well. I do not like blowing buildings up right and left because I feel that is a waste of building materials. I do not do a seemingly impossible kickboxing move because I think I would break something, and a sword is far more effective in most of the situations I find myself in. As for love, I think you know how complicated that is for me. So there. Just saying what I am not good at in case you had your hopes set on unrealistic things. On the hand, I think I fairly capable in some departments, and because no one is perfect, I might never achieve total perfection in every single storybook hero category. Just realize that sounds an awful lot like the disclaimer I forgot to give you when we first met, crossed with a bit of whining thrown into. Maybe we should just move on and get back into the story. Ready, set, jump. I was in an enormous room filled with light from windows high up on the walls near the white domed ceiling. On the wall that faced north, glass paneled opened onto a balcony that overlooked a wide strip of white sand far below. Beyond the beach was the ocean, and behind the shimmering blue of the ocean was the bright blue sky with not a single cloud. Have you ever seen the ocean? I love it. Perhaps it is my mother's heritage coming out in me. Inside the room, opposite the glass doors, were carved wooden ones that were firmly closed. Between the two sets of doors were shelves upon shelves of books and scrolls. Packets of paper, loose pages, and drawings were stored here like a treasure trove, awaiting eager fingers and curious minds. The wood of the bookcases was a warm honey color, and spaced out at regular intervals on the soft, carpeted floor were tables with waiting ink, quills, and paper. Many scrolls and books were stacked in precarious piles on the tables like mountains of forgotten information, dates, people, and ideas. Graceful, almost delicate, carved columns rose from the floor and rose to the vaulted ceiling like slender trees. Dust motes swirled in the shafts of warm sunlight that streamed inside. Quiet, peaceful, everything that I remembered about this place. I moved forward. My dream self made no noise here, and I came to a stop in front of the balcony doors. This was my mother's childhood home. This was where the noble and ancient family of La had lived for generations upon generations of noble lords, strong warriors, and most famously of all, powerful enchantresses. My mother's people were one of the most respected of the 7 high houses that had united under the High King of Angard. The House of Le ruled over the land along the Western Sea, and over many little kings and lords who dotted the coast with their small kingdoms and holdings. They in turn looked to the High King as the highest of all powers. Caer Cauldron, as it was called, was an old castle, and it was an old castle right beside the sea, and so many of its walls bore marks of violent tempests and sea spray. A small, but important, trading city lay in the next cove over beside the large river, which flowed all the way from the mountains to the sea. The castle was filled with many wondrous things. I had often come here to visit my grandparents during my childhood, and then, when they passed on, to visit my cousin who took the lead along with his young wife, who was a close friend of mine. Many happy memories lay here because, during the hot summers, my mother had brought us all here to escape Caer Dathel and its smelly city. On the rare occasion my father had even forsaken his duties as High King to join us. Yet why was I here? Why had my mind taken me here of all places? What purpose did this serve? These dreams have always had a purpose or some connotation to the waking world I was currently in. My hand ran along the golden knob of the closed balcony day. I could feel the warmth of the sun, and outside, a wind was whipping the foam on the waves as they crashed never-endingly on the sandy shore. The door handle was solid beneath my fingers, and I knew instinctively that, if I wanted to, I would be able to turn it and step outside onto the balcony. If I did step outside, I might even feel the warmth of the sun and the wind in my hair as it tangled it. I half wondered when this dream would end, and I wished it wouldn't any time soon. It was nice here, a comforting familiariness that eased the tight knot of homesickness that was steadily growing the more I remembered and learned. This did not feel like a dream, either, but rather as if I was actually here and not living in one of my memories. I left the doors and walked to one of the bookshelves, and at random, I pulled a book from the shelf. It was heavy in my arms and dusty too, but comfortingly familiar as if I had drawn it from the shelf and let it fall open in my arms many, many times before. I placed it gently on a table and opened the heavy leather-bound cover to show thick, creamy-colored pages but no words. Nothing, not even a single ink stain. My fingers flicked through the pages, but like before, not a single word. I returned to the first page confused by this dream and this strangely familiar book where nothing was recorded. It was then, to my surprise, that I saw two carefully written words at the top of the page where only moments before there had been nothing. "Your story," they read, and below them was nothing. Just that. Those two words ran through my head. Beside my right hand was a crystal ink well with a waiting quill. I picked it up, marveling at how real this all felt, and unscrewed the ink well before dipping the quill into the waiting black liquid. Thinking for a moment, I wrote, just below the two words, "My story is still being written." I put the quill down and stared blankly the glistening new words. Then I signed my name and date. After a brief moment of thought, I added one more thing, Alagaesia. I stepped away and screwed the lid back on the inkwell and cleaned the quill. If I ever came back to this place, maybe I would write more. Maybe I would write everything down as I have spoken it to you. If I ever did come back. Dreams are strange that way. What had brought me here was unlikely to happen again. Who knew why everything in this dream had happened this way? The dream was beginning to fade. The colors losing their intensity, the sensations fading as this world slipped away from me. After all, everything, the good and the bad, must end, and this dream was no different. I woke in my bedroom back in Du Weldenvarden with a strange mix of homesickness, puzzlement, and the urge that I had not done something or left too soon. It unsettled me, and while it made me want to do something and soon, there was nothing I could do. I gazed up at the white ceiling of my room and tried to think of a logical reason for why I felt this way. None came. There was nothing logical about my dream, and so no amount of logic was going to ease the feeling I had. It was at least an hour before dawn, but I could not just go back to sleep, and so I left my bed and prepared for the day. I would be a busy girl today. Oramis had sent a missive the previous night that he would enjoy talking with me later that evening, and Arya had also asked me to accompany her to meet an old friend that morning. She had been running at the time, and so I had not been able to ask just what friend she wanted to introduce me to, but I suspected that it was a certain elven smith. My spidey senses were pointing me in that direction. Iragan may also have the pleasure of meeting Runnan later that night, while I was closeted away with Oramis. Or maybe not if the smith was as famously antisocial as she had been in the book. I had the feeling one-to-many visitors might result in something rather nasty. I know you, yes, I mean you, were hanging out with Iragan last night when I visited him, and so you also got to be witness to me in a dress. For the record, I do love dresses, especially dresses that are comfortable, and in certain places and circumstances, I would rather wear a killer dress than be armed to the teeth. The elves had provided me with more than one of their loose-fitting but still elegant dresses. The fabric was soft, and if the dresses did have sleeves, they were often created out of sheer, nearly transparent fabric. I felt like some sort of pretend fairy in them, to be honest, and as I got used to being in a long skirt again, I worried constantly that I would trip and tear it all to pieces, which would be frighteningly embarrassing to say the least. Out of the dresses I had been gifted by the elves, many were adorned with a belt, and unlike many human dresses, they had been fitted for someone who had little to no chest, and was as narrow, as my old friends on earth had said, as a broom handle. In other words, they fitted me, which, after some rather unfortunate experiences with ill-fitting dresses, was a welcome thing. Snigger away, dear reader, I am not listening. I did not choose a dress for that day, however. I wanted my old, familiar, and recently repaired traveling clothes, maybe as a sort of reminder of where I came from and what kind of person I really was. Fine dresses and jewels have never held me for long, even if I do, as much as the next person, enjoy wearing them for a little while. They had also been part of the drill, if you will, of being the daughter of the High King. I had become desensitized to wealth, splendor, and pomp after years of it. It no longer sent my eyes glittering or made me feel like I was the most special person in the world to be considered worthy of it all. I left my room a little while later. Wandering the halls of Tildari Hall, I admired the craftsmanship that had gone into making this place. Everything, down to the finest details, had been paid the utmost of attention. The swirling patterns in the wood, the color of the marble, the elegant columns, and all the balconies that lined the corridors were perfectly designed so that they complemented each other. It must have been because of my dream, because that day the homesickness was the worst it had been for a long time. My heart ached with the pain of enforced separation from the things I knew and loved. My wanderings led me back to my room, where I spent a little time reading. Rena, the maid assigned to me, had already been and left a tray of fruit, 2 slices of soft bread and tea. I had met her the previous night, and we were well on our way to developing an easy friendship that I looked forward to. Maids are often the best, and I mean this in the best way, source of information. One can learn more from them in a single conversation than you could possibly guess, and to my joy, Rena was no different. She even seemed to have a sense of humor. All right, it is a bit hard to find, but I am sure that I did see glimpses of it. Before long, a quiet knock came at the door, and I left the book on the table to open it. Standing there was Arya. The elf had changed over the past few days. Her smile was still rare, but now it seemed to touch her hard emerald eyes, where, before, it had only been a superficial mask. Now, instead of her traveling clothes, she dressed in dresses that were fitting for an elf of her station. I could not help but wonder if her mother had had some say in what Arya wore during her time here. My mother had played such a role in my life, and made sure that I met the standards set by thousands of years of rule. By my at least she had attempted to whenever. She had managed to get me at court long enough for me to require dress fittings, and the like. Arya, still young by the standards of her people, had changed these last few days, and I hoped that it was a lasting one that ran deep and helped to ease the bitterness which had clouded her heart and the relationships she formed with those around her. We may be friends, allies to the end, but I did not really know Arya, nor did she know me. We had a relationship founded on mutual agreement and the overwhelming need for an ally that understood the precarious situation of rank and title, the effects of past experiences, and probably most important of all, what it meant to be a female in a world dominated by men. Yet the best ways to comfort each other or offer support, the things that take time to find out, were still out of reach. "Zoe," said Arya with a faint smile. "Arya," I returned and gestured at the pale green dress she was wearing. "Nice dress." The elf actually colored a little and dropped her eyes slightly, as if she was actually embarrassed to be complimented about something other than her sword work or spell weaving. Such a compliment was so common in my world that I had long grown used to just accepting it and then delivering my own. Such was the way of such a girl type of conversation. Arya did manage to say a quick thank you before she rapidly changed the subject, as if worried I would pursue wardrobe topics, something that amused me to no end. Will you come with me? I have someone I want you to meet. Bring your sword too. I raised an eyebrow but said nothing as I belted my sword on and followed her away from my apartments. Who? I queried as she led me down the many staircases and through the twisting corridors from which rooms and gardens branched off. An old friend, said Arya without looking at me. I am sure you already know of her. Runan, I asked. Yes, said Arya. I think it would be best if you become familiar with my people. That will allow you to better influence the coming events. Besides, the elf smiled slightly, I think you will enjoy her company and she yours. I said nothing more and stayed close to Arya as we left the palace and entered the wide, grassy street and began to encounter more elves. They all made some form of greeting, and many Arya acknowledged with their first name instead of a more formal and vague lord or lady. I suspected this was mostly for my benefit as well as friendship's sake. She took the time to introduce me to them as well, and I found myself endlessly repeating the same greeting over and over. The formulaic phrases, spoken in the ancient language, came easily to me, and so I moved beside Arya not shyly or with any kind of apparent hesitation. I was pretending to be comfortable here without being pretentious or overly quiet, hitting the right balance between everything. Really, in the end, the elves I was introduced to wanted to know both who I was and what I represented as both an ambassador and a signal of coming war. I could do that. I had done it many times before, and this was no different. However, as important as this meet and greet was on many levels, it did prevent us from moving very quickly towards the forge where Runan, the great elf smith, toiled alone. When we did reach the place, or the tree really, Arya stopped me in front of a long, double aisle of trees. The tunnel was made of dogwood draped with creepers, and no sunlight lit the soft, moss-covered ground. Runan is blunt, she cautioned me, and she will challenge you on many things even if you are not aware of it. I know, I said calmly. I know what she is like. I think I will enjoy the challenge. I looked down the tunnel but could not catch sight of what lay at its end even if I could already smell the smoke from the forge. Come then, said Arya, gesturing me forwards. With that, I made my way towards the forge of an elf smith who had lived for thousands and thousands of years. I felt like I left the world of Elismera, of regular elven life, as I walked beside Arya down the tunnel. The farther I walked, the more timeless it all felt, and almost as if I had stepped back into a long-ago time when this world was different. As the tunnel opened, I caught sight of an opened wall hut that was completely surrounded by a ring of trees that let nothing in. These living walls isolated the elf who labored here from not only the outside world of the city of Alagaesia, but from time, fate, or any kind of change. Here the skills she had perfected over millennia were kept safe. An elf woman was bending over a forge that was sheltered along with an assortment of instruments in an open-walled hut. She was unlike any elf I had yet met, not only in appearance, but in bearing. Her hair was a strange mix of red and black, as if sparks from her forge had colored it, and she was of heavier build, with larger hands that lacked the refined delicacy of her elven kindred. In fact, the more I studied her, the more I saw how mortal she seemed, as if the changes which had so affected the elves had not had any influence over her. Runan was a remnant of a previous age. No wonder she isolated herself from her people who she shared so little with. I watched as the smith, armed with a small pair of tongs and bellows, worked over an incomplete mail corselet that hung over an anvil. To watch her work was like watching a great painter at work at their easel. Every movement was perfectly timed. Nothing was wasted, as she used her superior strength and speed to create things of incredible corselet would be a fine piece of armor when it was finished, for few dwarf or mortal smiths spend the time to rivite each link. Arya stepped forward and greeted her. Her words made Runan pause for a moment as she glanced up, and I saw her face fully for the first time. It was her eyes that caught my attention. Like Oramis, her face was ageless, a timeless thing that could remain the same for the next age, but her eyes were different. A dark, storm cloud grey. They were like endless tunnels of knowledge, experience and memories, both good and bad, which demanded your attention. I felt as if I was trapped by the force of her gaze, and luckily, she broke it because I did not have the strength to look away. Without even bothering to respond to Arya, she returned to her forge as if were annoying little flies she did not have the time for. A rude elf, what a concept reader. Runan Elder, I want to introduce you to Lady Zoe. She is the ambassador for both the Varden and the dwarves. I heard you were dead, came the flat response. Her voice grated on my ears like metal. Nothing was smooth about it or musical, but hard, sharp, and above all, irritated. Arya, like a small child who has yet to learn that adults do not always want to see them, just smiled and continued. If you left your house more often then, you would have heard about my return. Runan grunted in response and turned her gaze to me as she turned her attention from the queen's daughter. Those grey eyes swept over me and then paused when she caught sight of the slender silver blade sheathed at my side. Your sword is of unique make. Her sentences were short and right to the point. She was of course quite right. My blade was thin and slender, almost to the point that some had said it would not hold up to the abuse of everyday use. Wordlessly, I unsheathed it and offered it, hilt first, to the elf who set her tools down and took it gently, almost lovingly, as if the blade was not a battle-weathered weapon, but a delicate flower. It has served me well, I said quietly, as Runan turned it in her scarred yet skilled hands. What do the runes mean? Asked the smith. Beside me, Arya remained quiet, though I saw a glint of curiosity in her emerald eyes. Stepping forward, I gazed down at the runes etched into the smooth sword. When I had first seen them, I had not known what they meant nor how the sword came to me. Now, of course, that knowledge had been returned to me. They mean, I smiled as I remembered discovering the truth of it. To whatever end, I spoke the words in the language that they were written in and then translated for the smith, who had turned to look at me as I spoke. It is an old blade, said the smith. It has seen much, yet it bears little signs of it. No scratches, no dents or rust. That is not common in a mortal or even in an elvish blade. It was old when I was gifted it by my father. I paused and then decided to continue. Its name is Numir and was crafted by a smith long ago whose skill was legendary. He created 4 blades similar to this one for my family, and my 2 brothers bear 2 of them. I received this one, and the last was gifted to an old friend of my family. I smiled slightly as I watched the smith handle my blade. Runan then hefted the blade and swung it around as a warrior might do to test the balance and feel. She frowned in concentration and then spun it once more before slamming it down against the anvil. I winced and felt a twinge of fear for my comrade in battle. The sword let loose a bell-like ring that echoed through the trees, a little like a hunting horn might when blown. A smile suddenly grew across Runan's face as she gazed at the blade, which showed no sign of damage or change after its trial. A fine blade, she said appreciatively. One of the finest I have ever handled. I smiled and gratefully accepted it from her. Thank you, I said as I slipped it back into the simple black sheath. A compliment for your sword could warm even the hardest of warriors' heart with a flush of pride for the silent, deadly comrade they used to ply the trade of battle. The smith gazed at me with those discerning, piercing eyes and then turned back to look at her mail corslet. Come back, she said quietly. I think there is much you could tell me. My eyebrows rose, and I could not help but wonder if words had 2 meanings. Of course they did. Runan did not waste words, nor did she waste any energy on useless emotion. Yet I thought I might enjoy spending time here among the ringing metal and the harsh honesty of this elf. As Runan returned to her work on the mail corslet, Arya and I left silently, our feet soft on the mossy ground. We walked tunnel of trees and back into Elismera, back to this other world. Lucia opened the door to the library of Caer Cauldron. She had come for a brief stay to see her cousin and his new wife. Yet she would soon return to Caer Dathel and her 2 brothers, as well as her own numerous duties and responsibilities. She could not stay away long, and neither did she like leaving Earmund and Pethard with so much to do, and of course, the gaping hole left by Zoe's disappearance coming close to a year ago now. Lucia would do whatever it would take to keep the remains of her family together, especially with this latest loss. Her heart grew heavy as she remembered her older sister. It hurt. It hurt more than she liked to admit to even her brothers. She knew she was not the only one affected by Zoe's absence. Everyone from the rangers who had served under her to their various living family members, and all the citizens who loved their High King and his younger siblings missed her presence. Zoe's disappearance had sent wild rumors spreading across the land, and it was difficult not believe the wildly held belief that Zoe was dead. How or why was for the imagination, but Lucia could not accept it. Her family had been so badly broken, and she would not let it shatter any more. Zoe would not want that, and after all, she would come back. She had to come back. She would come back. After all, thought Lucia with a faint smile, this was Zoe. Eamund said she would, and Eamund would not say something like that lightly. Lucia's light blue dress swirled around her as she walked to the closed balcony doors. The view was stunning, and she remembered how much her older sister had loved the ocean and the time spent here with their family. Zoe had truly been Avla, their mother's daughter, while Lucia had always taken after the Angard side of the family. She had little to know of the magic that filled her sister, and to some extent, Eamund. She did not even resemble her sister or brother with their dark hair and grey eyes. They had glowed in the moonlight all silver and cold like ice sculptures, while both Lucia and Pethard had always been the sun, the golden light, to their calm silver. The young woman turned away and looked around the spacious room. She loved books, but books now reminded her of a lost sister, and besides, she had little time to read anything for pleasure. Just being in this room conjured memories for Lucia of happy summer days, with her older sister reading her tales of far distant lands, while her brothers played chess or looked over maps of long-forgotten battles. Maybe, after what Eamund had told her, some of the far distant lands in all these storybooks were actually real worlds too far away to ever reach, but through some strange magic. Her world felt as fragile as glass when she thought that way, and so she turned her thoughts away from such an enormous, earth-shaking concept. Moving to leave the library and the ghosts that seemed to haunt it, Lucia felt something within her stir. A faint hand on her shoulder, a warm presence, seemed to gently nudge her towards one of the tables. A shaft of light swirled as if someone had stepped through it, and Lucia distantly wondered if she was actually alone here. It was a foolish thought. Of course she was. But there were many strange things in a place so filled with magic. She had grown up knowing that, and she knew how to see power even if she could not use it. She knew what magic could do, and she knew she lived in a world filled with it. This moment, alone here, she felt power, and it seemed to her that it was a familiar power, something she knew as well as she knew her name. Not a dark or controlling power, but strong and present one that spoke of glorious triumph, of family, of peace, of prosperity, of love and of hope. It was just there, and growing fainter the longer she stood still, until, with a shiver of air, it was gone, leaving her feeling saddened, as if she had missed something crucial. Then she saw it. She saw what the power had been leading her towards as she followed it from the balcony to the shelves of books. A book was open on the nearest table, nothing unusual about that, but something drew Lucia to this one. It was a beautiful book with thick pages and a well-bound cover. It was a book that Zoe would have cherished for its simple beauty and warm comfort that came with written words and neat pages. Opening it, Lucia scanned the first page and felt her heart stutter with shock at the carefully written words at the top of the blank page. One of her slender hands flew to her mouth as the other traced the words written in familiar script. The letters were made with a bold hand that spelled words that seemed impossible. Not only that, but they were made with fresh ink, not yet completely dried, as if whoever had placed them there had just stepped away to find another book on one of the many shelves, or maybe to show her what had been written. Chill crept up Lucia as she gazed at those words, and most of all, at the name of sister she is trying to believe was still alive. She jerked her head up and scanned the room frantically as her heart pounded. Her bright blue eyes searched the shadows for a faint sign that her sister was there, had been there, even if that sign was just a swirl of dust or a faint footprint upon the carpeted floor. Was she here? Was Zoe actually here? Was she watching her right that second from behind one of the tall bookcases? She knew they were written by Zoe. She knew what her sister's handwriting looked like, and she believed it. Lucia believed. She had always had faith even when no one else had it. She had never given up hope, and she would not give it up for anything in the world. Yet logic and reason spoke to her now, for if Eamund was to be believed, then her sister was far off in a far distant world fighting another war. How could she have come to this library and written these words? Lucia looked back at them, and then set her jaw in a way that only a child of Angard could, a look her brothers took often when preparing for battle, and her eldest sister had often adopted when dealing with irate counselors. It was a look that Lucia had always adopted when she believed in something with all her heart despite everything that went against her. She did not care how it had happened. He did not need logistics or complicated explanations or even concrete proof. She knew, and that was enough. Somewhere, far away maybe, her sister had made her way to this room and left a message for her youngest sibling. Lucia believed it, and her heart felt a little lighter as some of the dark doubts were sent back to the shadows. The words glinted on the page, and that was enough. It would be enough until the sister who wrote them was standing in front of Lucia with a smile. Yes, I am still alive. I know I am terrible about posting, which is why you're getting this chapter this way. I wanted some more Eragon in there, but he's going to have to wait until the next chapter and hang out with Murtagh. That chapter should come soon, because I honestly just need to keep the momentum going at this point until I get to the next climax. I was beginning to feel if I didn't post this, then I might not post until the next Ice Age. Oh, and the meeting between Zoe/Oramis she mentioned above will also be in the next chapter. Some replies to my amazing, awesome, fantastic reviewers. Elemental Dragon Slayer. What do I have against kale? I think it tastes like some weird underwater plant. However, I am willing to concede that it just may have been the recipe, and that, when I was younger, I was a notoriously picky eater. I have been known to survive on nothing but peanut butter, granola bars, and fruit while at horse shows. No joke. So maybe now that I am adventurous and do daring things that I would not have even gone near, I should give kale another go. I am glad you were okay with that fillerish thing. Not happy about it, or this one to be honest, but I am working through it, otherwise I might just stop writing, and that is not happening. Thank you again. Flames of Nocturne, a blue and white red striped wizard's hat. Oh, that would be so funny. Maybe I should just write some silly story and use that. I do love the idea of Vivian joining Paper Mario and running about with a plumber. Think of the adventures. Ha ha ha, yes, epic is the word. Thank you so much for your reviews as always. They really are fantastic. Also, big thank you to everyone who has read, liked, favorited, followed this story. You guys really are amazing. 43, Chapter 44. Eragon groaned softly as he sat down on the soft bed. A tray of food was balanced precariously on the pillow, and he felt like each of his muscles was on protest. It was a distinctly unpleasant feeling. Gazing rather dispiritedly at the tray of food, he prepared himself to enjoy, yes, he would enjoy, the food that the elves had prepared for him. He really wanted to be grateful for the kindness and generosity that both he and Saphira were showered with, but sometimes, like right then, he found himself wishing for mortal company and customs, or at least for their food. Worse, he had been here less than a week, and he already found himself fighting to maintain an attitude of gratitude. Saphira chuckled at his thoughts and pointed out that, when she went hunting next, he should accompany her if he was really that desperate. It was then that a knock came at the door. Knowing that he really should answer it, but feeling like the oldest of old men with his aching muscles, Eragon decided to risk being rude for physical comfort and called out, "Enter." The door opened and revealed, to his surprise and pleasure, Arya Drottning. The princess was changed. He saw that immediately. No longer did she wear her leather traveling clothes, but a dark green dress with a brightly woven belt. She had let her hair go unfettered, and he was struck by the change, not only in the way that she dressed, but in the way she stood. He had seen her as an ambassador, an unreachable elven warrior of unparalleled skill and magical power. She had been coiled like a spring just waiting to act, but now, for the first time, all that tension and bitterness seemed to have faded away. Suddenly, Arya was a far cry from the person he thought he knew, and he did not know what to say or how to say anything. So instead, he settled for the formal greeting, for it offered assurance of politeness and helped break his stupefied silence. Atra Esterni, Ono Thelduin. He inwardly winced at the formal greeting, for it sounded so strange between the two of them when they had conversed so easily before about mundane things like friends often do. Arya raised an eyebrow as if surprised by this sudden return to formality, but she responded easily and then continued. Come, Iragan, Saphira. I wish to show you some of my home. It was Iragan's turn to be surprised. You wish to show us around Elismera? Yes, said the elf with an amused smile. You are here for a short time. You should at least experience a little of what Elismera has to offer. I know you would like to explore it, and I know many places that you would enjoy. It would be an honor, said Iragan, and he turned to look at Saphira. Will you come? No, said the dragon. I am weary, and this city is not designed for dragons. I quail to think what would happen if I stepped on some precious flower by accident while trying to stay with the pair of you. I do not want you to be alone, said Iragan gently. I am not alone, said Saphira. I always have you, and maybe later you will come with me for a flight. We have not flown with each other like that for too long. Yes, said Iragan with a smile. I will be back soon. Saphira puffed at him, but he sensed her pleasure at being able to fly, just the two of them, that night, and leave behind all the things that haunted their days, from training to politics to a coming war. Meeting Arya's questioning gaze, he moved towards the door and said, as he did so, Saphira would like to remain. I see, said Arya, and she turned to the dragon, speaking her own farewell and wish of continued health before both the princess and the rider left the vestibule and then descended the staircase that wrapped around the tree. The two were silent as they moved through the city until, voicing a question that had troubled him for some time, Iragan said, What do elves do for a living? They were walking under the trees, where dusk already extended its tendrils, making the outlines of trees soft. Here and there, a gem-like lantern twinkled within the side of a tree or at the end of a branch, casting gentle pools of light on either side of the path. Iragan had spoken softly, for he did not want to disrupt the quiet peace that seemed to have fallen over the city. Arya answered just as quietly. Our strength with magic grants us as much leisure as we desire. Instead, we work to master what interests us, whether it is pottery or the art of war. Through the trees, Iragan glimpsed elves working on their own projects, some of magic and others that required only skill honed to instinct. One elf was bent over a pottery wheel that whirled round and round with a steady rhythm. Beside him was the werecat, the one that he had spoken to briefly at the welcoming feast, who was known as Maud. He had passed Salembum's message on to her, but said little else. She intrigued him, and he wished he knew more about her kind. Arya led him through a tunnel of dark trees, which then opened to reveal a circular atrium, which sheltered a forge and an assortment of tools which, Iragan knew, any blacksmith would covet. He knew little of metal working, but what he had gleaned from watching horsed work, but he sensed that this was a place where someone of great skill labored. This was no village smithy, but the highest pinnacle of that craft. No horseshoes here, but fine swords, gleaming suits of mail, and bright-tipped spears. Sure enough, an elf woman was working there, and with uncanny speed and strength, she worked over a corselet of silver rings. It was mostly finished, and from the shape of, Iragan suspected that it was designed for an elf. It was too narrow in the chest to accommodate the wider barrel of a mortal, and besides, no elf smith would bother crafting anything for short-lived mortals they had no contact with. Runan Elder, I have brew you the newest rider, Iragan Shadeslayer. Arya's clear voice echoed through the air, but the elf did not pause in her work. Instead, she pointedly ignored Arya in a way that seemed terribly rude to Iragan. This was the queen's daughter after all, and deserving of respect, if not because of her rank, but because of her own acts of courage. Another visitor? Asked the smith irritably, as she finally lifted her head to gaze at them. He saw the age, the power, in those deep and impenetrable eyes, and knew instinctively that this elf was even older and more powerful than Oramis. Yes, said Arya, though Iragan brings something that was once crafted by you. Iragan, unconsciously, had buckled the red sword of Morzin to his waist, and now he realized that he was in the presence of its creator. Unsheathing it, he presented it to the smith, who was staring at it with shadowed, almost shocked, eyes. Her hands dropped the tools they were holding, and she stepped around the anvil before taking the proffered weapon. Slowly, as if handling a fragile object, she caressed the wine-red sheath and her fingers lingered over the black symbol that had been etched in it. Then, with the cold authority of a warrior, she drew it from the sheath and sighted down each of Zarok's edges and flexed it between her hands until Eragon worried she might break it despite the strength the blade had already shown. He knew, from the things he had learned from Brahm, that riders' swords could not be broken by normal means, and the person who had created them would no doubt know each of her sword's limits. "Zarok," said the elf-smith quietly with a strange smile that was a mix of sorrow, pride, and past memories flitted across her face. "I remember thee." Turning her back, she looked up at the knotted branches that laced above them. "Out of all the swords I have made, I never thought I would see this one again." Morzan guarded it well, for he knew its use and how difficult it would be to find anything of comparable strength. "How did you come to passes Morzan's sword?" "Brahm gave it to me." "Brahm." She lifted the sword again and turned to gaze at the rider. Her old, powerful eyes that were so full of dark memories, deep understanding, and resilience pierced him. They searched him, and he had the feeling that she saw right to his core and that nothing was hidden from her far-seeing gaze. She may stay here, isolated, but she was not blind, and Eragon had the feeling she knew all that happened in this forest and even farther past its borders. "You remind me of him," said the elf quietly. "I am his son," said Eragon, meeting her gaze despite the force within it and the way it made him shrink. "Ah," said the elf with a strange smile. I see, I see." Eragon had the feeling she saw more than she let on, and that his parentage was just one more thing she took and then looked beyond. It was as if she was building a puzzle, and yet, unlike the rest of them, she could see the final picture and see the ending. "It has served you well?" she asked suddenly, the abrupt change of subject making Eragon unsure of his answer for a brief moment, and he nearly fumbled his reply. "Yes, I could not ask for a better blade. With Zarok I killed Durza. But bear his curse," said Runnan, her dark eyes gazing at him with astute clearness, and he was not surprised that she knew of his scar or the pain that came with it. "What color is she?" asked the elf-smith. Eragon knew she meant Saphira, and so, picturing the blue dragon on a sunny day, he did his best to say the color. "Saphira is blue," he said, "a light, almost white, blue on her underside, and then darker as it travels up her sides." "Like Brahm's Saphira," said Runnan appreciatively. A fine color for a sword." The thought seemed to take a great deal out of the ancient elf, for she suddenly returned Zarok, as if holding it brought back too many painful memories. Which, reflected Eragon, it must, for she had been the creator of the swords that had slaughtered uncounted hundreds of innocent lives. It was her craft, her handiwork, which had lent unbreakable steel to Galbarotic's desire for revenge. She must feel the weight of it, the guilt, that had she not crafted those swords, she might have saved at least a few lives or maybe prevented the entire conflict. No wonder she had taken an oath to never create another sword or object meant for slaughter. "Go," said Runnan after a moment's more silence. "I have work to finish." "I will return for you," warned Arya. "You cannot miss the celebration this year, Runnan." "So you have said," snapped the elf-smith in an irritated voice. The rhythmic peal of steel on steel, as lonely as the cry of a gull over stormy seas, accompanied them back through the dogwood tunnel and onto the path. Behind them, Runan was no more than a black figure. The two friends, an elf and a rider, walked silently together as each considered the things they had seen and done that day. Eragon broke the silence first. "Is she always so brusque?" Arya laughed quietly. "Yes, she is. Runan is one of the oldest and most powerful of my people. She has few friends, for few are brave or tolerant enough for her harsh words." The rider glanced at his companion and was once more unsure of how to relate to this shining elf princess who seemed so impossibly fair and radiant even in the darkness beneath the trees. Forcing himself to speak to her as if he saw nothing different, he asked, "But you enjoy her company, don't you?" Arya met his gaze, her green eyes glinting with questioning curiosity, as if the question surprised her, and yet she had also never thought about it. "I suppose," said the elf slowly and sounding, for the first time in Eragon's recent memory, unsure of her answer. "I enjoy her bluntness and the way she speaks her mind. It is refreshing." The elf was quiet for a moment, and then continued, "I suppose when I was younger I wished to understand what it meant to be immortal. I have spent decades with mortals, and Runnan is ancient even by the count of my people. We endure. Runnan has endured. She has shown me that, and how to defend myself, and what my heart tells me to do. Few would dare to walk the path that they truly want to walk, and Runnan has none of that fear or hesitation. Iragan merely nodded and filed the information away for later review with Saphira. It was then that he realized he and Arya had arrived back at his tree. Above them, the cold stars glinted like little lights, and the night was clear. It would be a perfect night for flying. Turning to Arya, he spoke, "I will return to Saphira." An unconscious smile lit his face up as he thought of the blue dragon who was waiting for him with impatient eagerness. She wishes to fly tonight. I see, said Arya, looking, for a brief moment, rather wistful, as if she would have liked to experience the freedom of flying high with a dragon above the treetops. Normally, Iragan would have offered that she accompany both him and Saphira, but he did not that night. That night, he wanted to be alone with the one thing that understood him and why he was who he was. He did not have to explain anything to Saphira. He just had to ride with her and observe the world as it spun around him. Will I see you tomorrow? Asked Iragan, unable to stop the anticipation that the idea of spending more time with Arya in the city of trees elicited in him. He wanted to see more, learn more about elves and the world they lived in, and who better than their princess. Yes, said Arya with a smile. Perhaps Zoe can join us. I have another place to show you. I look forward to it, said Iragan with a sincerity that he hoped conveyed his thanks. He was grateful that Arya was taking the time to show him around and to explain things that he had not understood before, but not known how to ask about. But once more, he found himself unable to adequately thank her. Arya nodded and turned to leave just as Iragan began to make his way up the stairs to his hidden treehouse. Saphira was already waiting for him at the very edge of the teardrop door that allowed her to easily leave the tree. Ready? She asked with a flick of her tail. Saphira was impatient, and so was her rider. Glancing around, he decided to leave his saddle behind. Tonight, he would rely on his own balance and Saphira's skill to stay on her. Yes, said the young rider as he clambered on her. It had become second nature to him now. The various footholds and ways he managed to mount the towering shoulder were as clear to him as a ladder. What had at first terrified him was the only place where he felt completely free and at home. His thoughts sent warm waves of love and joy pouring from Saphira. She loved that he felt so confident on her, and that he found as much joy in the sky as he did. I will have to do some reading tonight, he reminded her gently. I know, said the dragon, we shall not be out long, not even for an hour or so. Then both you and I can review the reading you have been assigned. Then what are we waiting for? He asked with a warm smile. Nothing, she responded before leaping off the tree and soaring into the air. A chill night breeze lent her a strong updraft, and soon they were speeding towards the glittering stars as the black forest swept beneath them. We wait for nothing. Oramis Elder, came the soft voice from the entrance to the small cottage. The elf turned and saw the young woman who he had invited standing in the doorway. She was standing with a relaxed stance, and there was little of the guarded, hard, ice-crystal princess she had been the last time he saw her. The reserve was still there, always would be, as was the collected, calm exterior that spoke of measured words and actions. He had dealt with those of high birth many, many times, and he knew that they always drew a certain amount of security from the wall that divided their public and private lives. This princess would be no different, though he hoped she would come to trust him enough to speak freely and share what she knew without Thar divide. Even the night they had spoken with each other after the meeting, she had clearly kept that line between her two halves. Lady Zoe, he said politely, and rose from his chair. She may not want to be recognized as a princess, but she was, and besides, Oramis made every effort to treat all with courtesy and respect. Examining her, he noticed that she had chosen to dress as an elf in a dress of pale blue with a girdle of creamy white fabric. Her weapons glinted by her side like a reminder that, despite her choice of dress, she was no royal flower in need of delicate care. The rider sensed Gleader's interest, even as the golden dragon hunted far afield from the small cottage. He would not be back for many hours, but he would listen as much as he could through the link that bound dragon to rider and rider to dragon. A faint smile gave a little warmth to Zoe's chill features as she moved into the small one-room cottage. Her eyes were the color of the water of a northern sea, where ice drifted on its blue-black surface like snow clinging to the arc glass pane of a window. I hope you are well, she said as she accepted the proffered chair. Oramis settled back into his own seat and inclined his head in acknowledgement of her words. I am, he said, and gesturing at the recently made pot of tea and his own half-finished mug, he asked, Would you like a cup? Her eyes regarded him for a fraction of a second, as if she was judging the question before she dipped her head in acceptance. I would, thank you. As Oramis moved to get a cup, he voiced his first question. I asked you to share what you could about your home, he began as he set the cup on the table and poured the steaming liquid. May I ask my first question? The young woman raised an eyebrow and accepted the tea before leaning back and regarding him with that amused, detached expression that revealed absolutely nothing about how she actually felt or if her apparent amusement was actually genuine. Proceed, she said as she raised the warm mug to her lips, glad that he managed to elicit some lightness and start to thaw her natural reserve and carefulness. Oramis continued, How is it that you managed to become proficient in weapons? Elves hold none of the prejudices that men have when it comes to women and their role in war and the running of a country. Zoe was silent for a moment, and then she shrugged. It was not easy, for you are right. Mortal men do not think a woman's place is on the field of war. They did not mind my presence in politics or the influence I or my mother commanded in matters of trade or diplomacy. Zoe was silent for a moment as she took another sip of the fragrant tea. I always knew I could not, sit-eyed while my brothers rode out. The hardest thing is to sit safe while others who I loved and cared for risked their lives. To wait at home and then have them come back covered in blood, or worse of all, not alive at all, was unbearable. My parents were concerned, and there were many things I had to convince them of, but in the end, they allowed me to go on patrols. I had always trained with my brothers. Leaving for the borders was merely the next step. Nodding, the elf decided to pursue the topic a little further. What do you mean by patrols? They are groups of 20 or so men who patrol the northern and eastern borders. They have been a long-standing source of protection and intelligence. My younger brother, Eamund, and I rode on these patrols and remained in the wilderness where few live for long stretches of time. We did battle with the creatures that haunt those wild places and protected the few villages that are out there. My elder brother was often required to stay closer to Caerdathel merely because he was the eldest and needed to have a presence at court. It was a familiar concept to the rider who had spent much of his life doing something very similar. After all, before the fall, that was what the riders had done. What did you defend against? Many things, she said quietly, and he saw the way her eyes clouded, as if she was revisiting past battles and memories stained with blood and the valor of those who had died. They are wild lands, and there is darkness where no light comes. An old darkness. A darkness that waits for no one and holds nothing back when it strikes. Many have died defending my world from it, but peace has come. Hope that the dark days are almost done, and that peace may follow. They were both silent, and both looked out the window, though they each saw something different. The sky was darkening. Stars would start to appear soon, and like every night, Oramis was reminded of other sunsets in happier times. When it had been a warm study or a rider's resting place, not a small cottage that he sat in. When dragons filled the skies and friends, good people, surrounded him and made the burdens of command easier to bear. The days when his heart was lighter and his body stronger. Oramis Elder, came the quiet voice of his companion. Her soft, yet commanding voice shook him from his trance, and he turned slightly to meet her steady gaze. What he saw there surprised him. The dark irises were glittering with understanding and compassion. Suddenly, the elf realized that she understood all too well what certain times of day brought back, and how the smallest thing could trigger those memories. Whether it was a clear dawn that raised memories of triumph over shadow, or an open book, or a soft word spoken by a mother to her child, she understood. This princess, this girl, had seen his silence for what it was, and she called him back from it. She asked him to return to the present moment instead of lingering the shadows of past days. For he realized she was right. For too long he had waited, and now, at long last, hope had been given to him in the form of a blue dragon and her young rider. He inclined his head in quiet thanks, and she merely smiled in acceptance. It was not a reserved smile, or a polite one, but a small, real, understanding one that merely acknowledged the silent expression of gratitude. Speaking, Oramis said, I have kept you long enough. Yet you have asked little, she said with a light laugh. No questions of geography, of magic, of politics or history. The elf gazed at her long and hard, surprised by her almost teasing tone that was so at odds with the reserve he had seen in her. Perhaps she was allowing him to see the side of her that Eragon, Saphira, Arya, and others she was close to saw. I do not want to spring everything on you at once, returned the elf with his own warm smile. There is time enough for all of that. Yes, she said as she finished the last of her tea. I have enjoyed this. The smile grew, and her voice adopted a questioning lilt. May I come back tomorrow? The rider suddenly realized that he had been secretly hoping she would ask him if she could rather than the other way round. I would enjoy it too, said the elf. Suddenly he remembered a matter that he had discussed at great length with Gleda. One last thing, he said as she prepared to rise. Yes, I have asked a young elf to spar with Eragon starting morning. Oramis stopped and saw a flash of understanding and something else, a strange look as if she had already known of this and he had not surprised her. The elf filed it away. He would think on that, for he sensed that there was one thing she had not spoken of. Something that had been left unsaid, and yet was critical to understanding why Zoe was here. Yes, he would think on it later, and maybe ask her of it, seeing as they had advanced from cool acquaintances to friends. Would you like me to be there? Asked Zoe. She clasped her hands in front of her, and he noted the faint scars that traced across them, scars that spoke of war and a life lived on the edge. Yes, said Oramis carefully. I am sure you would wish to practice yourself, and perhaps having you there will. He paused, and was uncertain if he needed to continue or if she had understood his meaning. Of course, said the young woman with a smile. I already planned to spar with him, and Arya mentioned she would like to meet me there as well. Rising, they said their farewells, and then she turned to leave only to pause at the doorway. The light of the wire lights that Oramis had placed cast a cool light her face, as she turned it slightly to gaze at the rider in his chair with his scrolls in front of him. The faint glow that hung about HR naturally suddenly intensified, and she looked radiant with an elvish dress falling around her. Oramis Elder, she said quietly, and while her voice was level, it carried all the authority of someone who knows of what they speak. Someone once told me that there is no need for sadness when the end is so uncertain. A smile curved her lips upward. No one really knows what will happen, and so do not let the weight of the past and the fear of the future stop you from being in the present. We will not fail. Before the rider could respond, she turned and left. Oramis stared at the scrolls before him, and suddenly he laughed despite the pain and the grief that he carried. She was right. A mortal girl from another world was right. Moving to set another kettle to boil, the elf felt at peace with his life and the world for the first time in many long, lonely years. I was on a horse, and it was a pitch-black night. The kind of night that is so inky and dark one feels that dawn will never come. Someone's arms were firmly wrapped around my body and holding me upright. My cheek rested against a warm chest, and for a second I felt completely safe and secure until the dream became sharper and the things I had once felt returned. A burning pain that spread through my entire body like wildfire, making everything fuzzy as I struggled to hold onto consciousness, for even if this was a dream, my mind had not forgotten this pain, and now it reminded me of it. The rhythmic movement of the horse sent stabs of more pain through my body, and I wondered how long I could undo this dream, this nightmare of a past experience. My dream self groaned, and the arms around me tightened as Eamund's voice came from above me. A little longer, Zoe, he said quietly. Please, just a little longer. I would have responded had I been able to, but I was too weak, and the strength escaped me, as did the ability to formulate words. Darkness, blessed darkness, was calling, and how I wanted to give in. I turned my head ever so slightly and caught sight of other riders, hooded and cloaked. They bore the mark of the rangers that both Eamund and I served with on the north and eastern lands. I noticed more men were being carried in front of other riders. Some sort of fight had occurred, and more than one casualty, including me apparently. I also caught a brief glimpse of Pethard, his distinctive golden hair hidden by the hood of a cloak. His face was dark with concentration, but as if sensing my gaze, he turned and met my gaze. His blue eyes were full of deep worry and fear. Was it for me? The pain was too much, and I slipped into blackness as I surrendered the fight for good or for ill. Sometimes we just cannot win, and this was one of those times. I woke gasping for breath. The dream, the lingering pain, clung to me, and I sat up in my bed in due Weldenvarden, shaking and sweaty. Drawing my knees to my chest, I buried my face in my hands in an effort to quiet my rapid heartbeat. That dream had affected me, and alone in my room during the darkest hours of the night, I felt alone. For in the end, I really was alone, and no one would come and comfort me this night, nor was there a mother or father to run to. I lay back down and gazed up at the ceiling, unable to forget the pain or the words. What had happened? The longer I lay there, the calmer I grew, until the pounding reminder of pain faded and the beating of my wild heart settled. Sometimes, after dreams, the rational part of you says it all right and not to be silly, but the part that fears the dark and is what keeps you alive in moments of crisis says you should be frightened. That part of your mind is the one that acts instinctively when you suddenly find yourself in a situation that is life and death. Yet, despite feeling that I could not find sleep again this night, my body had other ideas, and so did my mind. As I lay there, I felt myself slipping back to sleep, and with sleep came more dreams, more memories. This time I was riding. The horse beneath me surged along all pure power and speed. The ground was soft and muffled the sound of the horse's hooves. Everything was muffled, and I felt as if it was only this horse, and I in this entire forest. It was dark again, but this time a sliver of moon illuminated the trees that passed beside me as I thundered down the trail. I was being hunted. I felt it, and the adrenaline that heightened each of my senses to unnatural heights. My bow was in one hand, and I was gripping the sides of the horse tightly, for I was bareback, and I needed all my balance to remain seated while looking behind me and gripping a weapon. I knew that I trusted this horse. Its coat was dark in the shadows, but I knew it well. I knew it was swift, and that it would carry me as well as it could, and never balk with fear or let me fall. Just knowing that made me feel a little better, because a horse that you know and trust makes you feel quite a bit better about galloping full out through a forest. As I rode, I sensed something beside me. I glanced to left and then to the right, and felt cold fear grow inside of me as I saw red eyes and the massive shapes of some sort of animal. They ran on both sides of my horse as they kept up with tireless determination. Wolves. They were giant, red-eyed, vicious, difficult to kill, wolves, and that sent another wave of cold desperation through me. I quashed it and tried to stay on task. Why was I alone? Why was it just me and this horse in an empty forest? I had no idea, and so all I could do was lean forward and urge the galloping horse forward. Drawing an arrow to my bow, I turned it and fired it at one of the shadowy shapes that I could just make out. The arrow found its mark, and I heard a pained yelp as one of the creatures fell back. I did not know if it was dead or not, but I did not care. Just as long as it no longer ran beside me, for now, I just had one of the evil things to deal with. It was then that it happened. In a massive leap, the last wolf jumped and hit my horse's side hard enough to send him tumbling forwards and throwing me clear. I slammed into the ground, and for a second I could not rise. Stars flickered in front of my eyes, and I could not tell what was up or down. Stabs of pain, fierce aching pain, went up from my waist, and my shoulder burned with agony. For a few seconds I could do nothing, for in the fall, all the air had been knocked out of me, and I could not even think above the pain. However, in such scenarios, adrenaline saved me and forced my badly battered body upright. It was then that I saw it. The wolf, red eyes gleaming with the success of its hunt, coming slowly closer, for it intended to kill me slowly. It was not a normal wolf. It was a dark creature created with black magic and evil intent. A normal wolf would not have done what this one did, and now, well, now it wanted to show just how much control it now had. My good hand closed around a hidden knife, and just as the wolf jumped, I threw the pitiful weapon. For after all, what good is a small throwing knife against all the might of that evil creature? I was helpless, and in those fractions of a second, I experienced what it meant to give everything up because you can do nothing more. I woke just as the wolf jumped, and my knife found its mark in the creature's throat. This time, I was twisted in my sheets and covered in cold sweat. I fought my way clear of the suffocating sheets and walked to the window that overlooked the peaceful garden. My heart rate was too fast, and my breaths came in ragged gasps. I could still feel everything, and I gripped the frame of the window tightly, as if by holding on to it, I would be able to restore a sense of reality to my racing mind and panicked body. It had been many years since I had a nightmare like the ones tonight. Yet these were not night terrors, but memories, and it was that which terrified me most of all. Would I have to endure each battle? All the times I came back to my family with new scars, wounded men, and news of darkness which spread like suffocating blackness. Would I have to watch all the friends that I had failed to save die again? Had I been at home, I could have run to my brothers or my sister and received comfort, but now I had no one to turn to. I was alone. Alone. It echoed around me, and the coldness of that word turned my blood to ice. I had no one to turn to, no one to run to when I needed support and comfort. A choked sob forced its way out of my constricted throat. I raised a hand to my face and felt wet tears. When had I started crying? I did not know. Alone in my room, I sunk onto the window seat and curled up with my face in my knees and cried because I was too weak. I felt as if I was slowly suffocating, unable to fight clear of the pain, the terror, the hopelessness, and the fear that I had endured both in real life and just now in my dreams. For in the end, it is easier to give others hope and words of inspiration than tell them to your own heart when it is the one trapped in suffocating desperation. I raised my face and looked out at the night sky. A warm presence suddenly seemed to be beside me, though I was alone. It was a warmth that soothed and spoke of everything opposite to what I felt right then. Suddenly, quite suddenly, I was no longer alone, and the suffocating emotions were lifted as if it were nothing more than a cloud blown away by a stiff wind. The memories did not seem so terrible, the dreams did not seem so frightening, and the past not so unbearable. I would not sleep that night, no, but whatever that presence did stopped my thoughts from tumbling out of control and into darkness. Murtagh did not look like himself. Instead, he resembled a plain-faced and perfectly ordinary street laborer. He was walking with his shoulders hunched, his eyes downcast, and there was nothing at all extraordinary about him. Like a grey blob, he melded in with the crowd, and people's eyes just slid over him as he passed by them as an unknown figure in a crowd of people. He knew the art of blending well, and so he adopted this new persona with ease. It was a market day. People were hustling from stall to stall. Street urchins were slipping in and out of groups of people looking for an easy purse to pick, and stall holders shouted their wares in loud, almost obnoxious, voices. Murtagh moved through this crowd, searching for the man he had been shadowing. He was fairly certain that the man he was following was in the next chain of command and actually dispensed orders instead of received. The man he was following a little like him. A nondescript, plain, middle-aged person who wore no visible weapons and did not even seem to have a well-guarded mind if Murtagh's cursory glance at it had been enough. However, often the best spies were the grey-suited, plain-faced, no-account ones who could blend into the crowd with enviable ease. It was a look Murtagh had tried to adopt, and to further the masquerade, he had purposely changed the walls of his mind so they, a little like the man he was following, appeared weak and dull instead of hard and defended. Murtagh hoped to follow the man until he turned off into an alley or somewhere closed off and apart from the crowds or any stray passerby. Then he would act. The plan was to overpower him but keep him alive. Even now, Brahm was on standby with a couple of magicians from the Varden, and they would be there as soon as he let them know they were needed. As he trailed the man, he thought back to the latest bit of time he had spent with the new leader of the Varden, Naswada. She was a fair leader, and respected by those she labored to serve. No, he had no complaint with her on that score. In fact, the more time he spent around her, the more he came to respect the ease with which she managed to move through the circles of advisers and lords who all sought her attention, or at least time to make their opinion known. While in contrast, King Orin was a peaceful king. Naswada was a revolutionary. That difference was enough to create explosive council meetings when the two views clashed merely because one was reluctant for war and the other eager for it. Murtagh had spent little time with the king, mostly because he was busy with other duties and tried to remain, as much as possible, away from the social scene of a royal court. He had become a silent aide who watched from behind Naswada. Brahm had taken on a much more active and apparent role in both the Varden and in the battle preparations that were occurring in Surda. The old storyteller commanded enough respect that a few words spoken on Murtagh's behalf had been enough for the young man to gain unrestricted access to wherever he wanted. This freedom had been instrumental in the capture of 10 operatives of the Black Hand. Now, with the information they had shared, Murtagh had stepped the game up a level. The more he thought on it, the more he came to realize that Brahm and Naswada had really, in the end, given him the position of spy captain. Brahm offered advice, and the magic needed for his disguise and other small enchantments, but for the most part, it had been Murtagh who was responsible for the information gathered and the spies found. He really was working against the Empire, and had even started managing the few spies scattered across the Empire, sending them places and requesting additional news about such and such a person or matter. His extensive knowledge about the Empire and those who controlled it had been a gift that he could only appreciate in a situation like this. It had been him, not anyone else, who did all of this and was earning the grudging respect of Orin's chief nobles and advisors. Just thinking that made his step lighter until he purposely quashed the feeling. He stopped at a stall and pretended to be examining some of the trinkets displayed there, but moved on before long. They were skirting along the outside of the market, and soon Murtagh hoped the operative would slip down a side street and they could work this out somewhere else. He was lucky, for at that second the spy did turn away from the bustling market and down a wide, respected street where cheery inns, small shops, and well-looked-after houses lended a welcoming feel. It was not a place where one expected a spy of a mad king to walk. Yet, like so many things, outward appearances rarely tell the truth. Who knows what lay behind these colorful buildings or the ordinary enough people who went about their business here? Just as he turned to follow the spy, he turned and looked back into the busy market with casual ease as if he was not checking for pursuers. It was then that he saw her. She was standing at a stall, alone, haggling over something with the holder. It was her, Vivian. Her dress was simple, her red hair bound back, and yet she was different. No amount of simple clothing or any attempt at being ordinary could hide the shine to her red hair or the way she just naturally carried herself. She may fool the civilian and the weak-minded operatives that she controlled. Murtagh saw beyond the facade, just as, he knew, she could see beyond his. Murtagh's heart rate rose, and he quickly slipped into the shadows of a building, not caring suddenly about the spy that was making his way from him. He did not know what to do suddenly, and so he merely watched her. Murtagh watched as she took her purchase and then made her away from him and out of sight in the crowd that pressed around them. Without stopping to think of what he was doing or why he followed her. He did not stop and think for the first time in many years, nor did he even consider what following might mean. Instead, in a carefully created disguise, the young man followed the red-haired girl who he had promised to leave behind in his other life. Hello. Yes, another terribly late update, but at least I got it to you. Once more, thank you to all you amazing readers. If you really want to make me happy and get me really writing, then send a review, or two, or more. More is always better. Some replies to a few of you. Annual. Thank you. I am glad you love this story. I love writing it. I am glad you like this story. It is fun to rediscover stories, and sometimes all you need is another perspective or plot. Thank you for your review, Chris. I am getting there. I will have the horn in the next few chapters or so, just haven't found the right moment for it. As for someone from her own world visiting her, maybe. I was actually thinking of it and some of the uses. I try to make them real people. I think that is the hardest thing of all. Anyways, big thank you for all your reviews and suggestions. Elemental Dragon Slayer. I seriously might have to try that sandwich. Could be very interesting. Yes, I do ride horses on the hunter-jumper circuit, which is why this update took forever because I was away, and all free time was devoted to schoolwork, and the rest of the time I was riding and showing. I have a little bit of a break, and then I am back at it. I hope you enjoy this chapter. Thank you for all your reviews. They really do make all the difference. Livelove play music. I am glad you liked that part. I will try to include more moments like it, because it was very fun to write and seemed to fit in well with the story which, in the end, is really about Zoe. 44. The Duel. You are back. I wasn't really expecting you. I mean, it has been a while since we have spoken like this. Just us, me and you, alone in this place where nothing really changes, and to leave I must invite you. It seems as if I just turned around and there you were looking at me with that look of expectation. It is strange, isn't it, the way we meet like this? The way I talk to you, as if you could actually respond to me, and you actually were flesh and blood standing right beside me, not some sort of silent witness. You've become like a shadow that watches me and listens before vanishing at some unknown signal. I suppose we should go. I say this every time. Without a doubt, I will have to steel myself like a diver about to jump from the highest diving board. Every time I look to you hoping that you can offer comfort or reassurance. Every time you merely look at me expectantly and I must go. This time is no different. So let us go because I think of you as a friend, a companion to the end. You will be there, and so I think of this as your adventure too. You are tied up in it just as much as I am. One must be careful of these sorts of things, for in the end they have the power to change us. There is no going back. There is only the future, the jump and the plunge into the unknown. I did not sleep. Nope. I did not get any more sleep after those memories turned what should have been a peaceful rest into one of terror, pain, and despair. Do you experience many nightmares, reader? Do you know how it feels as the sun finally sends its warm light out and the last of the shadows recede? The way it feels after the endless night comes to a close. That was how I felt as the stars faded and the coldness that had hung around me that night began to dissipate as the rays of sunlight streaked across the sky. You may also know how bad dreams and then no sleep can affect one's temper. My own temper was rather sharp, and my fuse was probably very, very short. However, I had places to be, so I left my place on the window seat and stretched the kinks and stiffness from my body. I had spent most of the night just sitting with my knees drawn up to my chest and my arms wrapped around them. In one of my hands was my little black stone. I had called on a little of its light that night and taken comfort, not only the light, but the warm smoothness of it as it sat in my palm. A warm bath later, some small talk with Rena, the elf maid who had been given the task of looking after me, and then a small breakfast had me ready to leave. I wore my fighting clothes and my weapons were by my side as I left my room and left Tildari Hall. Waiting for me at the entrance to Hall, dressed and armed similarly, was Arya. She had agreed the previous night to show me where the training field was. I suspected she also wanted to see Aragan duel Varnir, something I was rather grateful for. Arya, I greeted with a smile. Zoe, she responded, and then a small frown appeared on her face as she studied me. Are you well? She asked. I rolled my eyes and shrugged it off. Yes, I said firmly. I did not sleep well is all. The elf looked like she wanted to pursue the topic but decided against it. Nodding her head, she gestured for me to follow, and we made our way through the forest. It was rather empty at this time of morning. It seemed many elves were inside their various tree houses or out somewhere else. I was grateful for the quiet, almost deserted paths that Arya led me down, for I did not wish to repeat the meet and greet that I had been a part of the last time I had walked with Arya. We emerged onto a sparring field. Elves of both sexes were fighting in pairs and groups. Of course, because they were elves, reader, watching them fight was like watching elegant dancers winging across a stage. Iragan and Saphira were standing not far from us. Beside them was a dark-haired elf who I realized must be Varnir. I had disliked him in the books, and he had hardly redeemed himself in my eyes. Meeting him in person did nothing to improve my opinion of him. He had an arrogant curl to his lips, and his eyes were shuttered. Zoe, said Iragan with a smile. Iragan, I greeted warmly as he turned and greeted Arya. Saphira and I exchanged the usual good morning, and then Varnir made his presence known. With an elegant incline of his head to Arya and a respectful murmured greeting, he turned to examine me. His eyes took me in, and I could not help but feel that he found me severely lacking, though that may have been my own imagination inventing things. I was being quick to judge, and mostly because of what I had read in the books. I would have to be careful of that lest it get me into trouble. Arya gestured at Iragan and Varnir. You are here to spar, are you not? Ormiselda has asked me to, said Varnir carefully, and I could not help but notice the weight he placed on the rider's name as if it was important, and he wished all to know that it was only because of Oramis he was there at all. Perhaps no sleep, and my bad dreams were giving me a nasty way of viewing people, but I felt my dislike harden into something a little more dangerous the longer I was around him. Iragan glanced at me, and I smiled reassuringly. The rider was overwhelmed, and it was no wonder. He had not sparred since before Durza, and I cursed myself for not making him train with me at least the previous night. Now he came to the field without knowing how far he was able to go. Even worse was the last time he had dueled, he had been on a battlefield facing Kull, not a nimble elf with a bone to pick. The two stepped away, and I rested a hand on Saphira's side as she watched with eagle eyes. She too was tense, and even Arya seemed concerned, though she hid it well. I noticed how, as Iragan and Vanya squared off, the elves' sparring seemed to slow as they turned to watch the fight. Pressure was on, and the spectators eager to see the new rider duel it out with Vanya. It did not take long. Iragan was mortal, and Vanya was an elf, an arrogant one, but someone who was both swift and strong. I hate to say it, but it showed because, within a few minutes, he had my friend disarmed and dead. Arya let out a drawn-out sigh beside me, and I had to restrain myself from saying or doing anything as Iragan doggedly tried again. Again he was disarmed, and again he tried again. The longer they sparred, the more Vanya triumphed, the more my temper and my dislike for the arrogant warrior grew. I had been raised around great warriors and people of incredible skill, wisdom, and power. However, unlike Vanya, they had seen no reason to flaunt that power because they were confident of whom they were. They had wanted to share it, to use that power to benefit others. They never forgot what it felt like to be weaker or young, and so they had done all they could to help others develop their own skills. My father's advisor and leading commander, Gwydion, had been like that. When he taught us to fight, he had never let us linger on our failures or fears, but shown us again and again. It was something that had stuck with me and made him into one of my idols. It was something that Vanya did not understand, and nor did he make any attempt to hide his contempt. Finally, after the fifth and most intense duel yet, Vanya spoke in his cold, lyrical voice. "I expected better of you." Beside me, I felt Arya stiffen and Saphira let out a soft growl barely audible. Iragan shrugged and said mildly, "Then let us continue." "Why?" asked Vanya. "You are not ready to spar with someone of my skill." Iragan said nothing for a long moment. "Can we please continue?" I will say, reader, I admired his attempt at keeping his head. So far he was doing an admirable job of remaining above Vanya's pathetic jabs. Would you do the same? Could either you or I manage to hold our head like Iragan was? Maybe, but I can't speak for you. "No," said the Vanya haughtily. "I will not spar with a coward like you." No one, from the elves sparring to Saphira, moved or spoke. My anger was beginning to grow. Iragan leaned on the hilt of his sword with an impassive look on his face as he gazed at Vanya. He might have been told the weather forecast, but I could sense his anger, and I knew, for I knew him well, that Vanya was swiftly pushing him to the breaking point. Unknowingly, Vanya was also pushing my threshold. "Your blood is as thin as the rest of your races. Cowards. I think Saphira must have made a mistake when she chose you." The elves watching from the sidelines gazed at Vanya's words and muttered among themselves. Apparently it was one thing to insult a rider, but another to insult a dragon. Arya's face paled, and I saw her hands tighten around her sword, but she made no move to act, so I did. I stepped forward, unable to stand quietly any longer. "Cowards?" I asked coldly. "You do not understand," said Vanya dismissively. "Our reader, if there is one thing that will rile me, it is that. Out of everything I could be told that was one statement that I hated with all my heart, because I was young, because I was a girl, because I was a princess, and did not have to struggle for anything, for any thousand reasons that never made any sense. Now this elf told me that. A young, proud, self-absorbed elf whose words spoke of his fear that his precious forest and way of life would be destroyed because of Galbatorix, a human, and Saphira's choice of Iragan, who so happened to be another human. You know what I dreamed of last night, and what they had reminded me of. You, reader, know that I had slept little and that the dark things, the painful things that haunted my memories had stirred once more. My temper flared, because I, unlike this elf, had seen true sacrifice, courage, love, loyalty, and determination to protect the freedom of others. This elf could not claim that. So we are not worthy, I said icily. Each word was spoken with careful clearness so that each and every elf on the field could hear me. We are nothing. My anger grew and grew. I felt my magic, but I had no need of it. I had need of a skill that years of constant and relentless training had honed. Vanya's lips curled with disgust, and I saw the contempt that so many elves shared for my race. I saw it, and I remembered all the other times I had seen such a look cross a person's face. I hated it. I wanted to challenge it. It was the spark to my fuse. The final straw for it was an insult to all the sacrifices made by those since the fall of the riders. It was an insult that eclipsed Aragon and me. I had seen this sort of thing before. My brothers and I, like many before us, had worked to change it, to open narrow minds to a new perspective and create alliances where nothing but anger and bitterness had existed. It was our duty, and we had to do it if we would keep any sort of peace. It was this kind of ignorance that led to so much pain and injustice. It was infuriating to see, especially in people as famed for their wisdom as elves. It was an insult to them, and I hoped those watching realized it. However, this time I did not have Eamund or Pethard backing me up. This time I was an ambassador, yet I could not let it go. My pride would not. Well then, I said with a small smirk, I challenge you. I challenge you to a duel, Vanya. My voice rose and carried across the deathly still field, and I saw elves step away in surprise as they murmured to each other once more. Iragan stepped forward worriedly. Zoe, he said warningly. Is my fight. His voice held his desperation to prove himself to the elves who watched and criticized the new rider. He was right, of course. This was his chance to prove things that needed to be proved. No, I said firmly, and turned to meet Vanya's mocking grey eyes. It is my fight now. Come, Vanya, I said tauntingly. Show me why you and your kind are so superior. A gasp at the cold accuracy of my words rose from the crowd, and I saw how many elves looked embarrassed like children caught out by adults. I knew I was acting like my brothers would when provoked, without a thought or care for the consequence. The anger was giving my thoughts a strange clearness that made my heart beat faster, but also disconnected my mind. Even though, like distant warning bells, I could hear my first instructor in sword play saying that emotions only killed, and that to win one had to ignore them. I did not listen to those bells. Instead, I ignored my helpful little mental voice. I did what any good little teenager would. Right, reader? Stuff the consequences and live without a thought. Great way to go in the short term. I drew my sword. Vanya followed. We squared off, swords raised and ready, while our eyes watched the other for any sign. Vanya, I noted, stood with an almost lazy arrogance. It was an arrogance that refused to acknowledge my skill, even though he had never seen me fight or knew my capabilities. It is a stupid attitude to adopt when fighting, and I would show him why. We engaged, our blades meeting in a clang of metal against metal as we both judged the other's strength and dexterity. Then blows were exchanged, hard and fast blows. The duel was the fiercest I had fought for a long time, even more difficult than the one between Arya and I in Farthendur. Vanya held nothing back, and neither did I, the difference in our opinions lending a kind of energy to the fight that was not usually present. It is these kinds of fights that you know exactly where each and every part of your body is. You know what to do and how to do it, and why it must be done. You are thinking 3 to 4 movements ahead of where you are. To describe exactly how I landed Varner on his back with my blade at his neck is an exercise in descriptive writing that I shall not engage in. You, my reader, will have to imagine that 1 second our blades were locked together, and the next they were not. Then I stepped forward, and somehow, I can't recall how exactly, I tripped him, and then it was over. It was a long fight, a fight in which the outcome had been undecided, and we both had resorted to each and every move known to either elf or man. Do not ask me to repeat it. That would be next to impossible. Vanya landed on his back with an ungraceful and most unelven-like thump. We were both breathing hard. We were both still living in the moment, and we were both completely surprised by the outcome of the duel. Even when I had challenged him, I had not expected to win. Who knows how I did it, or what exactly happened to grant it to me? Holding the point of my sword to his neck, I said flatly, "You have lost." I took no joy from this fight. Defeating Vanya was not satisfying, for this was not a fight I could take any pride in. This was a fight meant to teach a lesson, and those are serious things where victory is no sweet taste, but rather a bitter one. Who wants to have to teach a lesson through violence? One would rather never have to teach it at all, but hope it was a lesson already learned. How? He asked. I do not know, I said quietly. We have our own skills, I suppose. You should not have one, said Vanya doggedly. Why? I asked. I have trained for much of my life. I have seen battle. I have dueled with those far more skilled than you. Why should I not be able to defeat you? My sword did not move from its place on his neck. My breath still came in quick gasps, and my heartbeat was unnaturally loud in the silence that had descended on us and those watching. I felt empty of everything, drained, as if things had slowed down and stopped, as if the world had fallen still, and the only things able to move and speak were me and the elf with my sword at his neck. Vanya said nothing. I stepped away and raised my sword before sheathing it. My muscles ached with protest. I would be sore for the next few days. Then, remembering the manners that governed such duels, I stretched out my hand and held it in front of Vanya. It was both an offer of peace and one of closure, so that what had occurred to cause the duel did not continue off the practice field. Vanya's eyes looked confused and surprised, their grey depths unsure and almost worried by the offer I was extending to him. After a moment of hesitation, he accepted my assistance and allowed me to help him to his feet. His hands, while long-fingered and smooth, were sweaty, and I saw the red marks that the hilt of his sword had left there just as mine had done. When he stood before me, a good head taller, I thought I saw a glimmer of respect, but I did not look deeply. I had no reason to. I moved to return to my companions, but before I could, Vanya spoke. Why? I raised an eyebrow at the simple and yet broad question. Why? I repeated a little stupidly. I was aware of all the eyes on us, the silence of field as all leaned a little closer to hear the conversation. Why did I challenge you? I asked again. The elf nodded and I shook my head in reply. One day you will understand. One day you will see why. When you see enough death and suffering and pain and grief and war, you will see why and how it does not matter what you are or believe in. Vanya was looking at me strangely, and I dared not glance at the other silent elves. I continued. Strength comes in many forms and courage is different for everyone. Winning does not always mean victory, and losing does not always mean failure. One day you will understand why maybe when you are older and have seen more of the world, you will know. I turned away and walked to Aragon, Saphira, and Arya. Saphira lowered her head and gazed at me steadily. Well fought. Came her deep rumble in my mind like a thunderstorm. I smiled slightly in acceptance of her words, but could not formulate a reply. Arya did not meet my gaze, and I could not help but wonder if she disapproved of my actions. I did not confront her especially, as the field was finally starting to return to normal activity, as elves resumed training, though I was certain they would not stop talking of my duel with Vanya. Soon it would be all of the forest, and I dreaded confronting Oramis, something I had not thought of until after the duel. How typical. You should go, I said quietly to Aragon. My throat was dry, and I longed for some water after the intensity of the physical workout I had just done. Oramis will be waiting for you. Yes, said the rider, and I sensed he wished to speak more and probably ask me why I had been so determined to confront the elf, but understood that now was not the time. Maybe he also guessed why I had been unable to let Vanya's words, a symbol of a much wider feeling, go unchallenged and tolerated. I think he did. Aragon had become perceptive, and he was no longer oblivious to the world of politics and alliances that moved around him. However, with one last long look, we embraced as friends do and promised to speak with each other later. Then, with a great whoosh, he and Saphira took off. They left me with the silent elf, and the glances thrown my way by elves as they tried to pretend they were practicing. Arya, I said carefully as I tried to judge her mood and feelings, but failed miserably, because when she wanted to be the elf was as impossible to read as a brick wall. The elf did not seem to want to say anything to me until, quite suddenly, she spoke. Where will you go? I could not say she was cold or angry, but neither could I say she was relaxed. Her eyes were guarded and reserved, no sign of the easy friendship we had developed. Just as her eyes were masked, her voice was guarded, whether because of the elves surrounding us or because she was unsure of how to treat me, I was not certain. So I shrugged and said, back to my rooms probably. Then I will accompany you, she said, and with that we left. Like before, we walked in silence, but this was a different silence. This silence was the silence that falls between two people who did not know what to say, and so would rather let the other speak than risk insult. We walked the paths without making a sound, until I could no longer stand it, for I wanted to know where I stood with the elf. We had been friends because we were similar, but perhaps my actions had put a wedge between us, and I would rather know that now. I was no elf willing to wait for a century. I did not have time for that. Do you disapprove? I asked as we drew closer to Tildari Hall. The trees in this part of the forest were old and thick, all of them homes or parts of large palaces like Tildari. At first it was hard to see these palaces and grand homes until, quite suddenly, your eyes focused and it was impossible to miss. The elf cast me a surprised glance and then carefully said, "No." Her words were muffled by the thick vegetation and moss-carpeted ground. "You just surprised me." I could not help the chuckle, really. "I surprised you." Arya cast me a quick look. "Yes," she said. "I did not think you would act so." I shrugged. "Would you have done the same thing?" The question seemed to surprise her, her eyes widening as she considered the question as if it was something she had never considered. "Maybe," she said carefully. Then she shook her head. "No, you are right. I would if I was in the same situation." I nearly found myself wanting to challenge Vanya today, but held back, for I knew it was not my fight. Her words reminded me that I probably should have done the same and taken the high road instead of stooping to Vanya's level. We came to a stop in front of the entrance to Tildari Hall. The elf and I were now standing in a garden of beautiful flowers that were allowed to grow wherever they pleased until they created a mesmerizing mosaic of petals, colors, and leaves. "Then I did not surprise you," I said as I met her watchful eyes. "You understand why, and if you understand my reasons, then you understand my actions." The elf laughed then, and she rested a hand on my shoulder. "No," she said with a smile, "you still surprised me. You continue to surprise me, Zoe of Angard and Le." With that she dropped her hand and said with a gesture, "Would you like to accompany Aragon, Saphira, and I tonight? I planned on showing them the Menoa tree." I shook my head. "Maybe another night, Arya. I would love to see the tree, but not this night." The elf did not ask why, though I knew she wanted to know. I saw the curiosity and the interest my refusal sparked in her, but because she understood about silence, she said nothing and left to do whatever things an elf princess does in her city. I mounted the steps and was about to make my way to my apartments when another idea, another place I go to, came to me. For some mysterious reason, I had the urge to visit the hidden forge of Runnan. I do not know why. Maybe it was because I want to speak with someone so above everything and who had the experience of ages. So, with a vague memory of how I got there, I turned around and made my way through the houses and down the streets of the elf city. I passed by the grand homes created with trees and the ivy-covered bowers where elves played finely crafted music and debated with each other. I passed by beautiful open clearings where flowers grew in bright clumps of color. Many elves turned and watched me as I made my way past, their murmurs following me as I passed like a rainstorm. I tried to ignore the fact that my hair was still sweaty, my clothes hardly something I would want to be seen wearing in this city, or that my weapons were hardly appropriate to be carting around like this. I found the elf smith's forge without too much difficulty. My feet did not hesitate as I lightly walked down the tunnel of trees and into the open space where the forge was. Runnan was there. Her back was to me, and she was working over her anvil, the sounds of a hammer ringing through the air like a clear, high cry. She did not turn, nor did she stop her work. "Runnan Elder," I said, quietly moving forward, but still keeping a good couple of feet between us. I noticed the bright tip of a spearhead that was only half-formed and still a dull color. "You fought with Vanya," said Runnan after a long pause. "Yes," I said. "It seems to be all over the forest." "Everyone knows of it," said the elf smith. "We gossip just as much, if not more, as humans. You have earned a name for yourself." "As usual," I muttered darkly. "I can't just let things go." I dug a toe into the soft ground and gazed at my feet. I thought I had spoken too quietly for her to hear, but I had not remembered elvish hearing capabilities. Runnan raised her head and gazed at me with a look somewhere between irritation and amusement. "No, you let things go, girl. You wait and watch until you can bear it no longer. Besides, it was good for that youngling and those who think themselves better merely because they are fair of face and strong in magic. She shifted the piece of steel to a new position on the anvil. I should have let Aragon sort it out. It was not my fight. Runnan grunted irritably. You surprise me, said the elf. You defy, and yet you obey. You laugh, and yet you cry. You show yourself, and yet you hide. No human I have met before is as full as many contradictions. Elves live by such rules and play such games, but humans don't have time. She glanced down at the tip of the spear she was crafting. Perhaps that is why I prefer them. I shook my head. I was raised to think of all, no matter race or status, as equal to myself. Rank, skill, power, wealth, or beauty does not mean I can claim to be better than someone who does not have those things. A noble sentiment, said the smith, but a hard thing to live by or find. Her eyes were cold. The world is not kind, and most find it easier to protect themselves with such beliefs. I turned away and gazed at the trees that surrounded us. Am I bound to act the same? I twirled on my heel and met her gaze. I do no have to, and so I challenge them. Is that wrong? I felt the same outrage, the same irritation, which had made me challenge Vanya. The smith chuckled. No, she shook her head. Do not regret your actions. You showed those who are resentful with the new rider that humans are not all weak. They had forgotten just how strong a mortal is. The rider will prove himself soon. You needed to do this today. I sighed. I have always tried to separate my emotions from my fighting. Today I lost that control. And you found yourself stronger because of it, said the smith. To remain in control, to feel nothing, will not save you when you reach the ends of your strength and find yourself slipping. Emotion can make you weak, but it can also make you strong. You will fight harder for yourself, and for those you are loyal to because of it. To fear losing yourself in the emotions of battle is to die a statue. I said nothing, for I had nothing more to say, and Runnan would not want to deal with useless prattling and self-centered doubt. The smith turned the spear head around a little and hit it a few times with the hammer before saying, Well, why are you still here? No reason, I said with a faint smile and turned to leave. I suppose you will be back, said the smith grumpily. Probably, I said over my shoulder as I walked away from the smithy and the sounds of metal meeting with hammer resumed again. I stopped and said over my shoulder, Thank you for reminding me. There was no answer. You fought with Vanya, said Oramis. His voice was not accusing, but rather flat and unemotional, as he stated a wildly accepted truth that I, the ambassador, had dueled with Vanya and won. Yet beneath it, I sensed that he wished to understand just why I had done what I'd done. Yes, I said in the same voice, not challenging, but not agreeing completely. I had come here like the previous night, dressed in another one my new dresses, and bearing only my bow and horn with my small black rock slipped into a pocket. I had come to see him. I did not expect it from you, said Oramis quietly, nor do I understand why you did it. I felt nothing, no anger or a need to justify my actions. I had returned to my reserved, mask-like princess self. You believe in logic, I said quietly. You think that logic should be used in each and every situation. You are right. I stopped, but not all time. Oramis raised an eyebrow, and I continued in the same quiet, level voice. Logic cannot give you the strength to confront what is wrong and change it. Logic can tell you not to try when you must. A sudden surge of passion gave heady weight to my words. Is it logic that gives you hope when there is none? Is it logic that empowers those to prove that some things are possible? The elf was silent, gazing at me with the same calm mask that he had worn all through this meeting, and for the first time, it hit me the wrong way. Let me tell you a story, I said coldly. A far distant place, there was a lord of dead who ruled over a place called Anuvin. Even far away, that word caused a cold shiver of dread to run down my spine, but I continued. He had long sought to control the land, and finally everything came down to one battle. A battle where the forces of those free to fight were sorely outnumbered, but they did not stop. They kept going. They ignored logic, which told them they could not win, and they chose to face the darkness, even though they had no chance of winning. I met the elf's eyes and felt the memories burning within me. Had they listened to logic, they would not have gone. Had they listened to sensible advice, they would not have chosen to march for a slim hope of victory. No, I spread my hands before me. They chose to follow their hearts and fight for what they believed in. They took solace in what they believed, that darkness, hate, cruelty, and death would not triumph. I was part of that army. Stood beside my brothers and those who came with us, and I know that sometimes the truest acts are ones not made by logic or reason, but the ones made by your heart. I paused, and then continued as the passion receded. I dueled Vanya because what he said was cruel and unfair. I challenged him because he had not just insulted Iragan, but me and all those that your people had allied with. I will not tolerate such things, especially when so much depends on the unity of humans, elves, and dwarves. I concede that Iragan, only him, must prove himself to Vanya, but I cannot stand by while someone lives their life in such ignorance. I glanced out one of the windows and saw the golden dragon lying very still on the green grass. He could probably hear each word and would no doubt have his opinion about it all. You might have thought him a sculpture crafted entirely from gold and ivory white. I have always been taught to treat all with respect and compassion. I have also been taught to rectify injustices and spread fairness wherever I go. For all those reasons, I will not allow myself to feel any regret for interfering this morning. Oramis sighed heavily. Once more you surprise me. The elf was silent for a moment. Your words bear the weight of experience and the authority of your position. I knew that Vanya would try to provoke Iragan, but I did not fully realize what having you there would mean. Do not apologize to me, I said flatly. I do not regret my actions, and nor do I regret being there. The elf suddenly shook his head, and a small, brief smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Your words may defend the wisdom of listening to one's heart, but they are founded in the wisdom of reason. Yes, I said quietly, for I have thought long about it. I have to, for there are times when I have to balance the fates of thousands against the needs of a few or survival of a kingdom. In those circumstances, I must count not only logic, but what my heart tells me. Thanks to Runnan, all of that had been hammered home once more as I remembered long ago lessons in hope and love. I fell silent and thought of, like I did nearly every moment, of the weighty responsibility of knowing the future. Oramis sighed heavily and then said in his level voice, "Do you still wish to speak of your homeland tonight?" "Yes," I said. It was a relief to move on to that topic, and so that was what we did. We spoke of trade, not only in my land, but in this world. It was a safe topic for both of us, and Oramis was both an excellent listener and a willing fountain of knowledge about Alagaesia. It was informative and interesting. However, you really should be going. So I will see you later, reader. Off you go. Go and live life for me wherever you are. Live fearlessly and live by the things your heart tells you to. He was walking beside Arya with Saphira behind them. The group was walking deeper into Du Weldenvarden, down paths tangled with nettles and currant bushes, until the lights around them vanished, and they entered the real wild, the wild that lingered around the city and made it known once they had entered its restless world. Iragan had to rely on Saphira's keen night vision so as to not lose his way because the trees here had formed an impenetrable barrier of branches above them. Just when it felt as if they could go no further, the forest suddenly opened up. A lone pine tree stood in the middle of the clearing. No taller than the rest of its brethren, it was thicker than 100 regular trees combined. Roots radiated outward from it, covering the ground with bark-sheathed veins that made it seem as if the entire forest flowed out from the tree. Maybe it was the heart of this ancient forest. There was something terribly alive and conscious about this tree. It was not natural, and even though it seemed like a benevolent matriarch, Iragan was wary of it. The tree was alive. It was thinking, and it was old beyond count. "Behold the Menoa tree," whispered Arya. We observed the blood oath ceremony in her shade. A cold tingle crawled down Iragan's spine as he remembered Salembum's words. Saphira also remembered and commented on it, though they could not imagine what sort of weapon may be hidden under the roots or in the trunk of this tree. It could even be a part of the tree for all they knew. As they approached the tree, Iragan's attention was caught by the amount of life that lived among the roots. It made him feel very alone when compared with the number of insects that busied themselves around them. Saphira leapt upwards and settled on a branch high above them, looking for the entire world like a giant blue pigeon, something that Iragan was careful not to share with her or the elf beside him. Following Arya's example as she sat down on one of the smaller roots, he allowed himself to relax. For a time the elf and the rider spoke of other things. He told her of Salimbum's words on the weapon that was supposed to be hidden here in the rock of Cuthian. She even shared the story of the Menoa tree and the reason that the tree felt so alive and aware. They were silent for a time before, remembering something he wished to talk with the elf about. Iragan said carefully, "Do you agree with what Zoe did?" "I do not know," said Arya with a frown. "I admire her for it. I admire her for showing Vanya and the others on the field what I have come to learn during my travels. My people have forgotten much and become blind to some things. But you do not agree with it." "No," said Arya. "I am just surprised by it. Zoe rarely shows emotion, especially in public, and I have never seen her use it in a fight. She showed me today that I had misjudged her and her capabilities." Iragan was silent for a long moment. "You mean you thought she would be unable to beat Vanya?" Arya shook her head. "Zoe defeated me in Trondheim. I have no doubt that her skill in many things is unmatched, and she could teach us both many things about politics, trade, and strategy." Arya was silent for a moment. "She reminded me that, in the end, she is someone who has been raised to uphold and protect those she cares for. She may not speak of her heritage, but if shows, even if one does not know she has a title and a crown." "I wish it had been me to teach Vanya that lesson," said Iragan wistfully. A hard knot of bitterness had grown within him since he had found himself so incapacitated by Durza's curse. He had yet to experience another attack, but he felt as if one was looming on the horizon, and he dreaded it. "Vanya is right. How can I be a rider if I cannot even wield a sword?" Arya sighed heavily and turned her gaze to meet his. "Zoe was right. Courage comes in many forms and in many places. So does strength. One cannot rely on sheer power and might of arms. It is those who can think who will win in the end." Knowing better than to argue the point any longer, he said quietly, "Being home agrees with you." "It does." The elf was silent and then said, "For the most part, I miss some things about the outside world. Elismera is full of memories for me, some good and some bad." The pair fell silent and sat there for a long time. They sat together at the base of the ancient tree and watched the moon arch high over the peaceful forest before it hid behind the gathering clouds. Soon, Iragan would return with Saphira, while Arya returned to Tildari Hall. Zoe was even now speaking with Oramis, and far, far away Brahm was waiting for Murtagh to return from one of his forays into the capital city of Surda while, in the same city, a red-haired young woman made her way down a street. Even farther away, in a remote mountain village, Roran, cousin to the Iragan, was making a name for himself. In another part of the land, sitting on a black throne, a mad king was brooding and scheming ways of capturing not only the Blue Rider, but the dark-haired young man who had escaped his clutches. Some things I want to say. One, the timeline in the book is being messed around with a little these last few chapters. Technically, Iragan went with Arya and Saphira to Runnan, and then to the Menoa tree. I decided to break that up. He also duels with Oramis, and then the next day with Vanya. I decided to skip that and get to Vanya. It should get back on track next chapter. 2. I have skipped parts. To read the story of the Menoa tree, you have to look in the book, and if you want to read about Iragan's meeting with Angela, then you also have to read the book. Why? Because I want to keep the amount of text I take from the books down and make most of my chapters my own writing. It feels a little less like copying then, and besides, I think most of you guys have read the books and know these things. I try not to skip to many important conversation scenes, however, so don't get too worried. 3. I hope I have kept Run-On sort of in character. I wanted this scene, but I am worried that people may get worried she was getting out of character. If you think that, then let me know. I don't want to make a canon character like her into an arc. However, there is so little on her that it can make finding out what is arc and what is canon a little tricky. 4. Naswada, I have been skipping by chapters with her in favor of writing for Murtagh. If you want me to do some Naswada chapters, then now is the time to let me know. It is up to you guys, the readers, if you want me to include her, and the time she spends in Surda as leader of the Varden. 5. For the record, Murtagh is alive and free. Brahm is also alive, but Ajahad is dead. These are some of the changes that Zoe has caused during her time here, changes that are making her pretty nervous. All right. Thank you. I just felt I needed to put some things down now and clear up any confusion people might have. Thank you for your reviews. They were awesome and much appreciated. Replies. Live laugh play music. Thank you. I hope you enjoy the sparring match, MXM World Traveler. It is kind of amazing how this story has come along. Surprises me every time I write for it. As for Angela, I am trying to keep her shadowy. She is powerful, everyone knows that, and I am sure she knows much more about everything than she lets on. Maybe she is, and maybe she isn't. I have not thought that far ahead with her character. We will see when we get there. Thank you once more for your reviews and suggestions. They are very awesome. I have thought about making a story for Zoe. But if that does happen, it will be after I finish this fic. Thank you again. Chris, the stone was back, as for the darkness in Zoe's world. I hope I sort of explained that in this chapter. If not, then I will directly address it in the next chapter. Kit Kat, nice to see you again. Glad you liked the last chapter. Hope you enjoy this one. 45. Chapter 46. Iragan had the unfortunate experience of being awoken by a strong gust of wind. A summer thunderstorm had blown in, and the wind was something fierce. It was whipping around the treehouse, scattering things left and right as it blasted inside. The entire tree was shivering and swaying like a ship might during rough seas. The blankets were suddenly wrenched off of him, and the freezing wind brought him fully awake. Outside, the sky was black with thunderheads, and the light of the moon was a flickering light as the clouds raced across it. Iragan staggered upright only to almost fall down again as the tree lurched aside. What wouldn't he give for a stone foundation? Saphira watched him as he made his way from the bed to the teardrop portal through which the storm howled. With no light to see by, he had to feel with his fingers for the cloth membrane that could be pulled out of the wood to cover the opening. Steeling his nerves and trying not to look down, he prepared to try and cross from one side of the gap to the next. One slip, and he would be sent down towards the forest floor far, far below. What was wrong with houses on the ground again? Wait, said Saphira. She left the comfortable nest where she slept and laid her tail alongside him to act as guardrail. So, with one hand pulling the cloth and the other firmly gripping her tail, he moved across the gap and was able to secure the fabric. The sudden silence that fell made Iragan realize how hard he was breathing, and he glanced around his room. He groaned at the sight of it. Papers were strewn around along with other objects, and he did not look forward to setting it all to rights. He supposed he could just leave it, but that seemed the wrong thing to do. After all, he was staying in Vrail's old tree, and he did not need messy being added to his current list of attributes. What of the study? Asked Saphira suddenly. The door there is open. You are right, said Iragan, and without waiting he hurried to the stairs that led to the study. How could he have forgotten? Sure enough, the place was a mess of flying papers, and everything was in complete disarray. The chair from the desk had been blown against one wall, and the beautifully weaved rug on the floor was lifting up every time it was caught by a new gust of wind. Along with the wind was a driving rain, and already the floor in front of the teardrop opening was damp. Iragan grabbed the membrane and was able to pull it across. This one was smaller, and it was easier to manage than the one downstairs had been. However, just as he prepared to step away after fastening it, he twisted his back. He had been just about to turn and return to Saphira, just as he stepped back and turned in a way that he had never turned before. Agony burst across his back. He fell from the force of it, his vision tunneling as the fire spread the length of his back. He could hear Saphira, her frantic calling and pleas for him, but he could not formulate a response. Blackness, the thud of his heart and the pounding of the pain, the flickering lights that crossed his vision the long he lay there like bright fireworks. Everything was too much. It was sweeping up, and he felt the release as it caught him, and suddenly he knew no more. His last thought was how easy it was to give in, to let go rather than hold on. He woke on the floor of the study. The wind was still howling outside, but inside the once orderly study, the air was still and quiet. He could hear his own breaths coming in raspy gasps as he opened his eyes. A single ware light above him illuminated the room and made him wince from the brightness. His head ached, and his mouth was dry as if he had been screaming. Maybe he had. It had hurt that much, but he hoped not. He hoped he weathered that storm silently. Iragan. Her voice was a mix of relief and fear. The warmth of her mind and her love soothing him as she enveloped him as if she would never let him go. For a second he wondered why she was so frightened. His Saphira was never frightened, until he remembered. Saphira. He whispered the word back to her and felt her relax slightly. I will try to come to you. He tried to move, forcing himself to ignore the weakness and lingering pain that made his muscles unresponsive. Iragan pushed himself upright. This was by far the worst attack he had ever experienced. The ones which had struck him in Farthen-Dur had hurt, but nothing like this, and he had not blacked out because of them. Those ones had left him gasping for breath. Gathering his strength, he stood and was pleased to find he was steady on his feet and able to walk to the doorway that led to the curved stairs. He moved slowly, but he was able to move, and the more he did, the less everything hurt. Saphira was waiting for him. Her blue eyes a mix of furious anger, pain, and above all, fear. Fear for him, for she had felt his agony, but nothing she did could help him. Iragan knew how much she hated to be helpless, and these attacks were only for him to endure. Nothing she did could save him from it, and for that he was rather grateful. He did not want her to experience it too. She had to be doubly strong now for both of them. He noticed, as he sank down to sit on the last step of the stairs, that she had scratched the wood around the stairs in her desperation to reach him. You didn't fit, he told her with a smile. No, she grumbled. I didn't. What would have happened if you got stuck? The idea of telling the elves that his dragon was stuck in their treehouse made a brief smile flash across his face. The sudden image bringing all little lightness to the seriousness of the situation. Very funny, she sniffed, and then she said rather hesitantly, I called for Zoe. You what? He demanded suddenly, sitting very straight despite the brief spasm of pain it sent across his back. Why did you do that? He did not want his friend right now. What could she do? The only thing Iragan wanted was to be alone and try and forget about the attack. He did not want to speak of it with his friend who could only offer words and nothing more. Saphira shifted uncomfortably. I could not reach you. I panicked and called out to her. He sighed. Taking it out on Saphira would not change anything, but that did not change the fact that Iragan did not want to see anyone. An uneasy silence fell over the pair of them. Saphira trying to comfort him with warm waves of love and calm through their bond, but also knowing that she had angered him with her summoning of Zoe. Meanwhile, still sitting on the stair, Iragan brooded over the sudden and unexpected return of his curse. He had no warning and nothing to even signal what was about to happen. That, above the pain and the consequences of his infirmity, made him frightened. Would it get to the point that he could not even walk? Suddenly, the door opened, and Iragan looked up from his place on the stairs to see Zoe. She was dripping water from a heavy black cloak, and her hair, when she removed her hood, fell unbound down to the middle of her back. A few strands of it curled from the rain around her pale face. Iragan. She asked, the concern in her voice making him shift. It was embarrassing to have her come like this, at this time of night, for no reason other than he had experienced an episode. He gave Saphira another glare, but she ignored him. Zoe, he hoped his voice was not as raspy as he feared it was. She was gazing at him with those discerning eyes that must see the paleness to his face, the way he sat, as if trying to avoid movement on the lowest step that led to his study. Zoe raised an eyebrow and walked over to him. Iragan, she said as she came to a stop in front of him. Casting her wet cloak over a chair, she sat down beside him on the staircase. Are you all right? She asked softly. I'm fine now, he said just as quietly. What happened? Asked the girl as she glanced at the silent dragon. Iragan had another attack, said the blue dragon from her soft, cushioned bed. How bad? Said Zoe, her eyes flickering from Iragan to Saphira. The worst yet, said the rider, remembering the fiery pain that had sent him spinning into darkness. I didn't even know it was coming. Zoe sighed heavily and wrapped her arms around herself. They were both silent for a long time until Iragan said quietly, You didn't have to come. She shook her head firmly. Yes, I did. You're my friend, Iragan. Friends stand by each other. Like with Vanya. His voice sharpened a little. The return of the curse was coupled by his fierce desire to prove himself, and remembering how Zoe had stepped in the previous day made his already short temper flare. Both Zoe and Saphira seemed determined to fight all his battles for him, and adding insult to injury, it seemed he needed all of their assistance. The young woman sighed and rested a hand on his shoulder. I will help you as much as I can, she said softly. But you are right. In the end it must be you. Only you. How can you help me? Asked Iragan softly. You cannot remove this curse. You cannot make me as swift as an elf or as strong as Galbatorix. No, she said, nor would I give you that if I could. Iragan raised his head and gazed at her in surprise. He was unsure how to feel at those words. They were delivered with such finality, the fullness of their meaning almost escaping him. Zoe continued, "You must find your own way, Iragan. What you learn for yourself you will have forever. The skills you gain, the battles you win, the things you learn, you must work for them. If you do not, then you will never feel like you truly deserve the rewards." He had heard those words before. He knew they were true and that Zoe was right, but that did not make it easier right, than instead it merely seemed to make everything more unfair. "Why?" He snapped at her, half hoping to hurt her and inflict a little of what he felt on his friend. "Why must it always be like this?" Zoe just shrugged. "Why? If I knew the answer to that, then I would not ask it of myself every single day. It is never easy to be chosen. It has and never will be easy to be called, and to come willingly." She traced a pattern on the smooth, swirled wood of the floor and sighed heavily as if making a choice. "I can teach you some things, if you want." Zoe raised her eyes and met his. Her grey eyes looked older and sadder than he had ever seen them look before. Suddenly all of his ire faded as he remembered that she had seen far more than he had, and she also carried heavy burdens. It was not right for him to take out his frustration on her, and a feeling of regret grew within him. "What can you teach me?" he asked softly. He hoped she saw the apology in his face and heard it in his words. "There are ways of fighting." She paused and then continued. "That may help you. Ways to fall, to duck and weave that will make you a more difficult target. I warn you, though, they are not honorable fighting techniques you would normally learn. You will have to forget about honor if you wish to master them." "You want to teach me how to fight underhand?" asked the rider. He was stunned. Here was Zoe, a princess, offering to teach him the tricks that no honorable or noble fighter would ever stoop to. Yet he considered it. With his back, the only way he may stand a chance was to learn these tricks. He needed to learn how to conserve his strength, and the only way to do that was to learn something different. For he rationalized, he would not always fight against those who felt a swift kick or knife to the side was beneath them. He might as well know how to match them if he ever had to. Murtagh knew how to, and so did Brahm, maybe even Arya too. Zoe gave a faint, half-hearted attempt at a grin. "Even if you never use them, you may find them helpful in some situations." "When could we start?" asked the rider, suddenly rather eager to learn these tricks, despite the part of him that disapproved and sounded suspiciously like Brahm. Murtagh had taught him a few moves related to how to duel and conceal a small knife, but nothing more. Of course, the offer did make him wonder where she had learned such things. Surely such underhand, and usually frowned-upon moves would never have been part of her education. Besides, Zoe valued fairness, and such fighting techniques were not based on fairness or any other kind of rule. Perhaps, like Arya had said the previous night at the Menoa tree, Zoe had many more sides than she bothered to show them. Zoe considered it for a long moment before speaking slowly as she thought of it. "You duel with Vanir in the mornings, and then spend the day with Oramis. I have agreed to meet him right after you leave, and we speak for an hour or so. After that, I think. Every evening before you do your reading we can meet. There is a small clearing not far from here that would serve us quite nicely. We won't practice long." "Thank you," said Iragan softly. He was not just expressing his gratitude for this, but for her coming, for her caring enough that she would forsake her own bed and come to comfort him, that she cared enough to let him walk his own path and yet still offered assistance when he needed it, that she, despite his angry words, knew him well enough to know why they were spoken and why he felt the way he did. Zoe smiled and hugged him tightly with one arm. "Do not mention it." She glanced up and said with a small laugh, "I will leave you, though. I have need of sleep after all that occurred yesterday." "You could just stay here," pointed out Iragan as she withdrew her arm and they both rose, he gingerly as his muscles had grown stiff and sore. Zoe shook her head. "I can't do that. For one thing, all my clothes are in my rooms, and the other is that I don't want things that are not true being invented." Iragan colored slightly as she realized the meaning of her words. Of course, Zoe would think that far ahead and had probably had experience with the rumor mill enough to make her wary. "Ah," he said, without meeting her gaze as color flooded his cheeks. Zoe chuckled and rested a hand on his shoulder. "Don't fret about it. Besides, I enjoy walking in the rain." Iragan looked at her in surprise. "You do?" He was shocked. Who in the world enjoyed walking in the rain? "Yes," said his friend. "I have even danced in it before." Eragon could not stop his snort of amusement, and that made Zoe roll her eyes. "You should try it one day," she said teasingly. "I promise there is nothing more fun or uplifting than dancing in a thunderstorm." "You're the one who worries about what people might say," said Eragon with a laugh. "Yet you like to dance in a thunderstorm." As a child, he may have indulged in such things, but now he would feel too self-conscious and embarrassed to ever enjoy it. "Oh, please," said Zoe, as she made her way over to the chair on which her cloak was draped. "I am no so stuck-up as you might think, nor do I spend all my time wondering what other people think of me, or at least I try not to." Zoe pulled the cloak off the back of the chair and swung it around the thin, white dress. It was clearly her traveling cloak, for there were a few rips in the heavy, black cloth and more than one stain. "If you do worry too much about how others might think of you, then you will become unable to act naturally." She turned to leave and was almost to the door when a sudden question grew in Eragon's mind. "What else did you want to teach me?" blurted Eragon before he could reconsider his words. He sensed she could offer more, just as Arya had said she could. There was more to Zoe than weapons and perfect manners. It was whether she was willing to share it with him or felt he was ready to learn it. Zoe never liked to sit him down and teach, except for when it was writing or language. The rest of the time she was merely sharing things or pointing something out that he had not seen before. It was a quiet kind of teaching, much more of a discussion than a lesson like Brahm or Oramis gave him. Zoe looked surprised, almost like someone who has never thought about something and then suddenly is asked it. Her hand rested on the doorknob, and she was very quiet for a long minute. "I suppose," she said quietly, "I could teach what it means to lead." Zoe turned and looked at him long and hard. "How to speak to a crowd, how to organize a meeting so that you and your allies have every chance of success, how to look and act with those you must turn to your side." Zoe fell silent and said quietly, "I could teach you that." It was a surprising offer, and Eragon was silent for a long time. She was offering to teach him how to be like her, how to smile at your worst enemy, how to listen for hours on end without showing your impatience, how to manage a crowd, and how to inspire with a smile. They were the lessons in kingship handed down from ruler, from lord to lord. Things that no farmer would ever need to know, but maybe a rider should. Maybe now that he moved among the highest powers in the land, among the subtle and not so subtle games of power where kings, queens, ladies, and lords all jockeyed for control, he should know these things. "You would teach me that?" asked the rider, both flattered that she would offer and also stunned. "Oramis is starting to teach you much of it," she said quietly, "but I can teach you things that no rider would have reason to learn." A small smile flickered across her face. "You may find them useful skills to have." He gazed at her silently, trying to come to terms with the reminder of this other side to his friend. Zoe was a wealth of knowledge and experience, but it was easy to forget that she was older than she appeared. She was no 16-year-old girl who gazed at the world with wide eyes that took everything in with wonder, a look Eragon felt he often adopted. It was easy to forget that beneath that youthful face was the calculating mind of a strategist and the fierce commitment of a leader. Zoe did not flaunt herself, and he could count on one hand the number of times she had spoken of her birthrights to him. In fact, she had not even shared it with Brahm, and it was only on the way to do Weldenvarden that she had revealed it to him. "I would be honored," he said quietly, "to learn whatever you can teach me." Zoe laughed. It was a musical sound that blended in with the thundering rain drops and shrieking wind. "Ah, Eragon," she said with a warm smile, "thank me some other day." The girl looked over at Saphira, who puffed a little smoke at her. "I don't think such lessons would be useful for me. Subtlety is not a dragon's strong point." "No," replied Zoe with a small laugh, "but who knows? Dragons are not all fire and claws." Saphira snorted with amusement. Some would beg to differ. "Only your enemies," said Zoe lightly, and Eragon gave a quiet laugh despite himself, as a previous experience made him forget, for a moment, his heavy thoughts and the ache of his body. "Remember that day when you snapped at Arya, Brahm, and Ajihad?" Eragon himself would never forget it, the claustrophobic study in which Arya had been pulling them one way and Ajihad the other. It had been his first foray into a game where he and Saphira were valuable objects being tugged from one side to the other. Brahm had left them to cope on their own, and they had. "Of course," said Saphira, "I meant every word. Now I can reinforce them with fire." "Dragons," said Zoe fondly. Oh, dragons, you either love them or hate them. Sapphira chuckled, and so did Eragon. With one last smile, the girl left the rider and his dragon for the stormy weather outside, drawing the hood of her cloak over her dark hair as she closed the door behind her. It was true, what I had told Eragon. I did love being out in the rain. Maybe because after it rains, everything is greener and more alive than before. This was a thunderstorm, and while the wind was bitter and made the trees around me groan in protest, I did not care. I like the wild freedom of a summer storm. It is a reminder of how strong nature is and why it should be respected. The shadows were thick, and my cloak was black, so I had little fear of being seen. Perhaps because of that I took my time. I walked on the soft, dry ground beneath giant trees, as well as in the open, where no canopy broke the rain's plummeting fall to ground, where my elvish boots made slight indents in the ground. As I walked, I admired the flashes of lightning that would briefly illuminate the world around me. I felt the shaking rolls of thunder and the energy that surrounded me, a wild energy that made everything tremble and my own heart thrum to be a part of it. It was hard to imagine that I was actually in the middle of a city, that the trees I passed were actually houses, or that some were parts of grand halls and palaces. Things were so dark, and no where lights illuminated it, and so I was free to imagine that I was not in a city, but alone in a forest. My walk back to Tildari Hall was too short by my count. You must know how it feels to wish that something would not end, and you will never reach your destination, but just keep on traveling like this. That was how I felt now. When I returned to my apartments, I walked over to the windows with their comfortable seats. Shedding my cloak, I sat down on one of the seats and drew a soft blanket around myself to keep away the chill that being out in the storm had left me with. Leaning back and feeling quite warm and safe, I gazed out at the stormy night through the clear pane of glass. I could return to my bed, and I probably should. I was tired and sore from my duel with Vanya, but I could not summon the willpower to leave the warm nest I had made for myself. Even before Sapphira had called me, I had not been asleep, too worried about what I might experience to fall asleep, no matter how many times I told myself to. Slowly, creeping up on me, sleep came over me, and I found myself back in my dreams. Maybe it was because of my time spent outside, or the sounds of rain, wind, and thunder outside that made it possible for me to relax enough. The memories of the past flowing around me like brief snapshots in time. These were good memories, simple ones that had little to do with the nightmares that I experienced the last time I had tried to sleep. However, just as I felt myself starting to wake, as my thoughts became more aware, and I felt myself rising out of the darkness, I heard a voice. Distinctly dragon voice, hard and gravely, a voice that was ancient and deep that echoed, as if over a great distance. You are the girl. I could sense the very edges of the voice's consciousness, but the second I reached for it, I found myself unable to reach it. It was too far away, and I was not powerful enough to reach across the distance that separated me from this. Well, I suppose it must be, even though that is ridiculously far-fetched dragon. Who are you? I called back to the rapidly fading consciousness. Ready. Be ready, girl. The words were so faint I nearly did not catch them, and my mind was still befuddled from sleep. But I did catch them. I heard them, and I wondered. Be ready. I opened my eyes to a sunny room in Du Weldenvarden, but my mind was far away. The voice of the dragon echoed through my mind. It was such a vague thing to say, reader. To be ready can mean so many things. You can be ready to sleep or go to war. Yet I would not forget them or the voice that they had been spoken to me in. I looked out of the window I was still leaning against at the garden, which seemed to glitter after the rain storm the previous night. I felt a little bit of power stir in me. It was easy to forget what was coming in this peaceful place, but I felt awake again. I could hear the clock ticking down and feel the storm on the horizon. I, just as much as Eragon and Sapphira, needed to prepare. I needed to remember everything from the spells that let me control my magic to the dark nightmare memories that had so terrified me. I did not have time to let them come back slowly, because all of those things, from the good to the bad, made me up, and I needed them back. Even if it meant remembering all the friends who had died by my side and all the lives I had failed to save. Even if remembering hurt just as much as when I had experienced those things. It was not right to forget those sacrifices, nor the people who had made them, and I would, for both their sakes and my own, remember. Filled with new resolve, I rose from my half-sitting, half-lying position on the comfortable window seat. I would be ready. Be ready, hello there. Here is another chapter for you guys. I had hoped to get it up on Friday, but my life has been complicated, and Friday was not a good day. Neither was Saturday, so I am making myself feel better by writing Fanfiction and hoping for reviews. Anyways, I did promise to get back to the book timeline, and that is what I did here. Hope I managed to stay semi-original while I was at it. I also want to say this. I did not intend to create a Murtagh romance, but it developed into one. I understand that it is an overused idea and that people would probably prefer if I stayed out of that territory. However, because I have already developed it to this point, I am going to keep it this way. I am sorry and I totally understand where you guys are coming from. I can only hope that I can make it a more original romance. Response. Live laugh play music. I am glad you enjoyed the sparring match. Thank you for the review. Garasanin. Thank you. I like writing it too. Elemental Dragon Slayer. Yes, well, I can tell you it was a 50-50 choice. I totally was not sure it was a good idea because I was not sure what it would do to Zoe's image, but I did it. Guess I will see where it takes me. I thought I had better tell readers about the timeline just to prevent confusion. Hope you like this chapter. Princess Cassie. Thank you. It was pretty rough at the beginning, and I will probably go back and redo it one day. Hope you enjoy this one. Kit Kat, glad you liked that chapter. It is a little faster, I guess. I am trying to keep it going right now so it doesn't sit around. Wake you, Panliv. Don't worry. There will be more Ariax Aragon time. I just want it to be a slower development. They will be together, spending time in the city in the next few chapters. I like to think of it as friends, and then something more instead of sort of friends, and then sudden romantic feelings from Aragon. Glad you like it. Chris, thank you for your questions. They are good for me to think about. I guess I imagine the Lord of the Dead as something similar to Sauron from Lord of the Rings, but a better idea would be from the Chronicles of Prydain. Not human for sure, and something that gets into pretty dark magic. I think of the darkness as a constant, in the background, that because of circumstances that Zoe will remember was able to surge back. As for the powers that Zoe hints at, will probably show up at the end of the story. They aren't really guards, but they are immortal, and they don't like to just step in and fix something, but influence fate destiny by using people like Zoe. I am sure it is possible to go to more worlds if you know how to use the gates. Also about that scene with Vanya. I did not write the fight, because I wanted the scene to be about the emotions, beliefs, opinions that clashed when Vanya insulted Aragon, instead of it being about a duel with swords. Hope that sort of makes sense. Thank you again. Mininami 28. I am sorry about the Murtagh. I really never intended to write one, but the story developed that way and I am sorry about it. I hope I can at least make it a good Murtagh story, and there will plenty more going on than romance. Zoe and Murtagh have too many responsibilities and are too mature, hear that guys, to go forgetting themselves in the middle of a war. I am glad you enjoy the rest of the story. Thank you for the review. 46, Chapter 47. The memory of the pain, the sudden return of his curse, made it difficult for Aragon to calm down enough to focus on his meditation that morning. For it did require focus, the most difficult kind, and the events of the past few hours were making it difficult. Yet, the longer he sat there, the more he found all his tension, his fears and worries disappear. One cannot remain like that forever, and the peace of his surroundings eased the tense knot of worry, fear, anger, and other turbulent emotions faster than Aragon had expected. He had woken that morning sore from both his attack and the elves' dance of snake and crane, which were a set of exercises meant to improve his flexibility and strength. Saphira had tried to comfort him, but the best he could manage was a weak smile, and then quickly changed the subject. An hour of sparring with Vanya had then occurred. He had held his own well enough, and to his relief, he had not experienced another episode, though he could not shake the feeling that the injury would strike him again and soon. That thought had made him more cautious with his sword than he would have been otherwise. Vanya, since his duel with Zoe, He had never openly called him a coward and had been more civil. Yet Eragon could still sense the elf's contempt, and he had done his best to ignore the few pointed barbs the warrior had aimed at him. The longer Eragon sat there, his mind open and yet guarded, the more he found himself returning to a sense of balance. He could still not manage anything longer than a few seconds of complete openness, but it was getting easier to reach that state and hold it. Eragon supposed it would take time, just as learning a sword had taken time. When he was able to briefly grasp that feeling the amount of life around him would make him feel very small, the trees, the animals, the insects and plants are all bright points of life around him, their thoughts distinct to each individual and yet sharing similar needs too. As he sat there, he considered the duels with Vanya. The elf was young and he was proud. Perhaps Oramis wanted Eragon to reach out to other elves, but maybe he was hoping to show his brethren that they had been too harsh in their judgment of all mortals. Or maybe Eragon was just reading too deep into the situation, and indeed, what was the point in knowing why he had to duel with Vanya every morning? When his assigned time had come to a close, the rider rose and left the clearing. His head was clearer and more settled as he entered the small cottage where his teacher was awaiting him. "Well," inquired the silver-haired elf, "how did you do today?" Eragon shrugged and said with a rueful smile, "I think I benefited more from the peace of the clearing than from the continuation of my learning." Oramis chuckled. "I thought that might be the case. Why were you so troubled?" "Many reasons," said Eragon quietly. "My back troubled me again last night, and other thoughts have been on my mind." "Ah, you have my sympathy then, Eragon." The rider looked him over with those piercing eyes and then told him, "Have a seat." The younger rider accepted the chair and examined the various scrolls spread over the table with an interested eye. His musings were interrupted by a surprising question that sent his mind reeling. "Why do you fight?" asked Oramis. He might have been asking about the weather, and his hands never stopped in their smooth movements as he drew upon the cream-colored parchment. Eragon stared at the elf, unable to say anything, for it was such a deep, searching question, and his answer was too complicated to just say. Why did he fight? Why did he go to war and risk both his own life and, more importantly, Saphira's? He fingered a quill as he considered it silently, aware as he did so that he had to give a strong answer because he needed to know it just as much as he needed one for his teacher. When he spoke, his words came slowly. "I never really thought about it before. Whenever I did, it was because of personal reasons. My family, what remains of it, and those who struggle as slaves or poor farmers with no chance of a better life." The young rider fell silent, yet those suddenly seemed like poor reasons to sacrifice so many lives and hopes for. "I cannot ask 1,000 men to die for my family or people they have never met." "No," said Oramis. "You must appeal to the things they want. But that is another question with another answer. I want you to tell me why you fight and why you do it." The elf traced the rim of his teacup. "You do not strike me as a person who enjoys war or really ever wanted to be a part of it." Eragon shook his head. "I did when I did not know what it meant." He was silent and then said, after a moment's more thought, "I guess I have two reasons. The first is because of Saphira and what Galbatorix did to the dragons. The second is because I have seen terrible injustices in the Empire that have affected not only those I care for, but others who I may not know but wish to help. Are those reasons able to stand the test of what is to come?" The rider leaned forward, his silver eyes meeting Eragon's and freezing the young rider in place, forcing him to confront the question and consider it. Eragon fiddled with the soft quill. "They are." He raised his eyes and met Oramis's silver ones. "At least right now they feel that way. For Saphira, for those who have suffered more than I ever have, I will fight." Oramis was gazing at him with a strange look in his eyes. Maybe it was one of almost respect, of acknowledgement, or maybe he was merely revolting him. When the rider finally spoke, his words were even and his voice soft. "Keep those reasons in mind, Eragon." "So what?" asked the young rider. "For justifying the deaths I will be responsible for." Eragon could not stop the faint note of bitter anger that the idea roused in him, and he knew Oramis heard it. The softening the older elf's face told him that. All those who face such things ask themselves that question. The rider folded his hands in his lap and gazed out on the windows. "Your friend, Zoe, understands this better than most. As does Arya, Brahm and many others who have seen war and made decisions that affect more than just themselves. Iragan had not spoken of Zoe with Oramis. It was an awkward topic for the writer after hiding so much from his teacher about Zoe's role in his life. Now, even though Oramis had brought her up, he still felt uncomfortable speaking of her. Not looking at his teacher, Iragan said quietly, "Why did you ask me this question?" Oramis moved around his small kitchen, pulling a loaf of freshly baked bread and a pair of bowls that he ladled full of a vegetable stew that had been simmering in a pot hung over a bed of coals in the corner fireplace. The answer was long in coming, but Iragan was used to such silences and merely waited quietly in his seat at the table. "You are still new to the world of gramarye, as magic is properly called, but you must begin to consider its full implications. To understand it, you must know yourself and be able to separate yourself from emotions. If you can think analytically, then you will be able to find paths that someone blinded by a clouded mind cannot see." The F paused and then continued, "To teach you how to think clearly, I will ask you questions." Iragan was silent as he ate a little of the stew Oramis had given him. When he finally answered, his voice was cautious. "So you will purposely ask me questions that have no easy answer?" "Yes," said the elf with a razor-thin smile. "May I ask a question?" said Iragan suddenly. Oramis dipped his head and said, "Proceed." "I believe I have an answer for it," said Iragan as he gazed at the scrolls in their neat shelves. "Yet I cannot help think of why I meditate. I can see the uses of being able to open my mind without losing awareness. In battle, and when I am surrounded by thousands of minds, it is not so different from being in the clearing with all the animals and plants around me." The young rider paused and stirred his stew as he considered the best way to put his thoughts. "Am I correct? Is this why I meditate every day?" Oramis was looking at him with that strange, half-approving and half-amused look that made Iragan shift uneasily. "Yes," he said at last, "you are. The greatest danger you are likely to encounter during the Varden's campaign will come from fellow magicians. You know as well as I how difficult it is to guard against magic, but if you are aware of the people around you, will be able to identify anyone who means you or those around you harm. It seems dangerous to leave myself open," said Iragan candidly. "Another magician will know I have touched their mind and retaliate or shield their thoughts from me. Yet, then, you will know you have found a magician. It is better to be aware than blind to the world." The elf shrugged. "Brahm taught you much, and so has experience. However, this tool is still something you need to master, and to master you must be ready for it. You are ready for it now." "Zoe has taught me much. So has Murtagh." Iragan met his teacher's eyes, and the other nodded. "You have been fortunate to be surrounded by those who have walked many paths. Now," the elf glanced at the scrolls that had been neatly piled on the other end of table while they ate. "It is time to continue your learning of other things. How was it with Oramis Elder?" asked Arya as the two walked through the forest. Once more Saphira had chosen to remain behind, for she was exhausted after an intensive day with Gleeder who, according to her, was determined to make her fly until she dropped. The elf and the rider were walking to Tealdari Hall, where Arya had expressed a wish to show him the gardens. "Well," said Iragan. After a moment longer of quiet walking down the path, the rider continued. "He asked me why I fought." Arya glanced at him and then said, "What did you say?" Iragan was not sure what to say, for he did not want Arya disagreeing with his answer, and yet he wanted her opinion on the matter. He was still not fully satisfied with it, and he felt that, in the long run, it would need to be better if it was to survive the bloodbath that was to come. "I said I fought for those who had sacrificed far more than I for the dragons and those I love." Arya was silent for a long moment, and so Iragan chose to admire the grand halls they were passing by with their magnificent trees and gardens. The elf's voice pulled him back as she said, "I sense that you still wish to improve your answer." "Yes," said Iragan quietly, "but that, I think, will take time and more experience." "You are right," she said seriously, and her green eyes were heavy upon his face. "It is an answer that one cannot give until one understands the fullness of the situation. Sometimes you must be in the middle of it before that understanding comes." They were silent for a long moment until Arya said, "I sparred with Zoe today, and she mentioned that she would be assisting you in your sword play." Iragan looked down at the ground, and then he nodded. "Yes, she has." Arya laughed lightly, "though she did say you would have to forget your honor." Eragon looked over and found Arya's green eyes sparkling with amusement, and he could not help but smile openly back. Yes, he agreed with a laugh of his own. She warned me of it. It will be good for you, said Arya, looking forward again, to learn such things. They are valuable skills to have. The elf came to a halt. They had arrived at a ribbed lancet arch, grown between two trees, which served as the entrance to graceful palace. On the other side of the arch was a vast flower garden arranged to look as pristine and natural as a wild meadow, though it was impossible to imagine a wild meadow having so many varieties of flowers which, Eragon knew, probably would not have grown here without magic and the care bestowed upon them. Gem-like ware lights floated here and there, and swirling fireflies flitted from one side of the garden to the other. Come, said Arya, with a small smile at his wondering look of admiration. Have something to show you. He followed her among the flowers, careful as he did so not to step on one of the delicate blooms. Arya came to a stop next to a weeping willow whose branches trailed all the way to the ground. The tree had a peaceful air to it, as if it had seen many things and welcomed all those who stopped beside it. Its leaves rustled softly as Arya pushed the trailing branches aside and beckoned Eragon to follow. Stepping beside her, he entered the protected, darkened tent created by the tree. It was very quiet underneath the branches. No sound reached them here, and suddenly Eragon was very aware of Arya's warm presence beside him as she moved forward and knelt on the ground. Following, the young rider sank down and looked for what Arya so wanted to show him. It was then that he saw it. A flower was growing among the roots of the willow. It was a dark blue, an indigo, at the tips of its closed petals, and then the blue lightened the closer it got to the stem. Arya gently cupped the bloom in her hands and murmured, "Open." The petals unfurled, fanning their inky wings to show a bright blue center that traveled up the sides of the petals, and then slowly changed to the indigo. It was like the change one might see when one moved from deep dark blue to shallower, brighter waters. For a second Eragon felt as if he was falling into those blue depths, and then he looked away, reminded of the crystal clear waters of the streams that flowed in the spine. The flower conjured up images of the days he had spent hunting in those mountains, walking the game trails, and passing by deep still pools that seemed to have no end. It reminded him of Saphira, of the change from light to dark, and then dark to light. "It is beautiful, isn't it?" said Arya softly beside him. He looked at the elf. She was sitting close to him, close enough for him to see the various highlights that twisted through her inky black hair. He was close enough to smell the scent that hung around her, the scent of pine trees and crisp parchment papers. Her face was gazing straight ahead, and it gave him a chance to examine her profile with its smooth angles and high cheekbones that were so different from the softer, rounder features of the women he had grown up looking at. Arya was different, exotic, and beautiful like the flower she had taken the time to show him. It was startling to suddenly realize how much he enjoyed spending time with the elf princess. He had found her so unreachable and aloof when they had first met after Gilead. Slowly, they had warmed to each other and become allies, friends even, as they traveled and fought together. This feeling stirring inside of him was strange. It both warmed him and yet sent a shiver down his spine. Looking back to the flower, he felt the emotions, the homesickness, the nostalgia, and these new ones that he had never felt before, spinning around inside of him. It was making it difficult to say anything in reply, for what could you say? What words would describe a flower, just a little flower, which seemed to have elicited such memories and emotions inside of him? Sighing, Eragon said quietly, "It is very beautiful." Yet the words could not, describe what he saw when he looked at the inky depths of the flower that changed to light as his gaze moved inward. Arya glanced at him and asked quietly, "What are you thinking?" He smiled ever so slightly. "It just reminds me of home, or what used to be my home. It reminds me of many things." Arya's eyes were endless forest green depths that he found himself falling into. They were considering him, but he did not feel like he had to hide anything. She would see him and judge him fairly. There was no point trying to be anything else but his own self with the elf, for she had decades of experience judging character, and she would see his attempts. So he just stared back into her eyes and let the silence between them lengthen. She broke the silence first. "Fairlin created it for me, before we left for the Varden the first time. It reminds me of home and I carried its image with me. Her voice was very soft, and in it he heard things that made him wish he could comfort her. He had never met Phelan, and yet he owed the dead elf for Sapphira in some ways, but because he was still so young and inexperienced in so many things, he could not offer comforting words. So instead, he just said quietly, "Thank you for showing it to me." The elf smiled slightly at him, as though grateful he had not tried to comfort her or ask anything more. Glancing down at the flower again, Iragan said in an even softer voice, "There is a flower like it back in Palancar Valley. Not as blue or anything, but of similar shape. It reminds me of the spine this flower." Arya's smile grew, and she rose from the ground. He followed suit. "Really? You will have to tell me more about your home, Iragan. You have spoken of it little." He was surprised for a moment, and then he smiled a little wider. "I would enjoy it." He would too. Arya understood about leaving, about being forced to cut yourself free, and to tell her about his childhood was no painful thing when one knew you would be listened to. Perhaps she too would speak of her life to him. The two of them left the weeping willow, and Arya led him back to his own treehouse. They spoke of small things, of the plants that grew in the forest around them, of the way Arya's people had organized the city, and many other things, small things that mattered little, but eased the memories and emotions that the small little flower underneath a weeping willow had elicited in both of them. When Iragan and Arya arrived back at the treehouse that Iragan and Sapphira used, they found Sapphira spread out on the ground with Zoe, who was looking remarkably carefree, laughing on her front leg. The two looked up at the returning pair, and a wide smirk grew on Zoe's face. Beside him, Arya groaned and whispered, "What do you think Zoe will tease us both of for the next few months?" Iragan chuckled. "I couldn't imagine." "You're back," said Zoe with laugh as she rose from Sapphira's leg. "Yes," said Arya, who quickly embraced Zoe before turning to Iragan and saying, "I will leave the pair of you, till next we meet." She nodded to Sapphira and then disappeared among the trees, leaving Zoe, still smirking at him, and Sapphira, who had the satisfied look of a cat with a mouse. "Are you ready?" asked Zoe. "Or would you rather keep staring after her?" Color rushed to Iragan's face as he cast his friend a glare, but wisely he chose to ignore the teasing jab. "Whenever you are," he said as evenly as he could. "Did you enjoy your time with Arya?" asked Sapphira. "Yes," he said with a small smile in her direction. "You should come with us next time." "Perhaps," said Sapphira. "Earth to Iragan," said Zoe with a small smile. "Pay attention." He turned his focus back to Zoe and saw that she was holding out the hilt of Zarok towards him. Nodding, he accepted the blade and waited for Zoe to explain exactly what he was supposed to do. The last time he had sparred with her, she had not been teaching him moves, but merely allowing him to learn as he went. Now, he sensed, it would be different. It was. Zoe began by teaching him how to fall without losing his blade. Iragan had never considered falling, or that the art of falling could win or lose a duel. Needless to say, he ended up on his back, and then had to learn to get out of that position. It was, he thought, surprisingly difficult to land in such a way that you could easily get back up or even, as Zoe explained, fool the one you were dueling. They did not, as she had told him when she made the offer the previous night, practice for long. Maybe half an hour, and to Iragan's relief his back did not trouble him. It twinged, and he nervously wondered when the next episode would be, but it appeared not to be that day. When Zoe sheathed her sword, and he followed suit, they left the small clearing that surrounded the tree and went back up the twisting stairs to Iragan and Sapphira's rooms high above. It was there that Zoe told him, "I promised to teach you about being a leader, but it really just a way of managing things. You have to be organized and appear completely in control. Imagine it is a chess game, and you must move each piece carefully and with the idea to win firmly fixed in your mind." She paused and then continued, "The only way to really understand it is to live it, to be in that situation and see how to play the game, but," she gazed at him seriously, "I can teach you rules, mannerisms, and other things that you can use to your advantage. One of the ways to teach these things is to present you with situations." Stepping into the center of the room, she said, "Do you understand?" Taking a seat on his bed, beside the pile of scrolls given to him by Oramis, Iragan said, "I think I do." "Then let us begin." So she did. It was a different kind of schooling than any Iragan had experienced before. It was not about battles with swords and men, but ones involving fictional lords and ladies. All of Zoe's questions required him to think quickly, and yet give her answers that were smooth and polished. He could not be anything but ready and willing, even when he struggled to know what to say. By the time Zoe had decided to end their session, Eragon had the feeling that had he been confronted with even one of those situations in real life, that he would have made a mess of it. When he did respond, his friend had corrected his tone, his stance, and his wording, making him reconsider each of his words. He smiled at his friend and said with a rueful grin, "How do you remember it all?" She smiled and flopped down on his bed beside him. "I was drilled in it, just as you will be." Zoe traced a pattern on the quilt. "It is good for me to remember these things too." "What do you mean?" asked Eragon curiously. Zoe shrugged. "I am still remembering who I am, Eragon. All these lessons that I once had and now am giving to you are just another part of who I was. It is like building a puzzle." Ragan frowned as he remembered Zoe informing him of her memory loss. In all that had occurred these past weeks, he had forgotten that, and it made him feel a little guilty. Saphira saved him from trying to answer by asking from her place in the soft nest, "How much have you remembered?" "Enough of it," said Zoe with a faint smile, but her eyes were shadowed, and Eragon sensed that there was much she was not speaking of. Saphira gazed at her with an almost stern look, like a teacher might give a misbehaving student. The dragon laid her head on the rim of her bed. "You can tell us, Zoe." The young woman lifted her gaze to Saphira and shook her head quietly. When she spoke, her words were measured and her eyes guarded. Suddenly she looked every inch the princess, with her back straight and her hands neatly folded in her lap. The elvish tunic she was wearing emphasizing the soft light that hung around her and complementing her fair coloring. "I will tell you when I understand it better." Her words were not cold, but they were unyielding. "The memories are still coming back. Hopefully," she glanced between them, "I can tell you more when I know more. Soon, Saphira." Then, as quickly as the princess had appeared, she vanished and was replaced by the easy, relaxed friend that both Eragon and Saphira. With a gesture at the scrolls, Zoe said with a smile, "You have homework, and I am being a distraction." "Yes," said Eragon with a grin, and Zoe rolled her eyes at him. It was almost unsettling to see how quickly Zoe could pull her mask out and deliver her words with that measured voice that she was endeavoring to teach him. Yet he also wanted to know more about Zoe, to know why her eyes had shadowed so when asked about her memories. He remembered Oramis's words earlier that day, "She understands it better than most." What had his friend seen and done? What was she remembering right now that made her instantly so guarded around both him and Saphira? His thoughts were mirrored by Saphira. "See you tomorrow," said Zoe with a smile, and with that she was gone. She left him with a stack of scrolls and a mind full of questions. He and Saphira had just come to the startling realization that they really didn't know anything about Zoe. As Eragon tried to read and Saphira dozed on her bed, the young rider wondered if he could actually say he knew who she was, or if, like it seemed, if anyone knew who she was. Zoe was not the person he had thought she was. Then, like the flower that was still caught in his mind's eye, was the feelings he had shared with Arya. The relaxed peace that filled him when he spent time with her, those confusing emotions that refused to leave him alone, just as the indigo of that flower seemed to paint the world around him. Shaking his head, as if to shake away an annoying fly, the young rider turned his attention back to the scrolls in front of him. Life, he decided, was too full of confusing questions. In his mind, Saphira chuckled and agreed. "Chapter time. Just thought I would tell everyone that Murtagh will be back in the picture in either the coming chapter or the one after. We left him following Vivian through the streets of Aberon. I hope that everyone is appreciating faster updates. To be honest, I am glad to be getting through Eldest, as it was not my favorite in Hershian's book. I can't believe that I am over the 200,000 word mark." As always, thank you to everyone who has read and favorited this story. Here are some R. Epleys to those of you who did review. Shin Abin, I am glad you love this story. Thank you for the review. Live Laugh Play Music, I am glad you like it. I do try to keep the characters sort of canon, so please let me know if they get too out of character. Hope you like this chapter. MXM World Traveler. Yes, Hearts of Stone seem to be a problem in this series. Thank you for the review. Wake you Panlivy, it has started. Yes, the Aragon/Arya thing is moving. Murtagh and Zoe have to wait, however, until the end of this installment. Hope you like this chapter, and thank you for the review. Chris, I am glad you like the dragon voice. I guess that I would say that Zoe has, for sure, read the third book and probably has heard about the fourth book. She doesn't know the details like the dragon soul's act. But she does know that it ends with Naswada and Arya becoming queens while Eragon leaves. Thank you for the review. 47, Chapter 48. Eragon had to heal himself that day. During his duel with Varnir, his back had flared, and as he had been enduring it, he had bitten his lip and filled his mouth with hot, metallic blood. To Varnir's credit, the elf had merely asked him if he wished to continue, and when he had confirmed that he did, the elf had. Varnir had not gone any easier on him, but his choice to ignore the fact that Eragon had ended up on the ground had made the rider almost want to thank him. At Oramis's hut, the day resumed its usual pattern. Saphira accompanied Glida for her instruction, while Eragon remained with Oramis. His apprehension to perform the Rimga proved groundless, for the dance of snake and crane was too gentle to injure him. In fact, it helped restore a little of his physical confidence and loosen the muscles that had become sore from the tension that kept them strained. Once more he retreated to the clearing and endeavored to clear his mind, and this time, perhaps thinking of it in terms of battle and strategy helped. He was able to reach and hold it for longer. His success gave him another little boost, and he walked back to Oramis a little lighter and happier. At least he could be of some use, and not everything asked of him was beyond his physical limitations. If he could not be a warrior with a sword, then he would be another kind of warrior, a different sort, who relied on weapons not so easily seen. As Oramis served the midday meal, he asked his young student, "Do you believe Galbatorix is evil?" Eragon had been prepared for the question in some ways, for he had expected another meal like the one from the day before. He had expected another startling question that challenged the ideas he had created without really thinking. Galbatorix, it seemed, was synonymous with the word evil. Or maybe that was what Oramis expected him to say, and he wanted to surprise his teacher with a different answer, a better one. He was silent as he considered it and the wall in front of him. His first answer was affirmative, and yet he doubted that it took in account all the sides of the issue. It was like saying Zoe was just a girl when she was so much more, and he did not even know all the things that had. It was like saying Saphira was just a fiery breathing monster when she was far from it. "No," said Eragon hesitantly, "not evil in the way I might first think. He has committed horrible crimes," but Eragon trailed off, not sure how to explain it, and then he finally finished. "I doubted that he believes he is evil. Whatever he has done, I am sure he has justified it and feels that it was necessary." Oramis was gazing at him steadily over his cup of blueberry tea. "What makes you think that?" Eragon flushed a little and dropped his gaze to his own tea. "It was something Zoe said to me. We were speaking of the Urgles and why they choose to side with Galbatorix. She told me that there may come a day when I would have to put aside my feelings toward them and see them as allies." Eragon paused, and then continued. "She told me that the Urgles only chose to side with Galbatorix because they wanted to save their race from extinction. That their view of the world made them see the world in another light, but that did not make them evil, nor did it mean I could not understand them. It was that view that allowed them to fight the way they did." "What do you know of Urgles?" asked Oramis. Eragon shrugged. "Very little. I have only fought them, and being on opposite sides of a battlefield is hardly a way I would choose to learn of a person or race." He grimaced as he remembered a few of the terrible crimes the creatures had committed. He knew it would be difficult to think of them as anything other than monsters. Yet Zoe, with all her knowledge of the future, had told him too, and that one day he might very well need their help. Oramis sighed. "Your people hate and fear the Urgles, do they not?" Eragon cocked his head and looked at his teacher, considering it. "Yes," he said finally, "just as they hate and fear the spine. I do not claim to understand the spine, but I know a few things that allowed me to navigate it." Oramis raised his mug to his lips and drank, his bright, far-seeing eyes fixed on Eragon the entire time. "Keep that in mind when you meet someone whose views do not match your own. Just because others hate and fear, it does not mean you cannot learn more of it and come to understand it." Study of the ancient language continued that afternoon, whereupon Eragon was allowed, for the first time since he had come here, to take up the practice of magic. Much of Oramis's lectures concerned the proper way in which to control various forms of energy, such as light and heat. He also discussed magicians and the role they played in battle. Specifically, he focused on the wards erected to make warriors and magicians safer from long-range attacks. This conversation of magic and the magicians strong enough to pose a threat led, of course, to the twins. The two now dead magicians that had betrayed them to the Empire had been one of the few sets of magicians strong enough to actually immerse themselves in the magic. They had actually had substantial power, while many of the others in the Varden could barely heal a bruise. This line of discussion, of course, made Eragon wonder as he considered all this new information regarding battle and the way it was fought around, and almost for magicians. Were there magicians in Farthander? I encountered no one when I was fighting, and I did not know I had to be open for them, or even that I should consider setting wards around myself. Did not Ajhed ask Arya, or even one of Duvranga Gata to set defenses around you? Surely Brahm did, demanded Oramis, the grey eyes suddenly turning had as slate stone. No, master, and you have always fought thus, even when with Brahm. I have, said Eragon. If Brahm set wards around me, I was never aware of it. Oramis's eyes unfocused, and he was silent for a long moment until, with a brief shake of his head, "It is lucky that Brahm and Zoe were able to destroy the twins. Their betrayal could have cost us even more deeply than it already has. I am still surprised that you were allowed to fight so undefended." "Yes," murmured Eragon, as he thought back to the twins and the things that they had caused. "But wards would not have saved me from Durza." He looked up at his teacher. "I mean, if there were magicians in Farthander, then they left me alone because Durza wanted me. So when I met Durza, I was without wards." Eragon paused and gazed out at the forest that backed the small clearing where Oramis made his home. "Surely, even if I had wards, Durza would have found a way to avoid them." Oramis nodded. "Durza did not risk it, however, and you are correct. Arya informed me that she did duel with other magicians during the battle." The elf paused. How your duel with Durza would have gone had you had wards is for others to imagine. Considering all this information, Eragon asked a question that had been nagging at him since Brahm first told him the laws of magic all those months ago. How is it, then, that Galbatorix's strength has been increasing each year? It was a question that he did expect to be answered, and yet one that he would rather risk than never ask it at all. When Oramis finally did respond, his voice was soft but unyielding. "It is not appropriate to have this discussion at the present." At least he knows, thought Eragon to himself. At least Oramis did know and could tell him when the time was right. That was reassuring, at least for now, even if the idea that it was something so deadly that the elves hid it was unsettling. Meeting his teacher's calm gaze, he decided to ask another question, one with a very personal edge to it, that he had asked of Zoe before. Yet she had known little of it, telling him that his questions regarding that particular subject. "Master, what of the Razak? Why do you wish to know more about those foul creatures?" inquired his teacher with an interested gleam in his almond eyes. Eragon shrugged. "One day I will have to face them, and neither Zoe nor Brahm were able to tell me much. Can they use magic as well?" Oramis sighed softly. "Little to none is known of them, Eragon. All I can tell you are that they can see on a cloudy night, track a scent like a bloodhound, jump higher and move faster than a human, and even an elf on occasion. Their very aura, the air around them, inspires terror in even the bravest men." Eragon was silent for a moment, and then he shivered. "I remember that part very well," he said quietly. "It made me feel cold and locked in place like a frightened rabbit." He grinned ruefully. "I am surprised that there is so little about them." Oramis shrugged and folded his hands neatly on the table. "The riders killed most of their kind before the fall, but whatever was once known about them has been lost." "But Eragon," his teacher's eyes sharpened as he gazed at the younger rider, "remember that they are strongest in the shadows where they can easily create fear. Never grow arrogant and never underestimate your opponent. Their mounts, the Letherblaka, we elves call them, are cruel and vicious with all the intelligence of a dragon, while the Razak are ruthless in their determination." Eragon remembered the near death of his father at their hands, and the many other heartaches the creatures had caused both him and others through the years. It was because of the Razak that his uncle was dead, and his cousin, no doubt, hated him. Sighing, Eragon nodded, and Oramis moved the topic towards other matters related to magic and its uses. They were nearing the end of the day when Oramis returned to his hut and returned carrying a half-dozen slate tablets about a half-foot wide and a foot high. He presented one to Aragon, who examined it with interest. "I thought you might enjoy learning how to make a faith. It is an excellent device for focusing your thoughts. All you need to do is concentrate upon the image that you wish to capture and then say, 'Let that which I see in my mind's eye be replicated on the surface of this tablet.'" As Aragon examined the clay-smooth slate, Oramis gestured at the clearing. "Look about you, Aragon, and find something worth preserving." He glanced around the clearing. What was worth being captured forever? The crystal blue sky with its fluffy white clouds, the bright yellow of a wild flower that grew close to him, or maybe the sight of Oramis's small cottage with the green trees around it and the wild flowers that grew in brightly colored clumps around it. He wanted to capture these moments, to remember the peace of the world around him before it was all lost by the passage of time. But he discarded them. There would be other moments like this, other times when he looked around and wished he could just stay like this forever and never be asked to leave the forest or shoulder the responsibility of command. Turning his attention to a young apple tree, he admired the bright pink blossoms that hung in heavy clumps. Looking at, he remembered other apple trees, other days when he had gazed up into clouds of pink flowers against the blue of a mountain sky. He was remembering his childhood, and suddenly this apple tree with its young branches that seemed to speak of peace and future prosperity, as well as past trees that he had learned to climb in. Aragon positioned himself alongside the trunk so that he could better capture the scene, and then, with the image of tree fixed firmly in his mind, he uttered the spell. He was thinking of the slim branches, the delicate flowers, and the way the tree seemed to stretch towards the sky. The surface of the grey tablet brightened as splashes of color bloomed across it, bending and mixing to produce the proper array of hues. When his pigments stopped moving, Aragon found himself looking down at an image. It was not quite what he had originally imagined, and yet he rather liked it. The colors were neither as sharp nor the details as crystal clear as the one created by Oramis had been. It was a little muddy and parts looked like they had been seen through a cloudy lens. Still, despite himself, he felt as if he had captured something crucial about the tree. Perhaps it was not as clear a representation because he had been thinking of other trees. Trees that had been older than this one, with gnarled branches and stout trunks that provided perfect footholds for a young boy. At a sign from Oramis, Aragon handed the tablet over to him. The elf studied it for a minute and then said, "What were you thinking of?" Aragon considered it for a moment and then shrugged. "I was thinking of the tree and of other apple trees that I remember." Oramis cocked his head slightly and then nodded. "It is a little like with your meditation. Learn to let go of the past and the future. Observe everything around you without becoming focused on one particular thing. Allow yourself to absorb everything around you." Setting the picture aside, Oramis took a second, blank tablet from the grass and gave it to Aragon. "Try again with what I—" Suddenly Aragon sensed eyes upon him and glanced up to see two figures standing close to Oramis's small cottage. One, he noticed with a strange leap in his heart, was Arya dressed in a gown of light green. Beside her, dark hair falling unbound down her back, was Zoe. She too, like Arya, had donned a gown though hers was of midnight blue, and her glittering quiver was slung across her back, a fixture that Ryder always associated with her. Oramis turned and nodded to the pair as they stepped forward. "Lady Zoe," he greeted with a faint smile, and then a nod to Arya along with, "Arya Drottning." "I am sorry we interrupted," said Zoe with a cool smile. Aragon gazed at her with interest, for she seemed oddly polite and guarded for such an informal setting. It struck him as strange to hear that word, lady, spoken in front of Zoe's name, for he had never thought of her that way. "Indeed," said Arya with a smile in his direction, "Zoe was coming to see you Oramis Elder, and I offered to accompany her here before returning to Elismera. My mother wishes for my assistance in council this night." "'Tis nothing," said Oramis, and he gestured at the tablets before them. "I am teaching Aragon how to make a faith." "Really?" said Zoe with an interested gleam in her grey eyes. She bent and picked up Aragon's first attempt. "Did you make this?" she asked, raising her eyes to gaze at him. "Yes," said Aragon, now rather self-conscious to have Zoe examining his handiwork, especially when it was still so rough. "I like it," said his friend with a warm smile that was much more common around the Zoe he knew when they had been traveling or met in private. It seemed to Aragon that her eyes had suddenly become impenetrable grey-blue walls, and that only when she chose to would that wall lower to show the friend he knew behind them. It was, he realized, something that she would try to teach him, and he wondered what it would be like to be able to hide or show your feelings by choice. "Can you make one?" asked Arya of the girl, so suddenly that all turned to gaze at Zoe with sudden interest. Could she? Aragon had never thought much about Zoe having magic, nor had he ever seen her display any sign that she could control the wild power that he was only just beginning to truly understand. Oramis, who noted Aragon, was suddenly very interested and gazing at Zoe with the full intensity that those silver irises could command. Yet Zoe seemed untroubled by the intense scrutiny. Her face never lost its thoughtful interest, and she seemed to be studying the slate in front of her as if considering the question. It seemed as if she was lost in thought, maybe trying to remember if, at some other time in her old life, she had done magic like this. Then, with a quick nod, she said, "I think I can. I have done something similar before." Turning a new blank slate in her hands, she gazed down at it a minute more before murmuring something in a language that Aragon had never heard before. It was a fair tongue, and it echoed in his mind a little like the ancient language did, for it was heavy with meaning and power. The slate was blank for a moment after Zoe stopped speaking, and then, like a flower unfurling, the colors splashed across it and formed an image that Aragon could not quite see from this angle. Zoe considered it for a long moment, and then she held it out for inspection. It was an image, a sandy beach, as if seen from above. A wide strip of gleaming sand that changed to ocean, which stretched out into the distance until the line between horizon and water was an indistinguishable blue haze. The bright turquoise of the water changing to dark as the depth of the water increased, and the green tufts of tough grass that grew along the edge of the sand. A wind seemed to making whitecaps across the waves. "Where is it?" asked Aragon curiously, for he had not really had a chance to actually see the sea, and it fascinated him. He guessed it must be a memory for his friend, and he had always associated her with the sea for some reason. "It is where I spent many of my childhood summers," said Zoe with a faint smile. "It does not take much for me to conjure the image, even when I have not walked it in too long." Setting aside her faith, the young woman gestured at the slate still in the young rider's hands. "Now your turn," she said with a faint smile, and deftly turning the subject away from why she had chosen to imprint a memory on the slate to him. Looking down at his own slate, Aragon wondered what he could do. He glanced around and met Arya's emerald green eyes that were gazing at him with interest. Oramis looked like usually did, interested and watchful, but calm too. Then there was Zoe, who seemed so unreachable and untouchable, as if she was above it all, and yet aware of everything at the same time. For a second, Aragon almost wanted to capture these three people, so different and yet so powerful as they regarded him. However, he did not doubt he could render it enough justice, nor was he certain of their reactions. So he turned his attention to something else, a memory that was as clear to him as the night, just the previous night to be exact, when he had seen it. The flower. The indigo flower that Arya had shown him. He wanted to capture that image now, before it was dimmed in his mind. Before the memory of its crystal blue and inky darkness faded from his mind like a candle flame going out. Right now, its color and shape were as clear to him as if he was still kneeling beside Arya underneath a weeping willow. Remembering the flower as if it was before him, and he had somehow been transported back to that moment when it had opened, he murmured the words in the tongue of power. The words came easily from him, for he had long grown accustomed to the feel and weight of the ancient language. The image that spread across the slate was clear, and there were no muddy smears of color or unfocused blurry bits. The flower filled the entire faith, the petals open to show the bright interior and enough of the dark blue sides. Perhaps it was because he understood the flower a little better than he understood the apple tree, or maybe seeing Zoe work the magic in her strange, foreign way had made him see the world with a wider lens. Turning the slate around for inspection, he saw Arya's eyes widen slightly as she turned to look at him with a surprised, and yet, quite suddenly, wary expression. Zoe smiled slightly and nodded her head as if approving of his choice, while Oramis studied it with the gaze of a teacher evaluating a student's submission. "Well wrought," said Oramis with a nod, and an approving smile that Aragon suddenly found hard to take pride in, for Arya did not seem at all approving. Instead, the elf was gazing at him with guarded eyes that studied him like they had studied him when they had first met. When he was the human who had somehow become a rider, and she was the elf just rescued from prison. "Yes," said Arya distantly. Her eyes lingered on his face before she asked, "Why that?" With one elegant, long-fingered hand she gestured at the slate. Eragon looked at it for a long moment and then spoke carefully, as if this was one of Zoe's lessons in decorum and wordplay. "I wanted to remember what the flower looked like." "I understood it better than he trailed off before continuing. "It just seemed like something I could capture." He felt flat, as if his answer had been a poor reason, and he half looked to Zoe as if she could help him. He found her eyes studying him, and then, to his relief, the young woman smiled. "It is a beautiful flower," said Zoe, as if that was reason enough. "You captured the colors." "So did you in your image," he returned with a small smile. His friend laughed lightly, but once more he could see that she was in complete control of that laugh, that her amusement was carefully controlled, as was any pleasure she might have felt with her creation. The very air felt charged almost, stilted, and awkward, though Zoe and Oramis seemed to be unaffected. Arya looked like she felt like he did, strange, and unable to articulate anything, nor sure of what to say that would not cause offense. "Thank you," Zoe said. "I have not created something like for years." She turned and looked at Arya. "You have a council meeting, do you not?" Eragon sensed that she offering the elf an escape, and he watched as Arya nodded briefly before she said her farewells and disappeared into the trees. Zoe helped Eragon gather the slates before following Oramis back into his cottage. Eragon could sense Saphira returning along with Glida. She was weary and hungry. Tonight she would hunt, and he planned to accompany her before meeting with Zoe. Sure enough, a few moments later, the thudding beats of dragon wings could be heard on the air. Leaving the cottage, the three watched as the dragons, illuminated by the setting sun, flared their translucent wings. Eragon could not help but smile as he and Saphira connected and lost themselves in their mutual happiness to see the other. Warm waves of love, trust, and joy flowed through their link as they shared images and feelings that had been too faint for the other to sense through their stretched link. "Little one," said Saphira as she settled on the ground. Beside her, like a golden mountain Glida, was greeting Oramis, and so Eragon moved forward and rested a hand on the side of her face just below her giant blue eye. She was tired, but also satisfied with what she had accomplished. Yet, as he smiled at her, he sensed her deep worry for him, and it made him feel helpless and frustrated. Zoe walked up beside him and smiled a warm, true smile at her longtime friend. The two greeted each other, and then Zoe turned to nod to Glida before Eragon and Saphira once more had to answer the questions the pair directed towards them. Once they had answered to the best of their ability, the sapphire blue dragon and her rider bade farewell to their teachers and nodded to Zoe, who they both knew they would see later. With that, they soared upwards, relishing in each other's presence in the empty expanse of the sky. They spoke little and forgot, for a time, the troubles that haunted them like dark storm clouds. She watched from her place on the soft grass of the clearing as Zoe schooled her young rider in the ways of dueling blades. The blue dragon's wing muscles ached from the strenuous exercise of the past few weeks. She was used to flying for long periods, but never had she had to practice aerial combat moves and learn to improve her technique. Until then, and it was a painful process despite her natural skill. Sighing, she allowed herself to enjoy the pleasure of a full stomach and the pleasant feeling of grass against her scales. She was trying not to worry as she watched her little human end up on his back once more. It was not in her nature to worry or to feel afraid of something, but then it had never been in a dragon's nature to care for a little two-leg like she cared for her rider. He was part of her. His triumphs and failures were as much his, and they were hers. Together they were one, and when they were separated it was gaping hole. Durza's curse reminded her of this, it seemed, every single time it struck. It was a cruel thing. She could feel his pain, feel him struggling to endure it and rise above it, but she could not help. Only when it was over could she help him, and then, when it was done, she tried to make him forget it just as she tried to. Yet she could not. Just as the curse haunted her rider every movement, just waiting to strike, it haunted her like a cruel reminder that she could not always save him, that she, a dragon, was helpless, a queen of the sky, a glittering remnant of a distant age, a flaming signal of hope and vitality, was helpless to save the one she loved more than life itself. Sapphira wrenched her thoughts away from such thoughts, lest her rider sense her despair and pain. Focusing on the lesson before her, she watched as Zoe readjusted Iragan's grip on the knife's hilt. The wire lights that floated around the clearing illuminated the space where the two practiced, hidden from the elves and their curiosity. Watching the girl, the dragon allowed herself to wander other thought paths. She counted the little human as one of her greatest allies in this war. That did not mean they had not disagreed. They had not too long ago regarding Iragan's curse, when Sapphira had demanded that Zoe tell her when, if ever, it would ever fade. The girl had refused, and nothing Sapphira did had changed her mind. No, the dragon respected the stubborn little human with her complicated past and numerous sides, even if she wished the girl was more open and willing to share things. She cast her gaze over her young rider as he prepared to try again. He had changed, she mused to herself. Sapphira could still see him, silhouetted in the moonlight, standing in a small room in a simple house staring at her. He had been what she had spent so long waiting for. Something about the way he had held her egg, the way he let her know of his presence had been enough. Something about him, standing in the silver light, had stuck with her, and she had known in that first second that this was someone special, that she, unnamed and alone in the world, could trust and love and fight for. That he, unknown and untried, would fight and love her just as much as she did. Now he doubted her choice. He had argued with her the previous night as he considered what his disability would mean for them both, even going so far as to agree with Vanya that she had made a bad one. Nothing had angered her more than to hear him doubt the truest thing that either of them had ever done before. Perhaps, wondered the dragon, that was why she loved him so. He doubted things, he questioned what she took for certain, and he needed her just as she needed him. She gave him certainty when did not feel certain of anything, and he made her consider the world. As the two humans finished their dueling, and Zoe began to tutor her young rider in things that she found both amusing and distastefully necessary, the dragon allowed herself to pretend that her rider was just fine, that she had never felt the terror of being alone and isolated from him while he was in pain. She allowed herself to enjoy that the girl she called friend and ally was here with them and seemed to have shed the mask that she wore so often in this place. As the stars glinted above her and their clear light was reflected in her bright scales, the dragon allowed herself to forget it all. It had been a good day for the most part, and she was a dragon. It would take more than this to defeat her. It would take more than this to make her feel forsaken and frightened. There was fire and hot determination aplenty in her, and because he was her rider, it was Iragan's too. They would endure. Together they would be the two that are one, the one that was all in this fight for freedom and revenge. She would do anything and everything for him, just as he would do the same for her. It had been the right choice. I left the Faith, which Oramis had insisted I take with me, on the table in the antechamber. I think you know what the image shows, where I got that memory. It is from that strange waking dream in which everything was so real and yet so far away, with the book and the lines I had written in it. Now, shedding my bow and knives, I left my bedroom and sat down in front of the Faith. A tray of food, probably left for me by Rena, was waiting for me. I poured a cup of the fragrant tea and gazed down at the Faith. I touched it and traced the colors that made up the waves and the horizon. I had never used my magic in front of Iragan, and he had many questions for me that night, as had Sapphira. I sighed and leaned back. The Faith was pretty, and I was happy to have the dream immortalized in it, but it still felt strange. Strange that suddenly I was able to wield power like the magicians in this world. It was different power, and yet also similar. Now I could match people like the twins and assist the Varden in another way. I still needed to practice, to remember and regain the skill that had been purposely removed from my mind, but it was there just like it had been there today. Then there had been Oramis. We had spoken that night, and I had found myself slowly opening up to him. It was, I was finding, impossible to keep myself distant with someone as wise and compassionate as the rider. Our conversations were interesting. Our topics varied, and I had the feeling that he enjoyed it just as much as I did. Finishing the food on the tray and pouring a fresh cup of tea, I retreated to my bathroom, and then, wrapped in a thick bathrobe, I pulled one of my books from my traveling pack and allowed myself the luxury of being curled in blankets with a good book and a hot cup of tea. Sleep came not long after, slowly pulling me under until I found myself back at Cair Cauldron. I was back on the beach, back in a dream that seemed so real that it was not a dream. I was walking the beach, my feet bare and the sand soft and warm between my toes. My hair was loose and being blown around by the wind. I was wearing a white dress whose hem was already wet from sea spray. I raised a hand and pushed some hair out of my face. Once more this felt so real. I could feel the wind against my face, the warm sand, and hear the gulls crying above as the surf beat its relentless tune out on the shore. It was as if I was really here, transported back to this place, even though I really was far, far away. My mind was here, but I wasn't really here. A voice called out, "Zoe." A familiar voice thought I could not place it. I turned and saw a man standing on a dune. He was a young man and very handsome, dressed in a loose white shirt and trousers that were rolled up as if to save them from the sand. His hair was dark like mine, and his eyes were a clear blue-gray, but this was not Eamund. He was gazing at me with a look of such wonder and joy that I suddenly wondered why. The man spoke again, "Zoe." This time his voice was softer and full of such open wonder and something akin to relief. "Where have you been?" He slid down the dune and walked towards me. As he drew closer, I suddenly realized who he was. My cousin. This was Taran of Cair Cauldron, a cousin from my mother's side of the family, a son of the House of Lur, and one of my favorite playmates. "Taran," I said as he took my hands in his own worn and calloused ones. They felt so real, as if he really was holding my hands, and I really was standing with him on this beach with the castle rising behind us, as if I had stepped into my Firth, as if it was a doorway back to Prydain and my old life. "Zoe," he said, and then he drew me into an embrace, murmuring as he did so, "They will be so happy to see you again." "Who?" I asked as he drew back a little, and I found myself looking up into those eyes that were so like Eamund's and my own. "Everyone," he said with a warm smile. His smile was as bright as a dawn sun, and I wondered once more how this could be a memory. He rested a hand on the side of my face, as if seeing if I was actually real and not some mirage conjured by the sun on the water. The grey blue of his eyes soft and full of transparent joy, as if seeing me again was something he had not counted on, and it had shattered all his self-control. It was then that a voice called out, "Taran, oh Taran, you will never believe it." A voice that I knew instantly, for it was Lucia's voice. Taran's smile seemed to grow even larger, and he tugged my hand, leading me towards that voice. A sense of nervous trepidation grew inside of me, as if this was some sort of greeting or homecoming. Yet I told myself sternly, "You are dreaming. You will wake up soon. It is not real." Lucia appeared on the crest of a dune. Her hair was in disarray and her dress a light blue. She looked tired and worn, as if she had too many cares to bear upon her slender shoulders. Yet she was smiling, and her eyes glittered as if she had just discovered something wondrous and could not wait to share it. While my sisterly concern grew inside of me, I could not help but smile widely to see such a look on my sister's face. However, as her eyes alit upon me, I saw her entire face pale, and those big blue eyes widened with shock as the smile slipped away to be replaced by an open O. "Zoe," she said so softly that I almost did not hear it above the crashing surf. But I could not respond. I was waking up. I struggled against it and gripped Terran's hand tightly, but I was fading away. I saw the horror and the shock in their faces, but I could not win this fight, and so, desperate because this might be real even though it seemed impossible, I cried out, "I will come back, hold on to that." I met Terran's grey-blue eyes, and then I flicked my gaze to Lucia, and I felt as if my heart was cracking. I did not want to leave this dream. I wanted to hug my sister and laugh with my cousin. No, I whispered to myself, "Let me stay here." However, I could not. Things were fading away. I was waking up and becoming as insubstantial as a ghost. I woke up just as the first rays of dawn streamed in through my windows. Sitting upright, I pushed the blankets off and hurried into my antechamber. There on the table was my Feth. Hurrying forward, I looked down at it. It was the same. No, it was not the same. No, no, no. Oh, how that strange sense of something was right. The sense that had brought me here and made me look at the Firth was right. It was different. It was still a beach. It was still the same, except that there were two people standing arm in arm, looking out at the sea with their backs to me, like friends might stand together and look out over a scene. One of them was wearing a loose white shirt, and his hair was dark. The woman beside him was golden-haired and dressed in a gown of light blue. The world suddenly did not seem so certain. My dreams suddenly more complicated. My heart was heavy with homesickness and a deep, dull ache that refused to go away no matter what logic and reason said. For magic did not obey logic and reason, but its own rules. Magic, especially magic like this, set its own agenda and did not care if what it did should be considered impossible by the likes of me. For there really is no such word as impossible. I sat down heavily in a chair and buried face in my hands. I did not know what to think, reader, and so I put the mystery aside and took comfort in the memory of the warm sand, sea breeze, and thundering waves that lingered in my mind and senses. I took the Firth into my room and placed it at the bottom of my pack. I gathered my book from the previous night and put it in the pack to avoid awkward questions. Yet, no matter what I did that day, or where I went, I could still hear Taryn and Lucia. I could still feel it all, and my heart was not about to forget how much it had hurt to wake up, how much it hurt to go before you were ready, when you had so much left to say. Revised 2/6/2014. 48, Chapter 49. Time passed. Days turned to weeks. Weeks turned to months. Spring left us completely and was replaced by high summer. Yet things were so unchanging in this fair city of trees and immortal elves. Sometimes time seemed to speed up, then it seemed to slow down and come to a crashing halt. There were times when it seemed as if there was something missing in my day-to-day life, as if I should be doing something but did not remember what it was. I duelled with Arya. I taught Eragon what I could, and I wandered the forest paths. I read the books in my room and learned a great deal about this world's history and the great heroes who had walked it. I met with elves in their fair halls and gardens, where I forged friendships and ties that I just might find useful in the events to come. There were council meetings with the Queen and her advisers as they readied this country for war, and looked to me to provide the Varden or dwarves' opinion. I spoke with Oramis, and as I came to know him, I slowly relaxed the walls that I had erected to protect certain things from his probing questions. I comforted Eragon and Saphira as best I could as Durza's curse increased in severity, and the attacks came more frequently. But most important of all, I remembered, and as I remembered, I became more and more the Zoe of my true past. The memories came back to me at night during my dreams and in brief flashes as I went about my day. The good ones and the bad ones. The ones that made me shiver and wake crying at night, as well as the ones that made me smile in fond remembrance. I remembered fights with dark creatures in the wild, north of my homeland, when I stood beside those I commanded. I remembered injuries and lessons. There were memories of the horse I had ridden through all of this. There were dances and feasts when everything glittered and sparkled under crystal chandeliers as I twirled on the dance floor in a stunning dress. The lessons in magic, and then, of course, there were the wars. The battles where the memories became confused jumbles of sound and emotion and physical exertion. The lonely nights as I sat watch over a camp of rangers underneath starry skies in a dark forest waiting for an attack that might or might not come. Arguments and decisions made in battlefield tents, council rooms, and in the small outposts from which rangers based themselves in the wild. Scattered throughout these dark days were the moments of peace and laughter with cousins, aunts, uncles, and often one of my siblings, if not all, in various castles where our relatives lived scattered across the realm. The meetings with the ambassadors of distant kingdoms and the friendship I had shared with a few dwarves, who we called the fair folk, and were rather like dealing with the dwarves of Alagaesia. It is strange. It is strange how quickly I can slip back into the frightened, overwhelmed girl who is unable to act. It is strange how easily my mind and body could just snap back to the days when I had never held a sword or killed someone. The days when my bow had been a foreign object more suited to a movie than real life. When the idea of not going to a supermarket for dinner was a concept better left to adventure novels. However, the more I remembered, the more I practiced with my magic alone in my room or taught Iragan or faced Arya on a sparring field, the less those moments happened. Now, I no longer felt as if I was slipping on a mask just to cover my fear, and because I wanted to feel protected, but rather that I was that person and so had no need for a mask or protection. As this change occurred, I found myself returning more and more frequently to Runon's forge. Often no words were shared between us. She worked at her forge, and I watched silently and wondered at the creations that took shape in that place. The shining suits of armor, deadly throwing knives, sparkling spears and shields with intricate designs upon them. Sometimes Runnon would speak, and when she did it was often not directed at me, but to the metal she worked. The words seemed to make the creation shine brighter as if it had just been given a purpose and would never falter. Yet still, despite all of this and the things I was doing, I missed Brahm and Murtagh. I missed their company and even the gruff humor of Auric, who, as you probably know, should have been the one twiddling his thumbs in this city. Finally, one night as I gazed at the mirror hanging in my bathroom, I could resist temptation no longer and cast a scrying spell. I was rewarded by a blank swirling mist, for of course, Brahm had cast wards about both himself and Murtagh to protect from spells just like this one. It was highly annoying and left me feeling rather punchy. What was the point of scrying if all you got was mist? Answer me that. Then there is Iragan. I think if you asked him that he would tell you that he both loved and hated his time here in this city. He attacked his studies with a zeal that I found impressive, as did others, who monitored his progress from Aria to Islanzardi to Oramis. No, he made huge strides as he mastered spells and all the skills that riders had to learn. He could now manage to deal with elements and natural forces, as well as improved his understanding of healing, language, history, and the natural world. It was not uncommon for me to enter his rooms and him buried in some dusty old scroll given to him by Oramis. His meditation progressed too, and as he mastered these skills, he became even more reserved and prone to watching instead of speaking. It was a little like with me. As the time passed and things were learned or regained, the less of who we had been was left to be replaced by something new and different. What was teaching him like? It was an exercise in patience at points for me, and also highly enjoyable. There were some things that he understood better than other things, but that is the same for everyone. He found it difficult to master the subtle turn of phrase and body language I endeavored to show him, yet he excelled in other things too. I think, as his curse wore him down more and more, these lessons became one of the few places he could truly feel like he was growing more powerful and gaining things that would make him a heavy hitter when he returned to the Varden. Then there were my dueling tricks which, perhaps because he was already quite skilled with a blade, came more easily to him than either of us had thought they would. Of course, as we progressed to duels, he felt his curse, and there were times when he ended up unconscious on the soft grass with Sapphira watching anxiously and me holding his hand as if that would offer him some sort of respite. It was during those moments that I found myself hating myself that I could do nothing and wait for the blood oath celebration, which seemed both close and yet impossibly far away. As Iragan's days grew harder and the lessons more challenging, he seemed to withdraw into himself and rely mostly on Sapphira. It worried me, for I knew how isolating yourself from the world rarely solved the problem, especially if you felt that admitting you needed more support would only signal weakness. There is a difference between reserved quietness that comes with learning more about the world and the kind of silence that Iragan was risking as his curse sapped his strength. Arya, after Iragan had created the Feth, had found many reasons why she could not see him like she had been before, or at least she had found reasons for a few days. That was until I confronted her and forced her to put aside whatever, and I told her it quite frankly. Childish things were making her put herself first, instead of a friend who needed all the support we could offer. Iragan had been unsure of how to mend this sudden break in their friendship, and so, because I was rather irritated by it all, I had taken matters into my own hands. It was amusing to watch how their relationship blossomed slowly but surely. Usually it was Iragan and Sapphira who went with Arya as she toured them through the city, and among the towering trees with their graceful palaces, vibrant gardens and magical wonders that defied one's imagination. Slowly, like icebergs unthawing, the two grew closer, and it was not at all strange to see the pair, along with Sapphira, chuckling at something or sharing some story. On the times that Sapphira did not accompany the pair, she would stay with me, and we would watch with growing amusement as the two, oblivious to all of this, grew closer despite themselves. Just as Iragan trained, so did Sapphira. The dragon told me of her lessons, exercises meant to improve her hovering, dives, and other acrobatics that seemed impossible for such a large creature. She improved her fire-breathing capabilities and could now maintain the flames for over half an hour, something I found rather frightening to consider. Imagine just what one could light on fire if one could maintain a blistering torrent of flames for close to an hour. Fire and ashes. Is that what the world is coming to? He had come to love this city. As time passed and the days blended into each other, he came to love the quiet. He came to love the feeling of being secure and knowing what lay ahead for the next day and the day after that. Routine, he found, was something he had missed sorely since Sapphira had hatched. True, this routine was far different from the one on the farm, but it was comforting in its familiarity as each morning he rose and prepared for another day of learning. Each day he knew that he would learn something new, and he relished that even if, sometimes, those lessons pushed him to the very edge of his endurance both mentally and physically. Then there was the world around him. The graceful houses and palaces that were created both from living trees, blended in with graceful stonework, and polished marble to create staircases, wide hallways, and vaulted ceilings. Wandering through Elismera was an adventure in discovery, for one was never sure what one would find, or who one would find sometimes. There were gardens full of the most beautiful flowers he had ever seen for, like all things in this forest. They were nourished by the enchantments spun through the air. Yet, despite the walks shared with Arya and Sapphira, or the friendship extended by Zoe, or even his rapidly progressing training with Oramis, could not ease the heavy burden of his curse. It wore on him, clouding his thoughts and making him feel heavy and unable to fully concentrate on the world around him. He did not know when it might strike. The constant threat of an attack was, he decided, far worse than anything else, for he knew it was coming, but not when or where. Oramis did what he could, and in some ways, Iragan had come to appreciate the silent support of his teacher most. The elder rider understood in the most basic of ways what it meant to be burdened as Iragan was, and how one had to soldier on, how it was impossible to try and explain it to those who did not understand it. There was one conversation that he remembered quite well between him and Zoe. Now, he recalled it and the things he had taken from it. He was standing with Zoe in the clearing dueling, this time with swords, and during a brief respite he asked her a question. Sapphira had left them to hunt, and the stars were just beginning to appear in the soft grey twilight sky. For some reason, maybe because he was still thinking on what Oramis had said of Galbeatrix weeks ago, he asked her if she thought the Mad King was evil. For a long time the girl was silent, as she twirled a knife in her hands with idle twirls that seemed to come dangerously close to cutting her hands. At last she spoke. Galbatorix is the most dangerous kind of foe. He is absolutely confident that what he is doing is right. Is he evil? She paused for a long time once more. No one believes they are evil just as everyone believes they are right. Her gaze met Iragan's for a long moment. If he is evil or not does not make any of his crimes lesser. Think on that when you begin to feel pity for him. Then turning away, she resumed her position on the opposite side of the small clearing and raised her silver sword as he followed suit. Once more they duelled, and just as it happened with Vanir during his morning spars, his back flared. This one was not as severe as the two attacks he had already endured that day. It did not him unconscious like those ones had, but it left him panting and seeing stars as he lay on the ground. When he had been able to, he had murmured, "It is impossible, Zoe." "The word impossible is meaningless," said Zoe with a brilliant smile. "Try it again." And he had tried again, and this time, maybe because of some strange luck, he succeeded and felt a small thrill of joy in his heart. The memory faded as he looked around himself again. He was flying high on Sapphira's back. A cold wind made his face feel numb with cold, and he was grateful for the thick cloak that he had thought to bring with him. As they flew along behind Glida far above the clouds, and even farther above the emerald-green forests, he admired, as they flew along, the fluffy white clouds and the bright azure sky above them. They flew southwest from dawn until early afternoon, often pausing for enthusiastic spars between Saphira and Fleda, during which Iragan had to strap his arms onto the saddle to prevent himself from being thrown off. He almost used a spell to settle his stomach, as Saphira performed gut-wrenching, stomach-turning acrobatics that, had he not been strapped in, would have shaken him off of her and sent him spinning to the ground. During these acrobatics, he was required to focus on his mental barriers, for, as Glida informed him multiple times, he would often be attacked mentally by an enemy rider while the dragons dueled it out. The trip ended at a cluster of 4 mountains that towered over the carpet of trees like jagged teeth. They were the first mountains he had seen in Du Weldenvarden, and he found the sight of them oddly comforting, for mountains had always been a part of his world. They put boundaries on the world and seemed to challenge one to look beyond, to climb up them and look out at the world. Without a single mountain anywhere close by, excluding the mountainous Glida, he had found himself missing their valleys, craggy faces, and avalanche chutes more than he had ever thought he would. These mountains might be far different than the ones he loved and remembered, but they were still mountains. They still put a barrier to the world and offered a sense of security that open plains and endless forest did not. "They look so small compared to the bears," said Saphira conversationally, as they began to descend towards the snow-covered and windswept peaks that pierced through the rolling clouds. "But bigger than the spine," he pointed out as he extended his mind in every direction, touching upon the minds of the organisms around them in search of any who might mean them harm. All he could sense, however, was the bustling little lives of the small creatures that lived on the bare rock faces and lichen-covered plateaus of the peaks. He wondered what kind of animals he might find in his old hunting ground back in the spine now that he could sense all the lives around him. He would, came the amusing thought, never have to worry about returning empty-handed again. Yet, thinking that made him think of Garrow and the welcome that had always been waiting for him after a hunt. It sent a small stab of sorrow through his heart, for, while time had dulled the ache and the longing for what had once been, it could not completely ease the loss. When Glida descended to a bare ridge on the first mountain, Saphira angled after him and alighted upon the boulder-strewn, bare piece of stone that, Iragan noticed on closer inspection, seemed to be marked by the claws of a dragon. In fact, the more he studied it, he could see the places where numerous dragons had once landed or taken off or crack a rock between their talons. Above them loomed a cliff of black rock that seemed remarkably smooth for a natural formation, and Iragan doubted he would be able to climb it by normal human means at all. He felt as if they had stepped back in time, and that, any second, another dragon might swoop down and land beside the gold and blue of Glida and Saphira. "We are on Fianula," said Glida, as the 2 dragons settled, and Iragan was able to undo the straps that held him to Saphira. "And her brothers are Ethrunda, Merigoven, and Grimminsmal. I shall tell you their stories on the flight back. For now, I shall address the purpose of the visit, to teach you both more of the bond that each dragon and rider share. You must know its full implications so that you are able to uphold it when Oramis and I are no longer." Drawing his cloak closer around him, Iragan remembered learning a little of the bond from one of his scrolls. The manuscript had detailed both how it was created and why, but it had done little to actually explain the depth of the bond. His own awareness of it, as well as Saphira, told them both that it extended past mere words or thoughts, but to deeper things. Glida coiled up, cracking rocks as he did so, and resembling something like a giant gold cat soaking up the sun with his head resting on his intact front leg. His dark gold eyes, both so huge that it felt as if Iragan was tumbling into it and down a path of memory and knowledge that he would never escape, turned to gaze at both him and Saphira. It froze them in place, and both fell very quiet as he began to speak of the original decision to create the riders between Queen Tarmanora of the Elves and the dragon who had been selected to represent his own race. The lesson progressed to the spell that had been used, and then to the slow decline of both elves and humans since the near eradication of dragons, then to the band itself and the changes that both dragon and rider underwent. It was here that Eragon was unable to stop himself from chuckling discreetly into his sleeve. However, despite his best attempts, his small noise did not go unnoticed by his instructor. "What is it, Eragon?" asked Glida. Aware that he was currently trapped on a mountain and that dragons could be easily affronted, Eragon chose his words with care. "I merely could not imagine either you or Saphira being any fiercer master." He gestured at the mighty gold dragon and said quickly in case tempers needed mollifying, "Not that I think that's a bad thing at all." His words seemed to have caused an avalanche somewhere on the mountain, for Glida's gold sides shook with laughter, and this in turn shook the ground. The boulders around them rolled sideways, and a few tumbled over the edge of the plateau to let out large cracks as they struck the mountainside. Dragons, wild dragons, answered to no one but themselves, and their kin Glida paused and raised his head to gaze out across the clouds and the forest that showed through the open patches between the white fluff. With that, he continued on and explained more of the false half-band that was between Shruikan and Galbatorix. It was then that he came to a topic which lingered in all dragons and their riders' minds. What happens when one of the partners dies or experiences terrible suffering? When a dragon or rider is injured, said Glida, as if he was discussing the weather, and not a topic that sent stabs of fear through both Eragon and Saphira. Hay must harden their hearts and sever the connection between them to protect each other from unnecessary suffering. You must resist temptation to try and take your partner's soul into your own body and shelter it there, as that will kill you both. Eragon looked out from his place, nestled against the warmth of Saphira's scales. He was protected from the wind here and felt, as he always did when with her, as if the world was suddenly much more stable, as if a missing piece of a puzzle had been returned to him and he could suddenly take joy in the world again. He had never realized how alone he had been before her, how he had struggled to relate to the people around him, and how much he had longed for someone to share the world with who both understood him and yet challenged him too. Saphira knew him. He knew her. However, thinking of what Glida had just said made him feel chilled as he thought of the both, how it might feel and why it might happen. Glida fixed his giant gold eye on Eragon and Saphira, who had drawn closer together at his words, and continued. His voice was unrelenting as he imparted this information, as he had done many, many times before to dragons and riders who now lay buried and forgotten on battlefields. Everyone dies alone. Whether you are a king on a battlefield or a lowly peasant lying in a bed among your family, no one can accompany you on this journey. We go alone. With that, he instructed them in the proper way of separating themselves and how to rejoin. Yet, no matter what they did, both rider and dragon thought of those words and of the darkness that was to come. Each time they had to separate and then come back, each moment of separation, and then the relief of being together, was a reminder that one day it might not be possible to join again. As they left the plateau and angled back to Elismera, the young rider and his young dragon took solace in light conversation and the continued history lessons from Glida. However, nothing could completely erase the coldness, the deep fear that had filled them both as they considered that their end may be soon. So, as they flew, they both clung together as best they could and reiterated their promise to never leave the other, to remain together no matter what happened. We all die alone. The words rang through Eragon's mind as he finished his lessons that evening with Zoe. They had haunted him along with Glida's words about separating himself should Saphira fall in battle. The two were sitting on the soft grass, on the edge of their little sparring field with Saphira. Arya had been occupied that evening, and Eragon was glad he could merely sit here and not engage in social activities, or anything might require him to pretend to be content when his thoughts were so far away. His back, while it had only flared once, and only briefly during the sparring part of Zoe's instruction, was aching, and it made him reluctant to move from his comfortable place against Saphira's warm side. "What is wrong, Eragon?" It was Zoe's quiet voice as she stretched her legs out in front of her. She had spoken in the common tongue for, as was their habit, they often fell back to it during these lessons. There was no real reason for it, except that it reminded them both of those that they had left behind on their journey to this fair city. "You seem very quiet this night." He glanced over at her and could not help but think how much she had changed, just he had changed. Yet there was a difference. While he felt new and was sure he was still in that strange, halfway stage between the person he had been and the person he had to become, Zoe seemed to be returning to who she had been. There was an easy confidence to her now, and her face had become increasingly impossible to read. Once, when he had first met her, the emotion she felt had been written clearly in her grey-blue eyes or the set of her mouth. Now, it was like looking a blank wall, and her eyes were deep pools that revealed nothing but reserve and watchful intelligence. "I am thinking," he answered, and leaned back at Sapphira's warm side. "Gleeder had us separate our minds from each other," Sapphira told Zoe after a few minutes. "It has unsettled us both to remember that one day we will have to leave the other." She let out a small puff of smoke, and her giant blue eyes had a sad tint to them. For, while Gleeder had not meant his words to affect them so, they still dovetailed with the painful effects of Durz's curse. These last few weeks had proved to them both how fragile their bond really was, and how, despite everything, they could not always save the other from everything. Zoe sighed heavily and rested a hand lightly on Eragon's shoulder. Her words were heavy with the weight of many years, of many failures, and the authority of someone who knows of what they speak. Her grey-blue eyes were looking into the distance, and Eragon had the feeling she was not looking at the gently waving trees or the wild flowers, but seeing the images of many other things. "This," she said slowly, "is all we have, Eragon, Sapphira. Then it is gone. To worry of things that have not happened yet, and may not happen for many, many years, is foolish." She turned her head and fixed her gaze on the young rider beside her. "Death is not the end. The journey does not end here, nor will end on a battlefield or somewhere far away that we have never been. Death is just another path, and we all take it someday, whether we are an immortal elf or a short-lived human." A small smile curved up Zoe's lips, and she put a hand on the side of Eragon's face. It was a warm, sure hand that sent soft waves of warmth through him and banished the cold fear that Gleeder's honest words had aroused in both his heart and Sapphira's. It was a hand that was remarkably soft, considering all the things she had done and the places she had been. "Let the end come, Eragon, Sapphira, even if that end is painful or uncertain. Because you will have many memories, memories that matter, of love, laughter, and peace when you were together or with those you care for." For a moment, there was nothing but the soft breeze and the sounds of crickets chirping as birds flitted above them. Above the small clearing was the night sky, sparkling with thousands of stars that were so bright it seemed to drown out the blackness. The Zoe chuckled. "I have received that lecture so many times, Eragon." Her eyes sparkled with faint amusement, and she shook her dark head. "From many people. To say we die alone, to say that, is not true, for the end is uncertain, and who knows who we might find. I have had to accept that and take hope from the knowledge that I must live now, and live it well, so that I come to death with memories and things that matter. You must too, both of you. It is the hardest thing to do, but worth the journey." Eragon wondered, as she said those comforting words, if there were people she wished to see at the end, who those people might be. Friends, family, or perhaps there were those she had failed to save, and so were imprinted upon her memories as she moved through the world. He knew Zoe had seen war before, had fought long and hard before, and so he guessed that just as the faces of his uncle and the dead villagers of Yazuak haunted his mind, the faces of others must haunt Zoe's mind. Quietly he said, "Thank you." Sapphira gently turned her head and gazed at the pair of humans once more. "Will we make it?" It was a question that made Eragon start slightly, and Zoe just smiled sadly. "Ah, Sapphira," her words were gentle, and yet he heard the same firmness and assurance that now seemed to hang around her like a cloak. "You will make it if you never let go of each other, if you hold on to what you believe in and never falter in your journey." Her gaze was steely, and there was something to it, as if she was speaking to herself as well as to her friends. "Nothing is for certain. There is only what we have now and what must be done." With that she rose, and so did Eragon, even as his muscles, sore from the stabbing pain of his curse, protested at the movement. He was taller than Zoe, but then, right then, he had never been more aware of the differences between them. There was the look of many years to her this night, and he had the feeling of a young warrior, untried and frightened, looking towards an elder for assurance of success. Sapphira, too, though she did not wish to speak of it or even admit to herself, felt herself look towards the Zoe that stood before them now for some sort of comfort or promise, though the girl could give them none. She had told them before. The future had changed, and they could not look to her for promises. "I will see you tomorrow," asked Zoe as if it were not a constant, but a recently established routine. It was as if the spell which had fallen upon the clearing, as Sapphira and Aragon looked at her, and she at them, was broken. The air felt lighter, and their hearts no longer burdened by the dark truth that was death. "Yes," said Aragon simply. It felt as if he was saying yes to much more. As if by agreeing to see her the next day he was accepting what she had said, the truth that was death and the journey towards it. "Yes," echoed Sapphira. Zoe smiled. A warm, genuine smile, and suddenly that other Zoe was gone and the younger version was back. The one whose eyes still sparkled with curiosity and interest. The one that Aragon knew and called friend. Just as that Zoe came back, he felt the older, the world-wise, reserved, and yet respected person that he was becoming slip away to, leaving them just Zoe and Aragon, two friends who had come to trust and help each other. Above them, glittering like beacons on a lighthouse during a storm, the stars kept shining. Beside them, her heart free once more and her eyes alive with the fire of her race, was a blue dragon. He was walking down crowded streets, following the coppery red hair that danced in and out of the crowd. She led him past carriages that rolled side by side with carts piled high with produce. Women in faded shawls carrying baskets full of flowers dived madly in and out of traffic as they tried to interest the occupants of various carriages in their wares. Drivers, in their neat uniforms, called out to one another, and this noise added to the already deafening din. Someone, somewhere, was playing a noisy trumpet with no apparent skill. Yet Murtagh was not deterred. He could still see her. While he walked in the shadows beside the buildings that lined the street, he slipped his magical disguise off as he pulled his hood on. It was a risk, but he was hardly the only man hooded and shadowed walking these streets. Like a shadow he moved, and everyone around him was too busy thinking of other things to pay attention to the silent, dark figure that maneuvered the crowd with such ease. He was invisible. Besides, Murtagh wanted to be himself if it came to a fight, and save his disguise for another day. It was too much trouble to constantly be changing it around, and that was a risk if he got into a mess. Suddenly, they left the crowded main streets, and Murtagh found himself walking down the narrow, shuttered streets of the working middle class. The farther they walked, the dirtier and darker the streets became, until suddenly he found himself walking down a deserted, dismal street that he had never, even in all his wanderings, tread before. The houses were shuttered, and all of them in need of paint and repairs. Some had doors that hung halfway off their hinges, and their windows, if they had them, were cracked or so dirty that it was impossible to see what might lie beyond them. The smell that hung around this place was foul, and he wrinkled his nose at it. There was no sign of life, no voices, and no sound. Deathly quiet. It chilled him. Vivian was not in sight. He had lost her. Somewhere in these twisting streets she was gone, and he inwardly cursed to have been so rash. Turning on his heel, he retraced his steps, and was about to turn off this street and back onto one that would take him towards the palace when he suddenly sensed something. Turning his head ever so slightly, he saw three men turning out of an alley. He recognized them. Their faces had been on the lists of spies deployed to various corners of the empire, and beyond that he had seen when with Galbatorix. Faces he had been looking for. "Bram," he called out to the man through his mind. Murtagh came the immediate response. Not waiting to explain, he said quickly, "I may need you." Opening his mind, he flashed the images of how he had reached these forsaken streets. The storyteller immediately seized onto them, and then retreated while Murtagh, who had never slowed his walk, slipped down an alley. It might have appeared foolish on the surface, but he wanted somewhere quiet to deal with this. As he came to the end of the alley, he stopped. The ground he stood on was wet, and puddles of slimy goo dotted the ground. Murtagh chose to stand on a patch of relatively dry and stable stone. Spinning around, he looked at the entrance and saw them. The three men closed in. Murtagh readjusted his hood and silently thanked Bram for enchanting it so it would not slip and reveal his face. His right hand slipped to his belt, and the fingers on his left curled up and felt the handle of the knife he had slipped up his sleeve. The men came to a stop. "There is a reward for you," the figure on the right said. His hood was pushed back just enough to show his face. It was not a distinctive face, and nor would one have thought he was a high-ranking spy master. Murtagh knew it. He had been looking for this man these past weeks. Now they had found him, and no doubt because Vivian had known he was following. Why was he such an idiot? The spy continued in his silky voice, his eyes sparkling with the success of capturing such a prize. "A big reward." "Alive," another added. His eyes were sharp and cold, like the eyes of a hunting hawk. The man moved and took up a position on Murtagh's left. Once more Murtagh recognized his face, and once more he wondered that fate had brought these men to him when he had been combing the streets of Aberon for them. "Though not necessarily unharmed," the third said from the left. He was the biggest of the three, and wore a dirty collection of mismatched clothes which strained across a heavily muscled chest. A dark smile curved up his face, and he flexed his considerable muscles. Murtagh was far from intimidated. "Funny how the world turns," the leader murmured, his silky voice softening until it was a deadly murmur. "You used to give us orders." "You have not captured me yet," said Murtagh in an equally soft voice. The man stepped back and spread his arms wide. "What are you going to do, boy? Run." His voice had a mocking edge that set Murtagh's teeth on edge. "You can come quietly with us," the man on the left said. "Or we can carry you out," added the big one. Murtagh sighed and glanced at the sun as if considering the provided options. He had already made his choice. "In a hurry, boy," the first man said with a razor-thin smile. Murtagh's hand moved. It was a swift, practiced movement that drew one knife so quickly that the man did not have time to react. The knife was in his heart before he could realize what had just happened. His face paled, his eyes widened, and then with a choking gasp he fell heavily to the slime-covered stone. A cool smile curved Murtagh's lips upward as he turned to gaze at the suddenly very quiet spies. He had survived for years because people always underestimated him. They looked and did not see the truth because he hid it. He pretended to be many things but the truth, but Murtagh was much, much more. He was a warrior. He had been trained to be one by Tornak. If he was to survive, he had to be able to protect himself with a variety of disguises. Many people had made the mistake of underestimating him. It was a mistake these men had made to their detriment. "I am stronger than you," said the second man with an arrogant tone. "I am not so easy to surprise." "Neither am I," said the big one. Murtagh sighed. "I'm sorry." Before they could react, he spun his last dagger towards the big man who, because he was just a fraction slower on his feet, was not able to move fast enough and ended up with a knife buried in his ribs. The second man quickly danced backwards and out of range. As he did, he sent Murtagh a vicious glare, but before he could make his escape or call more help, he had a sword at his neck. For standing behind him, hooded and hidden, was a figure that Murtagh had seen enter the alley while the spies had been focusing on him. In their arrogance and greed, the spies had forgotten all their extensive training and not realized that Murtagh had called an ally to his aid. It was immensely satisfied. Slamming his sword against the spy's head with enough force to knock the man out, the cloaked stranger glanced at Murtagh. "How are you?" came Brahm's voice in his mind. "Fine," said Murtagh with a brief nod. "You." "We thwarted an attempt on Naswada's life," came his grim reply. "The Black Hand are operating faster now. Triana and two of her magicians were able to locate the man who did it, and even now they are following those leads." Murtagh knelt by one of the men he had killed and yanked his bloodied knife from the limp body before wiping it clean and slipping it away. Repeating the process, he then stood and said to Brahm, "I have to go and do something. Can I leave you to deal with this?" The man stepped forward and gazed sternly at him under the hood of the cloak. "Only if you promise to be careful." Murtagh smiled slightly and felt a warm sense of belonging fill him despite the recent deaths and the chilling coldness of this alley. He had come to trust Brahm and rely on him as he had once relied on Tornak. "I promise." He rested a hand on Brahm's shoulder. "I promised Zoe I would." He meant the words to be light and easy, but they weren't. They were a reminder of the words spoken to a girl who was far, far away. Those were unbreakable words that haunted his steps each time he took another risk, another chance at being captured or discovered. "And you had better not break them," said Brahm with one of his famous glares. Murag smiled and then turned. There was a way out of this alley if one was a climber. Grateful for his gloves, he scaled the filthy wall and found himself looking down on another alley that faced another street. Looking back quickly, he saw Brahm already conferring with Triana, the leader of the Varden's magicians, who must have just arrived. The woman glanced up at him and quickly nodded in greeting. He nodded back and then let himself jump to the ground. He knew she was somewhere close by, and wherever she was, there were sure to be others and more information. Stepping forward on silent feet, he began to move down the twisting streets of the poorest part of Aberon. He was looking and searching with both his eyes and his mind. It didn't take too long. He felt her and the strength of her mind when he walked past one of the oldest and most decrepit houses he had seen so far. Glancing at it, a smirk grew across his face as he took in the cracked windows, the dirty walls, and the shadows that hung about it. He had promised not to see her again, but sometimes promises had to be broken. She was alone. He could feel no other minds around hers, and so he took a risk. Vivian would know he was here, and this would be a meeting to remember. In his mind, like reminding bell, echoed Zoe's words, "Be safe." He would not break his word to her. The promises he made to Zoe he could not and would not break. The memories of her gave him heart and courage as he stepped towards this house. If this went wrong, then he would be on a one-way ticket back to the cage of Galbatorix. Yet if this succeeded, then he would be one step closer to complete freedom. Revised 2/6/2014.